The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Grand Chess Tour returned to the capital of chess in America for its penultimate event, the 2025 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. St. Louis resident Levon Aronian arrived in peak form, and after starting 3-0, looked to be cruising. That is until he ran into fellow hometown hero Fabiano Caruana, who gave him his first loss, taking control of the lead before building a 2-point advantage heading into the faster time control. Turns out Levon was just giving his friend a head start, because the Blitz section was all Aronian, quickly catching and surpassing the top seed to jump back into pole position. Caruana had chances to come back in the two-horse race, but just could not get going, allowing Levon to pull away and never look back on his way to becoming the 2025 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz champion. Players will have a few days to recover before coming back to compete in the final leg of the Grand Chess Tour, the illustrious Sinquefield Cup. Coming up next!
Hello chess fans, and welcome to this day one of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis. We are next to the Gateway Arch, which is the tallest monument in the United States. And same like this arch, the players are aiming high. So let's go to the studio to start the Sinquefield Cup today.
After an exciting Rapid and Blitz, the Grand Chess Tour has come to the last qualifying event, the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. Classical chess will determine who makes it to the finals in Brazil. Our live coverage from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter, wow, it's great to be with you both. 2 free days. It's not enough. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. It is the Sinquefield Cup 2025. The greatest chess players in the world have descended upon our fair city, and we couldn't be more thrilled. Nazi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the roster of players. And what a lineup.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We start the top seed is American Fabiano Caruana. In second, it's #1 French player Alireza Firouzja. Then we have Uzbek #1 Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Another top American player, Wesley So.
Played in all of the events, has all the Grand Chess Tours.
Yeah, followed by arguably maybe the hottest player on the circuit this year, Praggnanandhaa in 5th on 27.66, and then French #2, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
#2, you say?
And Rapid and Blitz winner Levon Aronian. Of course, the world champion Gukesh, Polish #1 Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and our wildcard is American Sam Sevian.
Welcome, Sam. A real chance for him to shine. Tell us about the format for the 2025 Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin event with a classical time control. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes for rest of the game, with 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a traditional scoring system.
And the schedule.
We're going to have a total of 9 games. Players will play 1 game a day, but after round 5, they'll have 1 rest day on Saturday. But if there is no clear winner at the end of the event, we'll have a separate day for playoffs.
Lovely. And Peter, now we get to see all the tour participants.
Absolutely. This year, as we all know, the formula has gone back to the final event, which will be held in Brazil at the end of September. And as usual, in the classical events, all 9 full tour participants are playing with the inclusion of 1 wildcard. So let's take a look at the people we were not watching during the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And we begin with the young man, Praggnanandhaa, who, as I mentioned, is having a red hot year. He won, I believe, 4 classical tournaments this year already. Just turned 20 about a week ago. Very, very promising. I mean, describing him as promising is just not doing any of it justice. Very, very strong player, having an absolutely fantastic year, even by his very high standards. And there he is on your screen waiting for the round to begin. Then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda, one of the most exciting players on the circuit. Not having a particularly good tour this year, but still always a joy to watch, never compromising, playing for a win every game. And of course, a winner of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in 2022, if we talk about his achievements on the tour. Then we get to the one wildcard in the field. And this year it's the American Sevian, who has been steadily improving, I think, year on year. Yeah. He is now solidly 2,700 and just a very strong player, improving consistently all the time. And of course, also in 2023, he won a very, very strong 9LX tournament here in St. Louis. And then, of course, the defending champion, who we very much missed during the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Only 22 years of age, Alireza Firouzja has a fantastic record in St. Louis. 2 years, in 2022 and 2024, he came to St. Louis to play both events, trailing the leaders by quite a large margin and winning both events and winning the Grand Chess Tour as well. So fantastic inclusion to the field, and what a tournament to look forward to. There he is on your screen doing his inscrutable pose. And of course, an additional source of intrigue is the GCT Tour overall. This is the current standings, with everybody having played 3 events. We no longer have people with an event in hand. And you can say that one player is almost guaranteed a qualification for Brazil, that's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and one player definitely will not be qualifying for Brazil, that's Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I don't think even an outright win will be anywhere near getting him to Brazil. But for most of the rest of the field, I think even in Gukesh, with a win here, with an outright win here and 13 points, probably gets very close to qualification, or maybe even just guarantees qualification. So for 7 players out of our 9-player field, there's everything to play for, because the qualification for Brazil is sort of what they're here for. This is the culmination of the tour.
But I think you put it in the proper perspective. The world champion definitely on the outside, needing an amazingly good result.
It does feel like he needs to win it outright.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Peter. And Nazi, please do the honors. Pairings for round 1.
Let's have a look for pairings in round 1. We start with Sevian facing Wesley So. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Alireza Firouzja.
Always a good fight when the 2 Frenchmen sit down against one another.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing Levon Aronian. Praggnanandhaa against Gukesh.
Wow, huge clash in round 1 between these 2.
And Fabiano Caruana against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
The richest tournament on American soil is taking place. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for Grand Chess Tour points and for a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner gets $100,000, second place $65,000. Great prize for everybody, but they're also fighting to qualify for that final 4.
Exactly, and the bonus there you see at the very top. You take clear first, you get a bonus of 1 GCT Tour point, so you get 13 for a clean victory. Otherwise, in case of a tie, you're splitting the GCT Tour points as the player's sitting down. And it's a thrill, seriously. The Sinquefield Cup began in 2013. I was here for that one 12 years ago, and Genie Sinquefield has been ringing the bell for the opening round.
And I believe she's here today to do just that.
And she said it herself, wouldn't miss it.
And back then there was a different format, right?
Exactly, it was 4 players, double round robin.
She's excited to ring it.
Exactly. I think she's just posing for it.
Yeah, I think they still have 1 minute. Is Prag still walking around?
Right.
Not at his set.
She said, "Wait a minute, that's a heavy bell. Let me put that down. If I can't." Yes, but you're right. The first, it was Magnus, Levon, Hikaru, and Gadakamsky competed in the very first 2013 event.
Let's listen to Chris Bird making announcements.
Welcome to the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. Refreshments, sure you've already found them. Those new players, bathrooms. Remember, an arbiter will have to escort you to and from the bathroom area. Okay? Be aware of that. Once you finish your game, just make sure an arbiter knows. If we get check a 3-fold or 50-move claim, we'll come over and do that, and then you can finish it. Okay? Starting round for us, we have to Genie Sinquefield as usual to ring the bell. So on the sound of the bell, good luck and go ahead and start like clocks, okay? Genie, if you do as
She's practiced.
She's good at that.
Yeah.
And off they go.
And it was very nice of Chris Bird there just to explain where the refreshments were. So now we know where to direct our attention.
Yeah, priorities need to be straight from the very early.
Well, let's take a look at the two Frenchmen as we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the white side, and
Roy Lopez.
Roy Lopez Morphy defends A6, no Berlin, and let's see what
Piano.
Alireza. Ooh, B5.
Yeah.
Now, when I was a kid, I experimented with the move Knight A5.
He must have
I
seen your
can't
games.
believe this.
People have been playing this very seriously recently. I've had this. Shahriar Mamedjarov has been doing this quite a bit with the black pieces. These days a lot of Ruy Lopez lines, which used to be considered sort of either flat out incorrect or sort of barely correct in those like old terms.
Exactly.
These days, if you analyze things with engines, you can make almost anything fly.
Okay, when I was on the black side of this, I feared one line. I didn't fear when they played D2, D4, castles, any of that stuff.
Let me guess. It was Bishop F7?
Nope.
Nope.
Bishop D5.
That inclusion provoking C6?
And that way my knight doesn't get... tell me how you despise or like this or not, Peter.
Well, the thing is,
I've got 2 pawns.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
I got 2 pawns. Your king is messed up.
It's a serious idea, of course, and I'm pretty sure the engine will not even disagree with it all that much. But it doesn't agree with it either. It says the king on e7 with the knight coming to f6. There's no real reason to fear bishop g5 checks. Afterwards, let's say you play d4, black goes with knight f6, and in a blitz game, I think most of us would pick white, honestly, because it's just so much easier to play this position with white, with this king on e7, sticking out like a sore thumb, and it's not that much fun. But objectively, it's completely fine for black. In fact, the engine says you're really not equalizing here with white at all, with black playing d6, then perhaps queen e8, queen g6, some plans like this. The knight will go either to c4 or to b7. Yes, it's very much out of play currently, but we do have a material advantage to cover for it. And the king isn't that unsafe. If we compare it as a kind of a point of comparison,
Right.
if we compare it with the Cochrane attack,
Right.
I think this is, even though the engine says this is also horrible, which is really upsetting me. Like, this shouldn't be this bad.
Right.
I kind of like this one a little bit better because we will have a bishop coming to c4. We gave up sort of the correct piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we look at this position, it's going to be optically, it's going to be harder to launch an attack in the center. And also, the lack of the bishop on this diagonal will mean that the f7 square will be very, very safe for the black king.
Right.
So it's not that scary. And yeah, people do tend to play something like castles. Let's say black plays d6, you play d4, e4, knight d4, bishop b7. I think this is how my game against Shah has gone, and there's all kinds of moves here. c2, c4 is playable. I think this is what I played. Bishop d2 is playable, a4 is playable, lots of ideas. Obviously, the engine begins by saying this doesn't equalize.
Right.
But this is often the case. The further you progress, the more it starts saying, yeah, you're probably not mathematically equal, but you're not that far worse. And yeah, as I mentioned, this is becoming a more and more serious alternative to all the kind of tired and, well-tested classical, quote-unquote, Ruy Lopez's. And not a shocker there by Alireza, although MVL does appear to be somewhat surprised at least.
And a little bit stunned. What is this opening called, by the way? I think I knew it at one time.
That says Morphy defends Caro Norwegian variation. I have pick a lane.
You
It
asked.
just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
pick a lane there. Like, what is this? 3 names?
What?
Yeah, like I don't know.
Knight A5.
Well, I'm becoming more and more distrustful of my screen when
Exactly.
it comes to opening names.
It has stunned Maxime, the move. I mean, of course he's aware of the move. It's just that now you've got to,
He's not expecting it.
go in your mind and what do my files
Remember,
say, and also not only what do my files say, but why did Alireza choose this against me? What does
Right.
he want, and what am I supposed to be trying to avoid?
Yeah, exactly. That is the conversation you're having in your mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's the absolute main line everybody plays, and what is awaiting me there, and why is he so enthusiastic about it?
Exactly.
It's very difficult to judge. Like, normally you should just play whatever you think is best, because at move 5 you're not going to figure out what the novelty awaiting you on move 13 is. Maybe somewhat closer to where it is. Maybe then you can figure things out.
You can start to
Yes, sir. Let's check
Nazi.
Fabi's game against Jan-Krzysztof, because I'm a bit surprised by the opening choice.
Whoa.
There are no games with this position in the database, says my
It's already a new
Move 4.
novel
Okay,
position.
at this exact moment, after 2 moves, we probably have like 30,000, maybe 50,000 games.
yes.
Then after this move,
Much less.
That's actually untrue. It found 15 moves now, 15 games now.
after
this is a
C3,
very strange-
A5,
Yeah, and played very quickly.
like
well.
as if you
He
know.
was expecting it.
Yeah. That's standard, and
Yeah.
this is the
Yeah,
standard.
this is
Where does A5 explain that one to me?
I don't really know what's going on. Let's try and talk through it. So we get this absolutely normal position, which is like
Sure.
there's tens of thousands of games
Right.
coming to here, and of course you can play the London, you can play the Trump, you can play all kinds of Kole openings or Zuckertorts, as we've seen in the Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
C3 already. I mean, to a degree, you're keeping your options flexible because the bishop hasn't been locked in by the move E2, E3. But mainly, we're just saying, make a choice. Like, what do you want to play against this? G6 becomes an option, obviously, because you no longer are going to face any kind of a proper things that might refute the Grunfeld, you know? Like, it's going to be some kind of a probably London or Trump, I think, against G6, but probably goes bishop f4 and goes into those positions. You can absolutely play E6, C5. I'm assuming you shouldn't play C5 because you might not get it back with opponent C3 getting this pawn back. Although, actually, even this appears to be playable. The engine says there's absolutely no reason to worry about before A5, followed by B7, B6 in short order. So even C5 is playable. But A5, oops, sorry, not A6. I think A6 would have been maybe slightly less alien, actually, than A5. It's, I don't know how to describe it. We're gaining space, but if you turn things around, it's as if white is playing the Slav, and black, who are now white against the Slav, are deciding that this kind of a spatial advantage on the queen side is more important than development, more important than deciding which piece goes where. Yeah, this is very, very unclear to me why this is so obvious to anyone. Bishop f4 followed very quickly by Fabi. Black played bishop f5. They're also doing this incredibly quickly, considering how random all of this is, at least to my eyes. And now Fabi has gone knight h4.
The most natural.
I give up. Yeah, I give up.
Nazi, be honest with me. C2, C3, a finger failure. He was supposed to go C2, C4.
You know, if it was an online game, I'd be sure that's what happened.
It was a finger, mouse slip.
But even more surprising is that Duda didn't get surprised and quickly.
Yeah, it's the most standard move ever. Okay, a very creative
These
start.
players know some theory that nobody else knows. There's some
Right.
secret opening developments that are happening.
Yeah, maybe.
cloud.
Although, yeah, I am very, very surprised by all of this. And then we have 3 games of Nimzo. We have a very interesting split today. We have one off-beat Rui Lopez. We have whatever this is called. I don't even want to ask on the screen what this is called.
please.
And then we have 3 pretty mainline Nimzos, which 2 are developing reasonably quickly, and 1 is still stuck at move 4, which is a
Right.
bit unusual. Which one do you
I'm
want to
looking
start
at the
with?
Prague Gukesh.
Yeah, that one is the
Only
one that
4
doesn't
moves.
that doesn't really have any moves. So we'll come to it last, and maybe
Okay.
they will have decided on something by that point.
Okay.
Let's begin with Sevian versus Wesley, and actually E3 has been played in all 4 Nimzo Indians today,
All right.
and
But-
Castles.
And 3 different approaches.
Yeah, well, I mean, no approach yet by Gukesh. He's still thinking after E3, and it's actually kind of curious because E3 is definitely one of the, arguably maybe the main move against the Nimzo these days. Move 5 would have been much more interesting because sometimes they go bishop d2, sometimes they switch back to Zemish type structures with A3, sometimes,
You know,
as in this game, they play the
maybe
main line.
he's watching those other 2 games. And
Yeah, right,
deciding
like-
which one
Yeah,
to play.
trying not to play anything
Gutenberg variation.
that people are playing. Sam Sevian is playing what used to be called the tabia. This is the absolute main line of the Nimzo. This has been known for, I want to say, centuries. Castles, CD4, ED4, DC4, Bishop C4, very, very well-known position. B7, B6. I don't know if we should draw too many conclusions from this, but what I do want to say is this is one of the lines of the Nimzo which has a reputation for being, if white wants, a forced draw. I can even show you how. There is this line where white goes bishop g5, black goes bishop d7, white goes knight e5, black goes knight bd7, knight d7, queen d7, bishop f6, gf6, and now we can play d5, bishop takes e3, b takes e3, you normally take with the bishop, and there is this immediate draw of the queen d4, king g7. There's like hundreds of games that ended exactly like this. So what I want to say is Wesley is not, like, this field will treat Sam as an equal.
Yes.
One thing, maybe it's a bit too early to give such, really impressive conclusions, but Wesley is not deviating from the main lines in any way whatsoever against Sam with the black pieces. He is perfectly fine playing something that is rock solid and that gives his opponent an opportunity to be very, very safe. But Sam does something else altogether. Sam has played
really
queen a4, which is a very rare move. If we go back a move, there's 2,233 games starting from this position in this database. If you play queen a4, we're down to 9. The move basically doesn't exist.
Right, it's way off the beaten track.
I'm not entirely sure what the point is, frankly, for the time being. Like, why is the queen well placed on a4 if black goes for this structure? I do not know. I think it belongs on e2.
95 and delay black's knight c6 development?
But it goes to d7, I think.
Yeah, always goes
there,
to
right?
It pretty much always goes to d7, which is why I'm not sure what this is. And I also am not entirely sure why the queen is so well positioned on a4 if we just play bishop b7 or d1, bishop b7. Knight e5. Maybe this is the point, because here I would like to play knight bd7, but maybe I'm a little bit worse after knight c6. Maybe. To be honest, I'm not even all that sold on this idea. I think black is probably quite healthy, but maybe this is the point. But yeah, queen a4, at the very least what it does is that Wesley is now very much on his own. I don't think he spent any time at all at any point in his life looking at this.
Right.
So, success.
Surprise.
Do not know and do not believe that this sort of refutes the Nimzo. I really don't.
2,220 games previously.
I think those 2,000 people cannot really be wrong, in not playing queen a4.
Right.
But a fresh position, we always welcome, a fresh position appearing on the board, and we'll see how it progresses.
Quick question for you, Nazi. In this position, you've just had your bishop attacked. Would you capture the knight, or would you go back?
Bishop c3, I'm considering it, but I like bishop e7 better.
Just and saying the queen on a4 a little bit misplaced.
Yeah, and also I used to think the structure is entirely problem-free for black, but the more I watch strong players play it from the white side, let's say you play bishop b2, you play rook d1, c4, bishop b2. It's not that comfortable. You can absolutely misplay it. White starts at some point, the a-pawn starts progressing up to a5. Yeah, and this is something that I definitely shifted my attitudes towards over the course of my career, because I thought, okay, if you get a position with black against the hanging pawns where you have no weaknesses, where white really has no attack on the king side, because sometimes with hanging pawns, when there's more pieces on the board, this knight comes to e5, there's some 4 or 5 ideas, or a rook lift to g3, like those types of things. Here it's entirely positional. White wants to play c4, the queen tries to probably be somewhere on d3, you place one rook on d1, the other one either stays on a1 and supports a4, a5, or goes to c1. But the bishop pair, gives you
space,
a kind of a long-term plus, which is not that easy to nullify.
I was studying Anatoly Karpov's games, and he would play the system almost as a religion with black, and usually with no problem. So everything you said just now made me think that white should be better. He neutralized his opponent so easily. It was like, wait a minute, is it better or not?
I believe
Boris Gelfand
I told that story on air once, right? There was I think it's a story about Lasker, and I want to say Tartakover, where they finish a game, Lasker wins, they go to analyze, and Lasker is just, smoking his cigar and not saying much, and Tartakovers says to him, well, you were better the entire game. I must have misplayed the opening horribly. Lasker, without saying a word, like turns the board over, starts playing his opponent's side, and like instantly equalizes everywhere. Tartakover says, well, I must have been okay everywhere. I'm just like, I misplayed the middle game then. And he turns the board around again and starts showing advantage for himself in every single variation. And Tartakover says, okay, I understand it now. I just need to be Lasker. So in your story, I think the reason...
You just need to be Karpov.
Yeah, I think you just need to be Karpov. Yeah,
Yeah.
You're equal in every single position. Yeah.
That explains it. Do we have more moves in the Gukesh game?
Well, let's check how Nodirbek and Aronian's Nimzo
All right.
is developing.
Because we do have more moves. We do have bishop to d3, and then, just as Peter said, it's not really a same-ish. Once, White waited for d5 before playing a3, because he knows that he can undouble his pawns anywhere. Sorry, we were...
Nodirbek and Levon.
Let's do it. Now...
Looks familiar?
yeah, kind of it does. e3, castles, knight d7. I must say, everybody, we all played b6 like a religion. These days, c7, c6.
You used to play b6 in this position?
Hold on. I think so, yeah.
Because I always thought d5 was by far the main reply here.
Hold on. We played b6,
And on a3,
a3.
bishop e7, right?
Oh, no.
I don't think it's here, Yasser.
No, it's not here. It's with bishop d3.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, that's a
sorry.
different
Bishop
position.
d3, yes.
No, here I think d5 is by far the main move.
Yes, d5, of
There
course.
is also the idea of playing rook e8 so that the bishop goes all the way back to f8.
Yes, and I remember...
Here you probably throw in a3.
Yeah, and you're right. Rook f8, with the idea that after a3
You go all the way back
All
to
the way
f8
back.
and it's not in the way, sort of, not getting underfoot. Yeah, e4.
This is another whole... Queen's
That's a
idea.
whole different story.
Exactly.
But c6 absolutely exists. It's,
Yes.
If you look at the sort of the split in popularity, d5 far and away the most popular move in this
Right.
position with
Yeah.
4,000 games. 2,000 games after rook e8. Oh, sorry, 1,000 game after rook e8.
Right.
And c6 in clear third, but at only 600. And after c6, people generally do play a3. I was wondering about the immediate c5, but there's no reason not to play a3. The bishop, of course, this is the intention. This is why we played c6. Because the bishop is now aimed at the c7 square, where it will support all kinds of different counterplay in the center. So bishop a5 played. And now b4 is the main move, statistically speaking. Knight g3 second best, c5 third. c5 keeps coming back because you do sort of want...
You want to en passant, yeah.
If you want to talk about black's plans, like after before bishop c7, if you make a kind of a normal move like knight g3, black I think is instantly fine after d5. Because the bishop is exactly where it needs to be. Black is already ready to push for e6, e5, either after capturing on c4, maybe even immediately. It's not in the way. The black structure in the center is unbelievably solid, including c6 before playing d5, makes your options. Like you can maybe even recapture with this pawn if you need to. It's just completely fine. So if you play b4 here, you're kind of supposed to play e4.
Right.
And then after d5, e5, knight fd7, I think I looked at this position at some point in my life when I was trying to make myself over into a 1d4 player for the London candidates. It's a very fun position to look at. But I think I would, without much knowledge, I think maybe this is exactly what you dream of with black, because it's going to become very, very sharp very soon. And black will have like genuine winning chances, I think, because things will start blowing up in the center very quickly. You want to play f6. And very often you will be maybe even sacrificing this piece on e5.
Thinking, yeah.
It starts looking like a French. Like if you play f4, let's say f6, and you make some kind of a move, I don't know, g3.
I think Levon would welcome this French-looking position.
Yeah, you can take on e5. Sorry, you can take on c4, but I wouldn't be shocked if this was also not that horrible. Yeah, Shin says -0.7.
Well, looks like none of this is going to happen
No,
today,
it's not.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And Nodirbek, who maybe got slightly surprised by c6,
Yeah.
goes bishop d2, d5, knight g3, and now black has to be fine.
Yeah.
I do not believe this gives white much of anything.
I have a question, Peter. Does white try to play c5, f4 and have this kind of setup here?
If you get it, you're very happy. Yeah, I think black probably should do something about it. Because you can't do both things at once. So let's say if I play knight b7 here, if you play f4, I'm probably taking on c4. And if you play c5, I am definitely playing e5.
Of course,
Right.
yeah.
Like, if you could get, like if after, let's say if after c5 I make a stupid move like this, then yes, this is absolutely what you want. You will support c5 with b4, the bishop comes out to d3. It's still not horrible for black, because the usual types of counterplay exist, like you play a5, you trade the light square bishops via a6, you probably survive. But this is the dream. But yeah, I'm not sure you're getting it ever. Knight b7 played in the meantime.
Thank you, Peter. As we continue
Should we check the world champion?
Yes.
I just want to discuss how much time he has spent after that fourth move, e3.
Lots.
Yes, he did think. I think 10 minutes or more.
E3
Is it because
castle.
maybe Prague hasn't played e3 before?
You know, it's also one of those things that you're playing a Nimzo Indian, and maybe in your mind, once you play the move bishop b4, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, I would love to have bishop takes c3, c5, d6, e5 setups, or maybe I will play d5, a6, bishop to d6 setups.
There's dozens of options.
Right,
Yeah.
and they all start, you know, going through your mind as you're working out the ideal, and then after bishop d3, you go, oh well, oh, he's not playing a3. Okay, now I have to reset my mind in d5, a3, and we have bishop a3. By the way, once again, for those of you who are joining us late, welcome to the Sinquefield Cup. It's all about qualification for the playoffs and the Grand Chess Tour. Let's take a look at where the players stand coming in to today's competition. And here it is, Nazi.
Well, in the top four, we have 2 Frenchmen and 2 Americans.
France and America take on the whole world. But MVL
is the only player who's
clear leader.
Very close to already making it to Brazil.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, if you take a look, Fabiano is only half a point ahead of Prague.
Very, very
Only
precarious.
point ahead of Wesley So.
Yep.
Even Nodirbek is not far away. And as in the beginning, Peter mentioned, Gukesh, if he wins this event, he qualifies as well.
Well, it's that 13 points, right? Gukesh needs an outstanding result, taking 13 points. That would boost him to 29. But then you look at the people who are above him, and he's basically saying, you guys can't have a great result either. You can't finish in the top half because maybe that's not good enough. But that's not his problem right now. The Grand Chess Tour will take care of itself. What is he going to do today?
We'll see. But meanwhile, we do have a very special guest. Welcome to our studio, Ms. Genie Sinquefield.
Hi.
Our bell ringer.
Hey, I've rang the bell at every Sinquefield Cup.
Exactly. Genie, 12 years ago, you rang the bell for the first Sinquefield Cup. That was
2013.
2013, and it was Magnus Carlsen.
It was only 4 players.
That's right. And Levon, Aronian, Hikaru, and Gadakamsky. And it was at that tournament, 2013, that Magnus Carlsen signed his contract that would take him to Chennai as the challenger for the World Championship. So a lot of history, the Sinquefield Cup. Did you expect it to be so historical?
For those who haven't been watching all the years, do you
Yeah.
remember the years that Bobby won 7 straight?
Of
and
course,
beat
that was the
Magnus?
very next year.
No one can forget that.
I mean, it's like one year I was paying attention to the data, and I think it could have been that tournament.
Yeah,
We had 1 million people watching from 192 countries.
Exactly.
It was like people were going, hey, you gotta.
Yeah. This is
He's
crazy.
winning and winning. And he won the 7th, and it was like blew up, right?
Yeah, I know. I remember coming in each and every day. We were staying at the Chase. We'd walk to the club, and Maurice and I would just come in each and every day to the studio and look at each other and say, no, the streak is going to end today.
Today's the day.
Today's the day.
End
And
today.
I mean, it went to the 8th game.
Yeah.
And he was playing against Magnus with the black pieces.
But
And he had a winning position that ended in a draw.
But he still,
Yeah.
I remember Magnus was taught, he was just, because he'd lost, right?
Yeah.
It was sort of like, I think after the 8th game, he'd won the match.
Yeah, well, won the tournament. Yeah, it
He'd
was
already
gone.
won the tournament,
Yeah,
okay? So
exactly.
it was like, and Magnus was going, it was just, who is this kid, right?
And then you're competitive with your husband Rex, and you said, I want to have my tournament too. And you organized for the ladies the Karen's Cup.
yeah.
Are you happy with the Karen's Cup and all
I
of the
like
top
the Karen's
ladies?
Cup because when you get these really top games,
Yeah.
a lot of people end up playing for draws.
Yep.
Okay, but the Karen's Cup, the women are just, they'll give up
Always
3
fighting.
pieces to, you know, fight, and you're going like, what the hell are you doing, you know?
Right.
Never, it's not in the book, okay? It's
Yeah.
like- but you get a lot more winners.
Yeah, they fight very hard. The ladies
But
do.
if you look, what's the percentage of women,
Yeah.
I mean, winning is versus draws.
Yeah.
And you find that the
Women
Women's
play-
Cup is just a little more fun.
Yeah.
Women play more fighting chess.
So there, I
Yeah,
can't go. But yes, but also to what really stands out for me was I was brought up in chess in the 70s. And in those days, they had Boy Scout, but they didn't have a chess badge. They didn't have the chess merit badge. And for years, Bobby Fischer had been writing in the 60s for Boy Scouts of America, chess columns, but we never got the merit badge.
Okay, you know how we got it?
Tell the story.
I had a friend that was on the national, I'm really active in Scouts.
Right.
People figure that out, right?
Right.
And I called her up and asked her how you could get a merit badge approved, and she says, I'm on this committee that approves the new merit badges.
Right.
She says, I had 100, and chess was like at the bottom of the list. So I said to her, I'll tell National I will pay for the launch at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Right.
And it worked out, it was the same time that we opened the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Right.
So they decided they could do a chess merit badge because of the publicity. So Randy came, okay, and I had arranged to get this astronaut who had played chess in outer space and was a Eagle Scout.
Right.
So I taught the first 18 kids in America from mid-Missouri, and then we had one kid from St. Louis later. He was the highest rated kid, scout kid in the state. And it was like, think about you're like 11, 12 years old. You were in the chess merit badge.
Yes.
And an astronaut gives it.
I know. That was it.
And then a few years later, when the women could join, I got
girls
some of
combined.
we had a women's tournament then.
Yeah.
And so they graciously taught the chess merit badge to the new female scouts. So we did it a day before any girl could actually join scouting, but we had a side deal with so the first kids ever earned the chess merit badge were from Missouri.
Got it.
So-
And I remember the Boy Scouts came and they played a live game on Maryland Avenue. They blocked off the street. The pieces were people.
Yeah, we played a game that they had played in outer space, but
Yes.
it was a draw.
Right.
And so we opened it up again and played.
And then the astronaut came for that, and then the whole World Chess Hall of Fame. That was great. Those were amazing times.
And there was a video that just went viral.
Yeah,
you know, and
from
people
that.
are going, Scouts have
Yeah.
the chess merit badge, and the chess people are saying Scouts are still alive.
And
I missed an amazing event.
for sure. And of course, if all of that wasn't enough, the Boy Scouts, the Karen's Cup, you got tired of coming to the dinners with Rex and listening to all the chess chatter, and you were. You were like, what are you guys talking about over here?
I went out and I realized there was nothing out there to teach kids.
Right.
So if you want it, it's free. This is the best part. The thing is free. I guess there's no QR code on this one, but
On that one.
you can go to the
Yeah,
St.
we got
Louis
it on
Chess
the
Club.
thing. There you go.
Okay, it's free, okay?
Yeah.
You just have to print it out. It's a little workbook. If you're 7 and can read,
Guess
you're
what?
good.
You're good to
So
go.
those who are in their 70s, you're still good.
Yeah.
The young, the bartenders can use it too.
But check this out. I just want
15 languages. Right?
but all of these chess grandmasters that come through town, you've been
No,
leaning on them pretty hard,
Your wife.
including
Your wife did
Yvette,
Dutch. Okay,
exactly.
And, Mongolian was fun.
Do I see Georgian in there?
I
you falling
help.
behind.
We haven't done Georgian, but I helped translate the Indonesian.
Right.
But I showed it to a female Indonesian.
Iran?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was nice. She said it was a little rough. So I just said, here.
Clean it up. Polish
This
it.
is my. But see, I can't have anybody translate. They have to be a chess player because they know, the words.
Yeah.
And they don't Google whatever
Translate doesn't do that.
Sort of work. But we're in 11 prisons, We're in 15 languages. I mean, I'm adding a couple more this year. So, and
When I think about the first responders and everything, the club undergoing a renovation, and I still love your joke, your in retirement joke. You have asked Rex, what would you like to do? He says, well, I like a chess club. How expensive can that be, a chess club? What's the future hold for us? Where is the St. Louis Chess Club and
we're
Scholastic
about to
Center
open,
going? The new renovation, that's huge.
Yeah, we have, when we started the
feet.
club, there were no grandmasters living in the state of Missouri.
Right.
Now there are 40.
Maybe more, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Moved
exactly.
here, and we have 3 of the top 10 chess things: Webster, Mizzou, and SLU.
Yeah, universities.
So the final 4 will those
usually
get
in
the
some
sort
team
of,
from Texas.
So we get the best players, and we have the thing. Hey, I wanted to point out something in the booklet, right? For those of you, okay, it comes with a paper chessboard.
Nice.
Okay.
And you cut out the pieces.
What you do is you cut out the pieces and you put them on bottle caps.
Right. Stick them on.
So that way you could drink and
and you got a new piece.
and this is how we're able to put it in the prisons.
Right.
Because you just copy the board and cut the pieces out, and you can play. Not as good as a real chess set, but it's free.
Yeah. The price is right, Genie.
So, okay.
Genie, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you very much for everything you do. Keep up all the good work.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Having fun.
Absolutely.
Having fun.
Absolutely. And Nazi, who's going to win this event?
Let's have a look at the pie charts. Pre-tournament, Fabiano Caruana is the favorite with 16%. At 12.3, it's young Praggnanandhaa. That's a bit surprising for me. Then in third place, it's Firouzja.
Well, Peter said Prague has been one of the hottest players. That's not a surprise, but a defending champion, Firouzja? Okay, go on.
And speaking of which, we should make our picks before.
Yeah. We got Nodirbek, Gukesh, Wesley, Levon. Wow, Maxime. Wow. Okay, that's a very, very surprising, but balanced somehow.
Yes,
very,
it's
very
not
balanced. Nobody has
big
30%
numbers,
or 25%.
yes.
Who's your pick?
All right, my pick is going to be world champion Gukesh. Classical chess is he's a master at that. And also Anastasia told me her pick is Fabi.
Yes, good pick. Number 1 in the world. For me, hey, you got to give your respects to defending champions. Alireza Firouzja played 3 Grand Chess Tours. He won the Grand Chess Tour twice. I'm going to go with the Frenchman, Alireza Firouzja. And good choice. And
I'm taking Prague. Yeah. I think it's become
the
a
young
tradition,
man.
a tradition. Yeah, that if I have a chance to pick Prague, I'm picking Prague. And I think this year you're more justified than ever in that particular choice.
And speaking of hot players, Var is picking Levon,
who just won the Rapid and Blitz. So he's coming off a great success and catches up with what has taken place while Genie gave us a nice interview.
Sure. And we left it here, and then we had this wonderful interruption. I mean, it's always such a pleasure to listen to Genie talk because
she's been around.
Yeah, not even that. It's what they've done here and her enthusiasm for promoting the game. She probably had no particular connection to maybe 10 or 15 years ago is just so heartwarming to see.
Right.
So after a3, d takes c4, briefly there I was kind of hoping for bishop takes h7, which is a pretty serious move actually and has been played quite a bit, and the positions do become really, really crazy because Black normally responds like this, and then the knight tries to get to g3, but White has this really beautiful center, and it's a mess. It's probably a mess that Black is not unhappy about, but it was definitely the more lively outcome, comparing this to to this, which is basically now a Queen's Gambit declined. Oh, sorry, accepted.
Accepted.
Black played Bishop E7 into tempi, but White played Bishop takes C4 into tempi. So it's exactly, I actually compared this directly to the QGA, and you get exactly the same position. It's just that nobody really plays Knight C3 here, and nobody really plays A3.
Right.
So what happens is Black sort of actually kind of moved White into a line which is maybe not the most critical against the QGA.
Right.
And in this position, you could definitely make an argument for keeping the queens on, but Pragg does what the engine actually suggests you do, regrettably, which is D takes C5, Queen D1, Bishop takes, Rook takes D1, Bishop takes C5. And now the bishop drops back to E2. And as for plans for White, this knight needs to be on a better square. That better square normally is actually B3. I don't think you necessarily want to play B2, B4, but you do want the knight over there. Maybe the bishop will come out to F3.
Yep.
It's not much. It's never really much in these types of structures. Obviously, it's a completely symmetrical structure, completely equal material balance. White is definitely currently better developed. This is why you're hoping to be a touch better. But yeah, it's not very much normally.
Thank you, Peter. I wanted to turn our attention to the Fabiano game, if that's
Actually,
okay.
if you don't mind, let's
Please.
look at the Frenchman. We have a very interesting development in the game between MVL and Alireza Firouzja.
Now, this was the knight A5. Do you even remember what the opening was called?
It had like 4 different names. So.
Okay. After knight A5, we did see castles, D7, D6,
And
D2, D4, captures on D4. Now,
And Rook E1.
Yeah, Rook E1. That's okay. That's
A sneaky little move, which I
Tell us
very
about
much
the
like. I
sneaky
think I've looked at this somewhat recently because I actually lost that game that I mentioned to Shahriar in London in the second season of the GCL. I played knight d4, c4, which I thought was what you're supposed to play, and he was very, very well prepared and equalized by move 15. And I kept on trying to think I need to play for a win and ended up losing. Rook e1 is very, very useful because it stops knight f6 from happening. You are instantly in a lot of, like, you've lost now, basically.
yeah.
So knight b3, a b3, now knight f6 maybe doesn't lose, but it's still very unpleasant because after knight takes d4, you suddenly find yourself needing to meet all of these threats, like knight c6 is annoying, e5 in some positions is annoying,
Knight
b5 is hanging, everything. So Alireza went a takes b3, c5. After c3, I don't think you can actually keep this pawn. Developing the knight on b1 for free looks like you are probably not going to survive that. So Alireza does this, knight c3. You need to finally finish development. You have to play knight f6. And here MVL plays the most critical move, which is the move knight h4.
Wow.
This is well known to be sort of the square for the f3 knight in all kinds of Spanish positions. And the big question, of course, is can Black stop it? And the way to stop it would be to play b5, b4, and try to knock this knight away from e4 and perhaps pick up the pawn on e4. And now the question is this working? Is this working? Those are the two moves that need to be considered. Once again, I wish I had access to my notes because I have a feeling I've actually looked at this recently, but you know, I'm not as sprightly as I used to be. And if I haven't repeated my notes the morning of having to talk about this position, I will obviously not remember a single detail. But I have a feeling it holds for Black, but barely. And Alireza's been thinking, despite knight a5 coming in very, very quickly from Alireza, it's obviously his prep for the day. MVL is now ahead on the clock. MVL has only spent 10 minutes getting here, and Alireza is already down to 113.
Are we still in theory?
Yeah, this is still, there's not a
30
lot of games, but there's
Okay.
a couple of games reaching here. And MVL clearly took some time to get his bearings and remembered what his notes say.
Right.
And this is now a position where you absolutely need to be very precise, because if you, let's say, if you imagine Black simply castling and allowing knight f5, with the bishop coming out to g5 next move, this is very dangerous. Maybe just outright bad, honestly. It's just not good. If you play g7, g6, you can actually play bishop h6 because knight g8, seemingly attacking both of these pieces, loses you a full exchange.
Yeah.
And allowing bishop h6 and getting nothing for it, you are probably once again borderline busted. It's very, very poor for Black.
Right.
So the question, I think, does become what happens after b4. And my screen gives pretty much equal credence to knight d5, knight f5, Oh, knight f5 disappeared. Knight a4 is a move, and knight e2 is a move. And knight e2 is an interesting one where we say that we don't particularly want to sacrifice a lot of material, but we are prepared to give up on e4 because knight e4, knight f5, like the ancient says, lost for black because knight 2 g3, let's say if you castle, you probably just lose material to knight 2 g3. And suddenly everything is hanging. And if bishop takes e4, obviously this is just as bad, maybe even worse. And it's also a horrendous looking position. So after knight e2, you probably now, the ancient says, have to play g6. Difference being that we no longer control the g4 square. The knight is now in the way of the queen. And black suddenly wins material. So bishop h6 is no longer a move you can make, but you can absolutely play knight g3. And after castles...
We know what's going to come, right?
Yeah, I'd be very tempted, but the ancient says no. The ancient says we can just play knight f3, put the bishop on h6.
Really?
Yeah, I would very much be curious as to why this isn't playable, but the ancient just very calmly goes king h8, rook g8, and says not really enough attackers. Like you would like to have more pieces already in front of the black king.
More buttons.
Looks scary for a second, but it does appear to be working out quite fine for black. So this is knight e2. Let's talk about the other two, though.
Let's check knight f. I'm very curious to see knight f5.
Yeah, okay, let's start with that. Hang on. Before knight f5. Pretty sure black needs to take on c3, because otherwise why
what are we doing?
Yeah, knight g7. And now both moves are sort of playable. Yeah, I think this is the position I had. Yeah, I'm recognizing these lines. Yeah, king d7, the best move for white appears to be this very quiet move d4, d5. Just killing off a bunch of pieces. What you're doing there is you're stabilizing your situation in the center. You're kind of completely switching off the bishop on b7. And then after cb2, bishop b2, yes, you only have the one pawn for the piece. But the black position looks very, very shaky.
Right.
And we are, if we're talking about threats for white, we are probably threatening before with the idea of queen a4 check. Which is why the best move on my screen currently is a6, a5, to be able to take a takes before and gain control over the a4 square. And some kind of a quiet game emerges where white just goes bishop c3 and says, I just have enough positional compensation for the piece here. Let's play a game of chess. This will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like a quiet compensation.
Yeah.
Not bad. I like it.
A quiet compensation.
Yeah. So this is knight f5.
We do have knight d5, finally. We do have knight d5.
Yeah, before played, and MVL kind of blitzes out knight d5. Doesn't even debate it all that much. And now I think there's not even very much choice. Once again, you take, you cannot allow knight f5 with the king steal on e8, so you castle. After knight f5, you probably play rook e8. I think you want it on f8.
Because bishop f6 was...
Yeah, bishop f6,
bishop f4?
You run into bishop f4. And it might still hold, but it's very risky. Because bishop d5, bishop takes d6, you start losing material, right?
Bishop d4, bishop d6.
Bishop d4, bishop d6
is an issue.
Bishop takes b2 is still sort of playable, but rook a2 is strong. Bishop takes c5. I like bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5.
Saying, please take on a1 and give me a threat of mate in 1, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah,
we'll go from there. Once again, it's one of those lines which might end up being a draw with absolutely perfect defense.
Okay.
But it is 0-60 currently on my screen.
Question, Peter. After knight d5, when black takes, can we include an in-between move if black takes knight d5? Yes, knight f5.
But it leads to the same, right? Because it looks like black needs to castle, but black will castle.
Queen g4, bishop.
Yeah, I was thinking to include another move.
No, queen g4, now you've actually gone slightly wrong, because after e5...
Went too far.
Yeah, it takes... I thought bishop c8 would be the reason, but even c takes d4 apparently is very playable. Because there is no way to actually
bishop
land
h6.
And now probably bishop c8.
Huh.
Yeah, and suddenly your attack fizzles.
Me either.
Yeah.
I thought bishop h6, we were getting somewhere somehow. Nice. Thank you, Peter. Wow, great theoretical fight going on between the two Frenchmen as we were coming here in the car. We were talking about, like brotherly pairings. And we said, the French players, the Indian players are playing. Peter, there's no brotherly feelings. They're trying to kill each other as we see MVL
off
getting
the board,
up.
they're friends, but not at the board.
Not at the board. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check Fabi's game against Duda. That incredible opening with c3, a5.
Yeah, for those of you joining us late, you've missed a crazy c2, c3. Now, The idea is this particular position probably has 200,000 games, maybe more in the database. After C2, C3, you probably called about 99%. Very, very quick answer. Yes, of course. A7,
Most logical
A5.
move.
And then after the inclusion of the two bishop moves, which if they had done it before C3,
Right.
we'd still be back to 100,000 games. Then very quickly came knight H4, and then we said, okay, we can't
We're done.
guess anything.
Yeah, we don't have any more here.
Bishop to D7, knight to D2, E6, knight back to
back.
F3, C5, C3, bishop C6. What's our bishop?
Yeah, it's
doing on
interesting
C6?
that Black decides not to play A5, A4, for instance, which would have been
Right.
a kind of a justification for previous play, but
And maybe actually even quite a sensible play. You
Yeah.
could sometimes play Queen A5, A3.
Have space advantage on the queen side.
Who knows? Bishop C6. Okay, does it really have a role on C6?
I think he just prepares knight D7. I think that he feels that the knight belongs on D7. Very often in these positions, it actually stands better on D7 than on C6, so he's
Do you think?
A2,
vacating
A4?
the
Do
square.
you think Fabi played A4 to stop Black from playing A4?
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. Maybe just to stop any ideas of C4 and B5 inclusive, just that puts the kibosh on that. And prepping, I would say knight E5, potentially bishop B5, knight D7, H2, H3. Okay, there's always this idea on Black's side that he could go hunt the bishop. So
We can
We
tack
make-
it in on H2.
okay, exactly. And I think we've caught up with the
Yes,
players.
I think
we
Fabi's
have,
thinking whether to develop the bishop on D3 or E2.
Right. Well, for me, if I go bishop D3 right away, I would expect the
Knight
answer
E4.
knight E4. If I play queen C2, somehow I wouldn't be expecting knight E4, because then I could take and play knight
Knight
back to D2. Now if you play castles, now I'd want to play bishop to D3, and you can't necessarily play knight E4. Here you might be attracted to C4, but that's a totally different
Yeah,
line
it's a
of play.
different
I think Black is
position.
almost never happy to play C5, C4 anymore because you cannot support it with B5, as you mentioned, and it only gives White additional options.
I'm not even sure if my queen's great on B1, but at least in this case, sometimes I have this idea like when the knight is gone from D7, the knight is gone from D7, I can take on C5 and play B4 with my queen on B1. Okay, so it's an intriguing moment whether you should play bishop to D3, queen
Whoa.
C2, queen B1. What do we have
I
instead?
thought he played it, but it's Nazi showing her attacking instincts there.
You shouldn't look at my board. Things that I do on my board, it's just mine.
G2, G4. What side of the bed did you fall out of this morning? Very aggressive. G4. Okay.
Don't hate it even, but
Bishop
probably
G2
probably not going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop to G. Well, if you play Catalan, you play enough Catalans in your life and you get stuck with a bishop on F4, move G4 makes room for the bishop on F4 to drop back to G3.
I mean, I don't say downside of it, but all the plans you were showing with queen and bishop on B1, H7 is just
They fit. They
more
fit.
natural.
I want to say actually on, and Peter, you can bail me out on this one. What outside of knight E4, what is Black's plan?
I
What
do
is
not
Black
know,
looking
and this
for?
is why I want to say White is maybe a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because I think it's easier for me to imagine moves for White for the next few moves.
Yeah, I mean, if you could play bishop D3, castles, queen C2, easy, happy moves, right?
Yeah.
But from Black's point of view, I'm not.
We are
particularly-
not, I don't think we want to include CD4, ED4 at any point. I think it makes White's life easier.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's 94, or just sort of waiting moves forever. Castles, I don't know,
Yeah.
rook E8, perhaps
Yeah.
bishop F8. I don't know why I'm playing rook E8, bishop F8, if I'm honest with
Yeah.
myself. Because generally, I mean, Black's position is unbelievably solid. White does not have any kinds of really proactive plans as of right now. You can play for 95 maybe, but 95, as is often the case, allows Black to offload some pieces which you don't know what to do with. So maybe you actually even welcome White playing 95, because yes, you have this knight on d7, it's a useful piece, but it's not going anywhere.
Right.
Getting rid of it might not be really far from your best interests.
Right.
But still, it feels like White has slightly more leeway. White has maybe a bit more flexibility in terms of where to put pieces. So yeah, I'm picking white here, but I still don't know what I'm supposed to do here after I finish development.
Very good.
Would you like to check how
Please.
Levon's doing against Nodirbek?
Let's
That's
go.
one out of 3 Nimzo games we have today.
Yeah, 1 out of 3 Nimzo. Suddenly the Nimzo is back in fashion in a big way. Bishop to d2. Okay, I know I'm kind of borrowing a page from Wesley So, but Wesley has been playing a number of these positions as white, where he's played bishop d2, queen c2, castling long, and going for your g4 attacks.
We did not see that in this game because
D5.
Nodirbek chose to castle short.
Yeah, and Nodirbek interestingly goes for, waits for the knight to appear on d7 and instantly takes on d5 so that he forces black to take with the e-pawn. And now we get this kind of a typical Carlsbad position. Well, not very typical. The black bishop is normally not on c7, yeah. I think this has to be very healthy for black. And
It's better on c7, right?
I think so. I think this is exactly the diagonal it kind of wants to be on. And Levon, interestingly, responds to f3 with an immediate h5.
Whoa.
Indicating that for the time being, it's difficult for white to push e4 because if you go e4, d takes e4, it's basically a pawn sacrifice because you lose the central pawn on d4. So while this is not exactly playable, Levon wants to get the pawn all the way to h4, where it will be at the very least annoying.
Let's play rook e1 for white.
Yeah.
A to e1, black goes h4 and
Knight
knight f5.
h1, or maybe knight f5, yeah. I think black kind of welcomes the option of trading the bishop on f8, on c8 away, because it wasn't really doing very much. Let's say takes, I want to play maybe g6. And bishop
H3,
bishop
I was thinking.
h3. Do I want to force you to play f3, f4? Actually, probably I do, yeah.
It's too bad we don't have the knight anymore on f3. I wanna play
Right,
e5.
and then now we have to play f3, f4. That's sad.
I don't think
That's
white has
sad.
an advantage
Okay,
anymore.
but I'm sitting here saying I'm very encouraged by the move h5. I'll play rook f2.
You want to put the knight on f1?
Yeah, so
Also to
that
defend h2.
I'm defending h2. I'm still keeping that whole idea of e3, e4 alive. If I blunder the d4 pawn, I won't be blundering it with
there are 3
check.
games in the database.
No
with rook
way.
F2.
I thought we were on new
Only
territory.
3 games with rook
And
f2.
people have played rook f2.
Black
Okay.
played h4 twice.
Yeah.
Knight f1, there's only 1 game. Knight e6 was the continuation after that.
I see.
It seems logical. I think it belongs on e6. It's further way to, prevent white from achieving e3, e4. Maybe exactly as Yasser is indicating.
You usually go for these c5.
Yeah, maybe we play
business.
c5.
I think that's why white played rook d1, preparing against c5,
Okay, makes sense.
and then g6.
g6. Okay, inviting such sacrifices, but not those. Okay.
I wanted to say g6 is kind of typical in these positions because maybe you want knight g7, bishop f5, but not here. I mean, after the sacrifice, I definitely want knight g7 and then try for bishop f5, but...
It looks tempting.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Queen e7, f7, though.
Queen e7, f7.
Probably, as my first reaction. Bishop g5, yeah,
I've got e5 in
This
my
is not
pocket.
very happy.
No,
This is not very happy.
somehow that didn't work. I mean, I can resist everything except temptation. And you put that pawn on g6, and I said, well, look, I have this battery. Why don't I use it? Okay, well, that is going to be a very exciting game. And again, for those of you joining us late, Levon Aronian is coming off an absolutely fantastic performance at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So will the momentum carry him for the Sinquefield Cup
I mean, his
as well?
confidence must be super high.
Absolutely.
That definitely helps.
Yes, it does. I've always thought that chess is a confidence game, and that when you're riding high on confidence levels, you just it just goes perfectly. It all goes. And for Nodirbek, again, from the GCT stores standings, statistically he's not out of it, but he requires, once again, like Gukesh.
Top 2 or so.
Yeah. And in my interviews with the players, well, quite frankly, all of them are incredibly ambitious. But this young man explained to me about his generation of players, Gukesh, Vincent Kelmer, Alireza, Prague, and he says one of us is going to be 2,900. And of course, I had to ask, well, which one? And he didn't say himself, but he was biting his lip.
He's only 20 years old.
One of us will be 2,900.
He's world rank number 7 already, and as we already know, he's 2021 World Rapid Champion. But he said during the interview his favorite time control is classical.
Yeah. Isn't it incredible to think that 4 years ago he was the world champion?
At 16.
Yes.
Defeating Magnus Carlsen.
Defeating Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he did it the hard way. He didn't come from behind or something. Okay, H5 on the board, and before we take a break, I'm just going to round up. I'm going to look at Sam, Sevian, and Wesley So, because that was the game with Queen A4.
Behind the Queen A4.
And I had asked you, you're going to give up your bishop?
Wesley did.
You said, I'm going to drop back to E7 and play it, correctly, safely. And
Sort of all typical Nimzo moves.
And with this last move, knight to E4. Two ideas behind this.
Sorry, if you think about this position, Yasser, the white queen is usually on C2, right? Not on A4.
Yeah.
Is it an improvement to be on A4? Because
no,
C3 is a
not at
No, it
all.
needs to come back.
In fact, probably if I'm in white shoes, I'm thinking, how do I get my queen to E3?
But there's also a threat of F6.
Yes.
The only move that keeps any hopes for an advantage afloat here is Queen B4, which is not a difficult move, but it really is the only thing that works.
kind of
So two things going on. The first is, hey, pay attention, knight
Triple
C3.
fork.
So if we play the move bishop B2, I think one thing you have to think about is
That's scary.
why isn't my queen on E3? Why isn't my bishop on E3? And that's why Peter is saying, okay, you start with queen B4, you cover C3, then in case of queen H4, well, I've got bishop E3 now, and now everything is okay. But was it at F6 initially?
F6 we go knight G4 E3, which is actually a very, very useful square for this piece.
Knight G4.
Because it supports D5?
Yeah, it supports D5, it supports C4 currently. It's just a very, very solid square for that piece. You aim it at E3 sort of proactively and very, very happily.
It's so funny to see the knight on E5 jumping to the glorious E3 square. Okay.
Just a very, very good square in the structures, very often.
If we just another.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself.
Are we going knight
F6,
E3?
knight G4, F5. It goes back to E5. It doesn't go, and precisely for the reason you were describing, knight E3 would have been good, if not for the fact that black begins very serious play. But knight E5 does stop it, because now F4, F3 is never going to happen. And also importantly, I wanted to point it out even in the previous position, apart from bishop E3, we give ourselves this move.
Nice.
This is a very, very important move, because suddenly we have everything covered. We are almost ready to kick everything away with F3. If black goes rook F8, maybe we have to include rook B1 or bishop B2 just to stabilize, just to make sure nothing is hanging. But next move probably is F2, F3. Yeah. And then we are, what we talked about before.
Yeah, two bishops.
Two bishops, spatial advantages, ideas of maybe some breaks in the center. We provoked F5, which is, as usual, not an oil painting for black. And this is just very, very pleasant for white, suddenly.
Lovely.
So after queen B4, what the machine says, you have to be patient. It plays rook E8. With no particular ideas, just a kind of a move, just because maybe we are sidestepping some bishop A3 ideas for the future. White could still play bishop A3, actually, despite there not being anyone on E8. It's one of the top moves. I think bishop B2 seems to me logical.
Sense.
But then after queen G5, you might have to put it back.
Yeah, I was going to say, why are we developing on B2, not E3?
Bishop to E3.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop E3. This is the plan. This is very often the plan. The knight going to E4, it's not going to come back to F6. It probably is going to D6, and if you put the bishop on E3, you present an even larger target for this kind of counterplay, and black appears to be immediately completely fine after knight D6. Because F6 is now a threat, C4 is kind of vulnerable, and if you play rook A1 after knight F5,
you see knight E3
we are probably getting
G5.
this bishop.
Yeah.
And if we get this bishop, most of our troubles as black are in the past. Yeah.
But that's an interesting knight d6 and
Yeah.
knight f5. We've reached that stage in our show. We like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are. Well, here you go. Show your support for the 2025 Grand Chess Tour with this amazing t-shirt. It features the tournament locations for the 2025 GCT, Warsaw, Bucharest, Zagreb, St. Louis, and of course, Sao Paulo. It's available online at qboutiquesdl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
And now our segment Stop the Commentators is back. Let's see the question. I
I'm
haven't
so
seen this
good
in a
at
while.
this. They get me every time.
Well,
Okay,
here's
here we
the
go. What's it?
Every Grand Chess Tour winner has placed at least second in the Sinquefield Cup, except once, when the eventual GCT champion shared last place.
Last
Who was it? This is
place.
a tough question.
Shared last place. Was
But we'll
it Wesley
think about
So?
it, right? And we're
Yeah.
gonna
No, I
get
think,
the
I think
answer.
we should. How did it work the last time?
He shared.
We answer later when we
Later,
come back.
okay.
Yes.
Need to
Yeah.
think about it.
A lot to think about.
Magnus, or Wesley. Okay.
Well, we're going to go on a short break. As we go to break, Yasser sat down with world champion Gukesh and had a chat. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Gukesh, thank you very much for joining me for this interview. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Same here.
We, right now, today, this moment, we're living in a golden era of chess. Tournaments all over the world. They're almost like shows, like the esports that was just held in Riyadh, and fantastic prize money. Never before were the chess grandmasters being rewarded so well. Your thoughts about the times that we're living in?
Yeah, for sure, it's a very fortunate time to be a chess player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think since the pandemic, chess has seen a lot of growth.
Right.
We had this advantage that, chess didn't really have to, you didn't really have to travel to play chess. You could play online. You could do many things with chess streaming, for example.
Right.
And yeah, we also saw a lot of players work hard in the pandemic, and then once the tournament started over,
Again.
all the youngsters came to the top. There's a lot of potential for chess to grow even further, and I'm really happy to be a part of all this happening.
Absolutely. You're kind of leading the pack, if you will. India, the mother of chess. It's stunning to the rest of the world, but India, with yourself, with Prague, with Arjun, and others as well, are absolutely doing fantastic. What happened in India? Wow.
It's also similar that in the pandemic, chess grew a lot in India.
Right.
I would think that huge part of the success had to be Vachier sir.
Accomplishment, yeah.
Vachier sir not only being an inspiration or role model, but taking upon himself to create an academy for the youngsters.
Exactly.
Together with my sponsor Westbridge,
Right.
they started the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. I was a part of it.
So you grew
Praggnanandhaa.
up in the academy, if you will,
Yeah.
taking lessons.
Yeah, at that time
That's
I was just a
great.
2500 grandmaster. And
Okay.
then for sure it helped a lot in me
Inspiring, yeah.
becoming a top player. So once the results started to show up, the government support, the corporate sponsorships, and all that came naturally. So it's a bit of everything, I think, and also you always need a bit of luck to go
Absolutely.
in your favor. Yeah.
I've interviewed all the players. I've asked them the question. They can't come up with the answer. They don't understand it. How did Gukesh win the world championship? You have an objective, first-hand perspective.
Yeah. It was something maybe I just wanted more than anybody else, or
Sometimes that's
more
the
than
explanation.
more than anything else that I wanted in my life so
Yeah.
far. So, from my childhood, I used to dream about it, and I think I managed to make the most out of the opportunities that I got, and that's all you can do.
Exactly. When you see your rivals, these youth players, who are impressing you the most, and who are the guys you're saying, uh-oh, this kid's dangerous, or maybe everybody is, I don't know.
I think in the top 10, if you see, pretty much everybody, I mean, not everybody, but like most of them are around the same strength.
Right.
It's like the edge is like very, very little, and like most of it depends on who comes with a better mindset on that given day or in that specific tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, each year you see, I mean, last year, for example, me and Arjun were doing great.
Right.
Pragg was not doing great, and this year Pragg has been winning a lot of tournaments.
Exactly.
So it's just that the chess strength is so little to
such a little difference between them. Yeah.
Differentiate that it mostly depends on who has that 1% extra motivation or that 1% extra energy or the little things that matter.
Exactly.
And yeah, pretty much everybody. I think Arjun, Pragg, Abdusattorov, Alireza, Vincent, all of them are like super strong, and it depends on the specific day.
As we finish up the interview, I'm going to ask you 5 quick questions, really, really fast. Snap out the first answer that comes to your mind. First thing, what's your favorite opening as white?
Ready?
What's your favorite defense to 1 e4?
Sicilian, maybe?
What's your favorite defense to 1 d4?
King's Indian?
Favorite food?
South Indian?
Favorite chess commentator?
Sagar and you.
Off the Christmas list, that's it. No presents for Gukesh.
I said Sagar and you.
I know, but I have to share. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest in this studio, Deputy Executive Director of Grand Chess Tour, Grandmaster Alex Onyshuk. Welcome to our show.
Thank you. Good to be here. Yeah.
Alex, I always think of you as a great grandmaster, playing in America's U.S. Championship, on our Olympic teams, on our world teams. Now you have gone to the corporate side.
That's right.
Deputy. How is it? What's your experience like?
No, it's an honor, and I'm really enjoying it because, being a chess fan and, kind of being on the organizational part, it's very exciting, very interesting.
Right. Well, tell us about that, because as a chess player, we have our side of the table. Better conditions, better conditions, better conditions. Your side of the table.
Yeah, as one of the Grand Chess Tour officials, I'm privileged to be to see the tournaments from the inside and, to be in the VIP room and the players' room. But, the
sponsors.
Right, yeah, but probably, still kind of the most fun part for me to go to the playing hall, sit with the spectators and watch the tournament. And all three previous tournaments in Bucharest, three legs of the Grand Chess Tour, Bucharest, Poland, and Zagreb were extremely exciting.
Yeah.
And were there a lot of local fans coming to the venue and cheering for the players?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, all of them, all these three tournaments, it was very popular, and I would say probably the Zagreb tournament was the most interesting because the former world champion and one of the greatest players I ever played in the tournament, and of course. Gukesh and the whole field was incredibly strong. So it was probably one of the highlights of the Grand Chess Tour, having Magnus Carlsen in the Zagreb leg of the tournament.
Seriously, Alex, for me, I love it when the spectators here in St. Louis, as you know, the club has been going through a renovation that has been very, very long lasting. We're hoping in 2026 the club will be all open and we'll have room for spectators and allowing spectators to come, because I think that's special, right? The energy in the room, the playing hall is different when, there's 1,000 people collectively gasping, reacting to the moves.
I think they should invent the heart rate monitors for the spectators as well.
Exactly.
Not true, And by the way, I'm watching the tournament, even though that I'm usually around. Normally I would come, in the evening and look at your recaps.
Oh,
and
boy.
No, I love it. I think you guys are amazing and doing an excellent job.
And Alex, this year the finals are back. The top 4 will go to Brazil. What can fans expect from that event?
Yeah, so the grand finals will be a combination of classical, rapid, and blitz chess. So first of all, whoever will qualify for this tournament,
top 4.
Yeah, top 4. They have to be, graded in all 3 disciplines, because as we see, just dominating at blitz not necessarily, puts you into the final 4, or, being a little bit better at classical, doesn't guarantee that you're still going to make it, right? And right now we have this situation that almost every player can qualify for the Brazil Grand Finals.
Probably Duda is mathematically eliminated. He can be the spoiler, but Gukesh will need a big result, as you can see on
which makes this tournament so much more exciting.
Exactly, there's so many dramatic stories.
I cannot say that this is like 2 tournaments in one, because they not only compete, for this tournament, but they also have to look at other players and try to make, finish better in the tournament than their rivals.
Interesting, this format, because like you say, I mean, Fabiano is one time a specialist in classical chess, and we just saw Levon just playing incredibly well in the rapid. So sometimes you do have Maxime is a fantastic blitz player, Duda is a fantastic blitz player. So
and even in blitz and rapid, right? Fabio dominated the rapid part.
Yes.
And then something happened, and he collapsed in the blitz. So, something tells me that Fabio will do well in classical again.
Along with your duties at the Grand Chess Tour, you're still coaching at Texas and taking your teams to the Final Fours.
Right. Yeah, I'm Texas Tech, and so I'm deeply involved into collegiate chess, and some of our biggest rivals are here in Missouri. So we just got an idea. We discussed with Genie that maybe one day we should play Texas teams versus Missouri teams. Yeah.
That would be a real national championships.
For sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. I gotta say it. You're looking great, but you're ready for the senior championships to make a comeback over the board?
That's true, yeah. I'm still debating if I should play that one, but I think I will, because I enjoy coming to St. Louis. And of course, that tournament is a little bit like all chess. I don't think that preparation will matter as much, and so I can just play a little bit and enjoy, and hopefully just see my old friends. So
Alex, Yasser is considering it, trying to convince him to play as well.
Nazi, speak for yourself.
yeah. Which I recall we played a crazy game like that. So it was like first I was winning, then Yasser. Tables turned around 10 times.
It was terrible. It was terrible. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with the GCT Tour. We're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Always.
It's a pleasure having you.
And then the question is, stump the commentators. Once again, we were really at a loss. I'm going to go with Wesley, although I must say,
C, Hikaru.
I'm a little bit confused.
I'm confused
rather
about
shocked.
the question, to be honest.
Yeah.
Somebody tied for last. Wow.
I'm going to take Hikaru because, once again, things have mush in my head on almost any topic, but I think that might be that year when Magnus beat Hikaru in the final round to get into a three-way tie. So this is why I'm taking Hikaru, because I think that's what happened, and that kind of slightly clicks in my...
Wow.
Right, so we're going with C, Peter.
I'm going with A, and a drum roll, and... Here we go.
Yes.
Oh, you got
Sorry, Yasser. I got too excited for a second. I like winning.
It's too bad that you guys are being replaced tomorrow, but thank you so much for joining us on the show. It's been a great pleasure.
It's been an honor, Yasser.
Wow.
Hikaru.
And I guess that was still when there were finals in London, right? I think he probably won 2018. He probably won the finals in London that year. But yeah, he had a bit of a disaster here.
Just enough to qualify. That makes sense. Jumping to the games, we did see Queen B4 by Sam Sevian against Wesley So, and then
the best move.
It was Wesley's turn to play prophylactically with Rook E8, do nothing, don't make the commitment, but he did. He did play the move F7, F6, and I'm sure Peter was right. We're not going to see knight F3, but rather we're going to see the knight retreating to G4, where it can nicely come to E3. And in this
knight F3 not unplayable.
Not unplayable.
No, not at all. And actually, the more he thinks, there's a very specific reason why knight G4 might not be that great, because you can play knight C6, attacking the pawn on D4, pretty much forcing white to play queen B2. And now we can actually go for the plan that you were describing, F5 with the idea of meeting knight E3 with queen H4 and F4, maybe even the immediate F4. And that after F5 here, the engine goes F3. But you're never very comfortable. There's nobody home, right?
Right.
You would very much like this queen to be on E3 or G3 or somewhere, or at least already to have a bishop on E3.
Exactly.
This is a mess. It's a playable mess for white, but the fact that the engine actually suggests allowing queen F2 check,
not an indication that we're happy.
is not very comfortable. Yeah, you would feel very iffy allowing any of this, even though it does appear to be okay. White is not much better, but it actually gives white a slight advantage here. But I would be panicking quite a bit. Like if this were my position, I would be very much panicking here. And after some thought, it actually prefers knight F3, which is more restrained. I think if we could get the knight over to E3, we would be very happy. But there's just concrete reasons for why it's not that strong. And now after queen C7, once again, black needs to be quick.
Yep.
If you get something like bishop B2 rook A1 in, I think you are now, having provoked F6, you are very happy. But this move asks a question. The strongest appears to be bishop A3. And now, interestingly, the engine just says, yeah, I understand it's an exchange. I understand it's an exchange, but I will have decent positional compensation for it because rook A1, regrettably, there is knight C3 with the idea of knight E2. White hasn't lost because there is king h1. The pin still saves you the game, so to speak. But black seems to be doing quite okay here after bishop d5. I think you are not very worried with the black pieces in this position. So interesting couple of moves ahead of us, because this is a very serious choice. Both moves make sense on a strategic level. You have to calculate them precisely. And after knight f3, it does seem like Wesley will have to be very precise, because if you play something quiet like rook e8, even c4, c5, which is a move I generally don't even consider, seems to be playable. And also just something quiet like bishop b2. You are drifting into a position where you will be, I think the idea of rook e8 is to play queen e7. And maybe this is still okay, because it's not actually that, it's not actually that easy to stabilize. This being the idea of rook e8, queen e7, because if you get an attack on the c4 pawn early enough, it's going to be quite...
Those black knights look better than white's bishops.
Yeah, and another reason why we wanted knight g4, e3 was not putting anything in front of the f-pawn so that we could kick it away. It's a very beautiful knight if it stays there. So a very interesting position in progress. Elsewhere, not elsewhere.
How do these two match up?
Let's have a look. I imagine, wow, they've played more games than I would have thought.
I would think so many U.S. championships, maybe also the American Cup.
Yes, they are very evenly matched. 8 draws and 3 wins for each. Even though there is a big age difference between these two, they've played
Sam.
A lot of games. I'm assuming this is classical?
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah, but I mean, you would think that Wesley, played against Sam when he was really young, up and comer, but 3, 3, and 8. That's
I don't want to say this
impressive.
particular picture kind of puts me in mind of Hulk smash. He filled out. He looks threatening over the board. I still think of him as, when I saw him first, he was a very young kid, and he wasn't as imposing as he is right now.
You know, every time I see Sam, I'm reminded of the hilarious moment when he grabbed the opponent's king of
against Hans Niemann, of course.
Bizarre thing I've ever seen.
That was hilarious. And then he was trying to put it back on, and Hans is like, "What are you doing? That's my king, dude. you just swiped my king off the board." F7, F6. It's actually a very, very serious challenge. And it's funny. I thought that knight G4 was automatic, but then when you look at it very concretely, knight c6,
it's
F5,
absolutely move by move. I think if you don't do that, you're much worse.
Knight c6, queen b2, f5,
and f5,
and then suddenly going back to e5.
But that's not a very happy thing to do, right? Because you will have to take g takes e5, breaking up your own structure.
Not
and still queen h4 in the end, even.
Not happy at all. But knight e3.
I think it goes f4 straight away.
f4 straight away.
F4 straight away. Because knight g4, h5, and you're still going to be forced to go knight e5. And you're probably even less happy because you've also stolen e3 square from your bishop. Yeah, knight f1, queen h4, I suppose. And this starts looking very, very dangerous.
Ominous, doesn't it?
Yeah, very ominous.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, black's looks better. Even if engine says why it's okay.
Here, I don't think it does anymore.
That's the thing. I think that the storm clouds are gathering. Nazi, where would you like us to go?
Would you like to check all Indian matchup? Let's see how Pragg and Gukesh are doing. They had a very peaceful opening, but...
It was a transposition to Queen's Gambit accepted, and I'm forcibly reminded of the last round of the Toronto candidates. In that last round, Gukesh, he had a lead, a half a point lead over Hikaru Nakamura. But if Hikaru could win with the white pieces, he would leapfrog past him and potentially become the challenger. Gukesh played a Queen's Gambit accepted and neutralized completely. He played actually a near perfect game.
Not today, though.
As black.
It's interesting. It's interesting. We left it here. The last position we've seen before going on break was the position after bishop b2, which honestly feels like it should be more or less completely fine for black.
Yeah.
And Peter, before you go deep into analysis, look at the clock times.
Oh, yeah. We were going to come to that at some point, but let's start with this. Yeah, almost an hour's advantage on the clock, and Gukesh stopped blitzing 3 moves ago. Actually, everything up to bishop takes e5, he played very, very quickly. Okay. So let's talk about this position. Okay. First of all, for me, I used to play the King's Gambit Accepted.
Me too.
And d-Take c5 annoyed me a great deal because I wasn't, in those years, like, it was at a part of my career when I wasn't a particularly very good technical player and I didn't have very much patience. So people playing d-Take c5 kind of really ruined my day, and they also kind of ate my lunch because I was not good at this. But it feels to me that it's easier to figure out what you're doing with the bishop on c8 than what you're doing with the knight on b8. So I kind of... You normally don't really want to play b7, b5 because maybe you will eventually have to deal with some threats against that pawn. But I think I want bishop b7, and then maybe the knight goes to d7, not even to c6 at all. But that maybe is not such an obvious thing. Knight c6 is not a mistake just yet. But shockingly, bishop a7, which, I mean, I think it sort of belongs on e7. I think even optically, I probably would have put it on e7. But the difference is vast. This is kind of okay. The machine gives white a slight advantage. The machine, for instance, goes that, and maybe this is why he didn't do it. Maybe he didn't want to give white
the two bishops.
The bishop pair. But we're playing a6, a5 next.
Very cool.
We probably are removing the entirety of the queen side by move 20 off the board. And yes, maybe it's still a little bit awkward, but you should be okay. Whereas after bishop a7, bishop b2, the engine now says you are in quite significant trouble because you are struggling to make moves. Bishop d7, I thought the problem was knight e4. Yeah, which is quite strong. But even stronger, apparently, is this very cute tactic, knight b5, b5, bishop takes f6.
Weaknesses everywhere.
You are not enjoying yourself. b5 now is very, very weak. You've also you've stolen your, like you no longer have, you don't have any breaks on the queen side.
Black is just losing a pawn here.
And if you play, he played rook d8 just now. Isn't this losing to knight e5? Well, I mean, losing is strong, but like,
it's
knight e5, bishop to d7.
Like the only move to even play is bishop d7, but then knight d7, let's say rook d7, takes, and knight e4.
We have
this is really unpleasant.
d6 is nice.
You sometimes hold these positions, but they are like genuinely bad.
Yeah.
Because the rook will come to c1, you will constantly have to watch for bishop takes a6 tactics. And just in pure structural terms.
And again, your bishop on a7 looking at e3 is not happy. Bishop on e7.
Why isn't it there?
Yeah.
You have to watch for knight d6 all
Exactly.
the time.
This is a kind of a maximum that you can get with a Queen's Gambit accepted as white. The two bishops.
And once again, if we come
better
back
development.
Here, with the bishop on e7, this tactic would be nowhere to be found.
Pausing our analysis, how do these two players match up? And again, they're going to be rivals for the next decade or two. Well,
9 draws, 3 wins for Gukesh and 2 wins for Pragg.
And in particular in 2024, throughout the tour and also outside the tour as well, there were a bunch of games where Pragg was completely winning with the white pieces, and he converted, I think, none of them. And that was beginning to look like a problem. But I think he's won some since, so maybe it's better now. But yeah, after rook d8, and knight e5 that was my immediate reaction, so it's very difficult to miss. It's not even the only thing. If you take on d8 and go rook d1,
not bad.
Knight e6, knight e5, you probably have actually lost now because you can't even prevent the rook from landing on d8. And if black plays bishop d7, which I'm sure is the intention, you can start doing these things.
g4.
And h6 just h4?
Yeah, h6, h4. Let's say bishop e8, we go g5.
Kind of borrowing a page from Nazi's playbook here.
This is also not great, you know, mildly speaking. So there are even choices. I guess this is why knight e5 hasn't been played yet, because your position is so good, you have two very, very valid choices which give you a very large advantage. The immediate g4 is also strong, but nobody does that, I don't think. It's a little bit too fancy.
Hanging?
Yeah, but we're so dominant everywhere that we don't care.
I liked your first solution. I really did. Knight e5
I think
right
it's
away.
the simplest, yeah. And just
you just take, and you go knight e4 on your next turn.
Bishop pair advantage.
Right, and just the fact that you got rook c1, bishop a6, that you've got knight d6, sign me up for that. I just love Pragg's position. We'll see if he can convert. I'm going to go to our #1 seed, Fabiano Caruana. He's up against Jan Duda, and this opening had us in contortions. We didn't know how to describe it. What was it? I mean, stump the commentators. Name that one for me, will you please? Bishop h2. Okay, just tucking the bishop away. And here was the real problem I was having with black, is I simply didn't know
What the plan was?
what once the e4 is controlled so that you can't really play knight e4 and f5, I just didn't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Am I supposed to be playing?
Play kind of a waiting game?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm
think
kind of
that's what's
forced to
happening
now,
here.
right?
Yeah.
You know?
And by the way, I broke the solemn vow I made to myself and did look up the name of this opening. I can give you 27 guesses.
Yeah.
Apparently this is called the Indian game.
That's just a lie.
No, it isn't.
That's a lie.
The Indian.
No, it
game.
isn't. Yeah.
Who came up with that one?
My board.
My board. Who's the committee? I'm filing an
It's
appeal.
like, people say all kinds of things. Yeah.
I just think it's a comfortable position. I
It
don't know
is
exactly
but
what I'm
honestly,
supposed to do.
I sort of like the way Jan-Krzysztof dealt with it, because now he can go knight 6 g7.
Okay.
And finally, with this knight on the 8, I think we are prepared to take on e5 next move. We are no longer really all that scared of d takes e5 because h7 is covered. We did not have to compromise.
And is white not going f4 here anymore?
You can, but weirdly the engine says, once again, the old Bent Larsen canard, yeah. With a knight on the 8, there's no mate in chess. And the engine goes rook a b8 and just goes b5 next move. And actually in this structure with the bishop on h2 not really doing very much, I can very easily imagine this counterplay becoming relevant.
There you go, Yasser. We found a play for black. Rook b8, b5.
Well, really, I want to say thank goodness, because otherwise it's going to be a very long afternoon for Jan-Krzysztof, Duda there.
So I think we begin by knight 6 d7 pretty much always. And for white, I think it's tempting to try f4, but you probably come to the conclusion that your play is not fast enough and you end up doing something like this. Black takes with the queen. And then, the problem for white is like, what's your plan here? It all looks very nice. Your knight may be slightly more active. You can start aiming the second one at the e5 square. But I think, the engine even starts playing c5, c4. Like, start doing this, covering
And
e5.
then
And then
right?
once again, maybe b5 followed by a4. And you get your counterplay on the queen side.
Thank you, Peter.
Interesting, very balanced position. Yeah, I've been waiting for you to finally nominate the one Spanish where I feel kind of confident of.
We're coming there, but first of all, how did these two players match up, face off? if you will?
Let's see. A
Head to
lot of
head.
games as expected. Wow, Fabi has a huge lead, 10 wins.
Wow.
Only one loss.
In chess
7
terms, if I have 10 victories and no losses, we call that an adoption. Jan almost could move
In classical chess,
That's amazing, 10 to 1.
You know, over the hundreds of years of classical chess, there haven't been very many adoptions, but this is pretty close. Yeah.
That's
pretty close.
That's a remarkably big score. I'm wondering where all of those victories came from everywhere, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, they've both been playing Grandchester for a while.
Maybe a World Cup
I
match
can't
or
remember them
something?
meeting in the World Cup.
Something. That's a big score.
Yeah, but that
10 to
is
1.
that
it
is sort
be-
of Kasparov level of domination.
Yeah, that's something.
Could have been
'Cause
some
Gary-
earlier games where Duda was much younger, maybe.
That is also possible. Yeah. But
Fabi was already 2,700.
Yeah, that's our current position. Before we turn away, one last look. Wasn't that thrilled about f4, just to throw something on the board in case we were to get here. I was now starting to think about takes and an e4. Oh, sorry, h7 is hanging.
h7 was hanging, which is
So,
why maybe you play knight g6
knight
if you want to
g6.
do these things. Yeah.
Yeah, knight g6. Now takes. You taking with the pawn?
Probably, I would
Yeah.
like to take with the pawn and then maybe go bishop d6 or takes.
Something like this.
E4 or C4?
e4,
right?
bishop d6,
The bishop
maybe. I'm not a huge believer in this.
Yeah, the B2
I have
pawn
to
is
say,
kind
because
of
now
a
you're probably
target.
kind of locked into playing f4, and that's
Yeah.
very double-edged. With the bishop on
Exactly.
h2, you're never very happy playing f2, f4.
No.
Should
Yeah,
be
we'll
an
see.
E3, right?
We'll see.
I'm just trying to get in an imbalance where maybe I can put my bishops to work somehow, some way.
I can understand the instinct very much, because we would like for this to no longer be as symmetrical and as level.
Exactly, as it currently is. And one last game.
I think we have 2 games we can check. One of them is Nodirbek and Levon.
Sorry, I wanted to get back to
MBL
the MBL
Firouzja.
just so that we could get Peter back onto terra firma because they.
Yeah, and also this is maybe the easiest one to talk about because it's become incredibly concrete. Rook e8 has not been played, as mentioned. I guess maybe he was worried about queen g4, but whoa, I can see that. Yeah, because now you're supposed to start allowing all of the knight h7, knight h6 check. Problems. And here, shockingly, I guess maybe this is why this hasn't been played. Because king f8, black is much worse. King h8, immediate draw.
What? No one's playing king h8.
Back rank.
Back rank,
Back rank.
I know, but...
I know.
And the difference is if you play king f8, there is time to play bishop f4.
Because you can't take the
And
knight.
now you're stuck. And now I will have threats of like queen h5, or like if you play c takes d4, maybe rook takes e8. Like let's take a look. C takes d4. We go rook e8, you cannot take with the queen, you take with the king, and after knight f5, you're apparently completely lost because there's just amazing attack in progress, and you only have one pawn to show for it.
Wow.
Like g6, knight takes d6, yeah?
And if I
but king h8 is an immediate draw, because you can no longer... gh is now a massive threat, because bishop takes h6 is not made compared to the position with the king here.
Sorry, what about bishop g5 here? Is that a move? I have an idea,
Bishop
but
g5,
you take on e1.
rook e1, rook e1, and...
Take on d5.
Only move that doesn't lose is bishop takes d5. I want to show you, it's very beautiful, by the way. Yeah, gh, rook e8
I wanted that made.
That is very gorgeous. That is very, very pretty. But unfortunately for white, after bishop takes d5, everything fizzles, and it's, as you can see on the bar, like we've lost. We've lost. We can't even continue. Everything collapses. But yeah, it's very understandable that people don't do this. Because you have to play bishop f6, king h8. But now after bishop f4, it's probably still salvageable, but it's very dangerous for black. The main line, and I was wondering, I was checking this a little bit in the break, because I couldn't figure out why c takes d4 is so poor. And the thing is, white doesn't need to take on d6 yet. We begin by playing queen f3.
Defending d5?
Protecting d5. And also keeping both options open. Sometimes we will be taking with the knight, sometimes we will be taking with the bishop. Best move appears to be rook e8.
Okay.
Now, knight d6 is decent, bishop takes 6 is also decent. Let's start with this. Black has to take, black has to play queen d7. And now you can make, like, there are no immediate threat. The engine goes either g4 or h4, just giving yourself a luft and also maybe creating some threats for the future. Let's say, let's try g4. h6 is actually bad now, for some reason. But you can play rook d8, knight b7, queen b7. d5 is not hanging yet because of the back rank issues, but seems to be holding. But it does look very, like, I feel like if the king is already on g2 here, we're probably lost. It feels like it might be completely lost.
Right.
But as it is, the engine doesn't, king g2, it says h5 is very strong, creating luft, and then d5 suddenly starts hanging.
h5?
Yeah, so the best move it gives is this very cute move, rook e4, indicating that you can still not take on d5 because of the very standard tactic. So black plays h6, we go d6, and black plays queen c6. And the suggestion is this will hold for black. But you probably do have to play quite precisely, because you can imagine this going sideways. You can imagine white kind of regrouping and eventually offering the queen trade and the d6 pawn being much more relevant than the d4 pawn.
Right.
So this is knight takes d6. Or you can try bishop takes d6, which is also very sensible. And
visually,
best move appears to be king h8.
So good for white.
Yeah, because you would like to play queen d7, but then queen g4, very typical setup, creating the threat of knight h6 and queen takes d7. Now you have to play king h8. And now both rook e7 and maybe even bishop e7 are playable. And black needs to be like, like bishop e7 wins the exchange. The only thing that doesn't lose here is rook e7, queen d5. But it appears to be holding, because now the attack has been repelled.
We have two bishops.
The rook is coming out to d8. We have two bishops. We have a very decent passer. But yeah, this is now incredibly concrete.
Wow.
And you do have to, I think the next 5 moves, pretty much every single one of them will be very, very critical for Alireza, and a mistake might result in a position that can no longer be saved, maybe.
Also, big time difference on the clock. Alireza is down to his half hour, while Maxime still has 1 hour and 7 minutes. He doesn't look, he looks a little bit stressed.
Yeah, I would say so. How do these two match up?
Two French players, number 1 and number 2, very evenly matched.
Yes, 1-1.
9 draws, mostly draws, and just one.
It's just because the games between them have been so gripping. in my mind, it would been like 6 wins each, you know, because the games could have gone either way. And now, statistically, we've already seen how people are going to win the tournament, but who's going to make it to the playoffs?
Well,
MVL's nearly certain.
no surprise there, 99.8% chance of MVL making it.
The mathematician MVL came in and said, look, there's this like 1% of a chance that I don't.
Less than one, yeah, he was right.
But Levon,
71.7% chances of qualifying for the Final Four. Firouzja, 64.8. Fabi, 53.9. Prag, 42. Okay, this 5.
getting really, really low.
Yes, and then Wesley, less than 30. And yes, you can see Duda has 0.02, so it's not 0.
Well, that's the 99, that's the other part of the 99. Yeah. So it's the top 4.
But I believe Gukesh needs to finish first to qualify.
Yeah, you see that's very clear. And there you see Firouzja. I just wanted to say in that analysis that Peter was giving us in the game between Firouzja, that was bishop f4, and in case of rook e8, do you remember the octopus game? That was the Garry Kasparov where he ends up, you know, with this knight. Colors reversed. There was a knight on d3, and it just like.
But
yeah,
Garry had to sacrifice a pawn.
And Garry had to
here we're going to be 2 up after the c5.
And so this, I think the whole line went queen f3, which was really, really a nice.
No, starting with c takes d4. I think rook e8 is completely unplayable precisely because of what you showed. I think you know we have to start with c takes d4.
C takes d4, and now queen
f3.
Yes.
And now black has choices, but they are not very happy choices.
Yeah, this is the one that I was saying that I really don't like this position at all. And who would? This knight.
7, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Like if I play a move like g4 here. Yeah, and probably not the only move, but yeah.
If you come to the realization with black that this is maybe what you have to go for, you can understand why Alireza is still thinking, because you're desperately searching for like anything else.
Yeah.
Give me any other choice, because this does not look comfortable at all. But he might have to.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many good choices. Yeah. We looked at bishop takes d4. That's an option, but.
Yeah.
And yeah, more than half hour down on the clock as well. And because of MVL's current standing in Jan-Krzysztof, he is free to take risks and play for a win.
Exactly. He was saying he gets a free roll, as he was describing it himself. You know, once you start getting desperate, you start looking at these things even if they're not good. Bishop takes d5, bishop takes d6. How...
Sacrificing the exchange.
Yeah, how good or bad would you evaluate this?
I think white can take on d4 in the end and survive. Yeah, if the g4 pawn survived for black, this would have been maybe playable. But
I'm dreaming.
Right. Yeah. I can go knight f3, but then b2 is hanging.
Yeah. That was, again, I'm just thinking, you know, like I'm getting a little bit nervous. I can see that I'm. Oh, maybe rook takes a6.
And give it back at some point?
Yes. Maybe rook takes a6 is like an issue, because first of all, that gets out of the bishop b2 stuff.
What about bishop d4 and then bishop b7? Does that equalize?
That's a good one. I think that's a very, very good one.
Yeah, black will be down a pawn, but it's double pawns.
Yeah.
Should be an easy.
So Alireza on the back foot here. Nazi, your pick.
Let's check with Nodirbek and Levon. There's the Carlsbad structure.
And he did end up provoking the move f3, f4, a move that I was actually trying to avoid. But Levon got in this h5, rook e1, h4.
Knight went to the corner.
Boy, what is the... Okay.
It's coming to f2.
The Nimzovich knight, right? He puts the knight in the corner. Knight e2. Okay, let's have a look. Knight e6, knight f2, queen.
He had no choice. He had to play f4.
F4, queen d1. Well, we are in some kind of a maneuvering game. Peter, engine. I think black is doing great.
Black is doing fine, but you have to play precisely, because I think
c5?
Yes, c5 is very playable, including rook a d8 right now might be okay. But those are the 2 moves the engine likes. But weirdly, you don't have very many. Most of your other pieces have reached sort
maximum squares.
Maximum squares. You know,
Yeah.
like this knight doesn't have any moves. You can try knight g5, but apart from, I was wondering about that. Apart from the fact that you might run into something like this followed by f takes g5 and you might regret your previous choices.
Right.
Also, I don't know what it means. Like, what does it do? Maybe it is aimed at e4, by the way. Maybe actually, if not for the fact that both knight b5 and actually also knight takes d5 exist with very similar ideas, that's actually even stranger. Hang on,
So if black's pawn was on a5, then this would work.
Yeah, I think this might actually be a sensible move with the pawn on a5.
Yeah.
But apart from that, rook a8 is playable, and c6, c5 is playable. And interestingly, that for white, against c6, c5, the engine goes time to sacrifice stuff. It goes e4. Remember, you were playing rook e2, so that queen takes d4 would be a check.
Yeah.
It is a check. Oops, sorry, not knight, of course. Okay, queen takes. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Only move queen takes b2. And we do get a pretty serious attack here, actually. Having progressed up to here, the engine disagrees with this quite violently. This probably means you can't play c5, because the position after f5 is very, very dangerous.
White's down 2 pawns.
Yeah, white is down 2 pawns, but there is a lot of things happening in the center and on the king side. And, well, the main line now goes queen e5, and white just very calmly takes on e6, says queen takes h2 is a check, I don't care.
Wow.
Just give me this one check, I will still be completely fine after. Looks like, I mean, very easy to panic here. Bishop g3, you have to take. You have to go forward.
Is black's queen kind of trapped, though?
It goes all the way.
Come on.
It goes all the way to g4 and says, no more checks. I'm about to play rook h1 and start, playing for my own mates. Extremely funny line. And it gets funnier. Okay, I will stop showing you computer lines, but the top line on my screen currently is this.
Black
Not
queen?
even removing the queen. Yeah,
Rook takes e3
doing this
issues.
because we're trying to get to the white pieces in the end. White is still better though. So maybe c5 precisely because of e4 existing. Maybe c5 is just a mistake, and then we are left with either rook a d8, which is just a useful move. It supports
Developing a piece.
So develops a piece. If you play e4 here, in comparison, after bishop e3, you can actually play queen d5. Which, if you look, at this position, if you play queen d5 here, there's a bit of a problem.
Big difference.
Yeah. So not playing c5 is actually actively useful for you, and that makes a pretty serious difference because the queen stays in touch with the play in the center. So I think Levon will realize c5 e4 is dangerous because I think you actually check e4 in those positions.
We do have a7,
he's gone a5.
By Levon.
So he's prepping knight g5.
Okay, and yeah, but now e4 is strong. The only problem with this move is it actually allows e4. So a very interesting kind of a calculating task in front of Nodirbek here. He needs to, first of all, consider the move, which I think he will do. And secondly, he needs to realize just how dangerous this is for black.
f4, f5, f6.
Yeah, now queen b2 and queen d5 are about similar in strength, but neither of them really equalize. Queen d5, f5. You now have to play knight f8. With the rook on d8, by the way, we didn't get there because, because we moved on to what happened in the game.
Right.
With the rook already on d8, queen e5 gains in strength because in the end of that variation, we have a very useful rook on the open d file where it does useful things. Here, after knight f8, white can play queen g4, creating a bit of a threat of knight f6 check. Let's say knight h7, bishop b1. Very scary position for black because suddenly every white piece makes sense. You're about to lose the h4 pawn. Rook d1, bishop d4 might be a threat. Bishop h6, as Yasser is saying, might be a threat. You might, you have to play g7, g6, which is not a move you make happily.
No.
You might still be okay, but you're scared out of your wits here as black.
No.
And otherwise, you could take on b2, after which the engine, I think, throws in rook f2 as well, to kick the queen away from the e5 square so that you don't even have to calculate those types of counterplay. And it becomes a huge mess. By far, the strongest move in this position appears to be just ignoring the threat to the knight and going rook a d8. And now the best move for white is queen g4, ignoring the knight on e6 and giving up some of your stuff. And the main line on my screen is queen d3, knight f6. You have to play king f8, knight e8, rook e8, rook d2.
D7
Honestly, who
second.
knows what this is? This is like 10 moves into a line. Nobody calculates this far cleanly.
No.
So we can probably stop here and just say engine says white is a bit better.
And it's a great mess.
It's a great mess, yes.
But yeah, I think Nodirbek specifically, he is very, very good at long calculations. And he also is exactly the kind of a player who would welcome with open arms an opportunity to change the character of the game in this direction. So I'm expecting this is quite likely to happen.
Yeah, Peter, you said no one calculates those 10 moves. I think he's doing that.
Yeah, he's
right.
trying. Yeah.
He's trying, yeah.
But it's quite a thicket of variations. And one of the things, Peter, in those positions you're showing, I'm still, by the way, I may never be the same after the King G4 variation. I think I'm checking out for the day after the King was at G4. But there doesn't seem to be a main line.
No.
Sometimes you get anchored on a series of moves that you said the best.
You get to bishop b3, and already the choice between queen d5 and queen takes b2 is very difficult in practical terms. Because you don't want your queen sidelines, but you do actually want to be more material up, because the expectation has to be, I will have to return some of it later.
Yeah.
And to return it, you have to amass it first. So you have to, as we keep on returning to this idea, you have something for the suffering, right?
Yes.
If you are about to start suffering, you should at least have something for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we get there, a choice for Levon, and Levon also, I think Levon is close to my approach to these things, because I know for me, the moment I get to bishop b3, like if I'm black here, I am looking for ways to give stuff up.
Yes, certainly.
In positions where I'm being attacked, my first instinct is to try and find a way to return some material, maybe even sacrifice some material if I don't have anything to suffer for yet, and hope that I can somehow assume initiative of my own. So I think I would be leaning towards queen d5. But who knows? And the reason I bring this up is not, I'm kind of irrelevant here, but I think Levon kind of conceptually is, we're somewhat similar players in the way we approach dynamic positions. So for him as well, I think pawn grabbing will not be very attractive to him. But maybe he just dislikes queen d5 for concrete reasons and doesn't play it.
But again, for those people joining us late, if you look at the position on Peter's screen and you go queen d5, f5, queen e5, and you give up the h2 pawn, you have to have ice water in your veins to do that.
And it doesn't even necessarily work out, because apparently g3 is very strong here, just not giving up on h2 at all. It's a more kind of it's a saner proposition.
I think that's what humans would play, right?
I would be, I was about to say.
And after knight f8, queen h5 is very strong, and also a move that nobody probably considers is unbelievably strong. Let's just abandon the knight on e4, and then it turns out the queen has no moves.
Wow.
This is so gorgeous.
That is
just, we actually caught the queen on an absolute central square.
Which is why you put your queen in the center of the action.
It's supposed to be able to escape, but it really isn't.
Remarkable.
You have to play queen takes f5, and you are probably losing.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
So, yeah, very interesting choice in front of Nodirbek. If he doesn't do it, I think what Levon is, and actually the indication is this is absolutely a threat now. Because e4 is by far the best. Second best move is g3 to kind of fight against the idea of knight g5. And if you play king h1 here, black absolutely plays knight g5, and suddenly black is completely fine, maybe even more than fine, because you've dealt with the idea of e3, e4 forever.
But boy, Peter, if you go back, once you've played the move g3, I'm more drawn to it.
I mean, you probably have to throw in hg, yes, for this to be a check.
Yeah.
But then I guess we go king g2, and the difference is we now have the h file for the
Precisely.
rooks, right?
Now I've got something I can actually tangibly say, I did this for a concrete reason.
G3 we can go back to ideas of playing c5, I guess. We're just ignoring it. We're not even including hg. We can play c5 immediately. We can go rook a8. Against g3, it no longer really is that happy about knight g5 ideas. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Opening up the h file for white is not something black is very interested in.
And okay, so help me out here, Nazi. I'd like to play two moves in a row. I'd like to play e4, but I'm terrified of queen h2. So I'll play g3 first, so that I can play e4 next. So, but the inclusion of rook d8, though, might...
Yeah, if you play e4 now, the inclusion of g3 actually doesn't help you all that much. We get similar types of positions where after queen d5, like if you play f5 here,
right,
knight f8. The fact that there is this pressure along the g file.
So rook d8 is a lot more useful move than g3.
By
That's what
far.
it comes out
By far.
down to. Darn it.
You
All
try,
right,
you try.
but what a very, very complex position the players have fought their way to. And again, it feels like in all the games, there's some really nice positions that are taking place.
I think the player who has the biggest advantage at the moment, it's Pragg against
right.
Gukesh.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see which line he
Let's-
chose
He
after rook d8.
he went for
And,
the very, very simple, but by
Yeah,
every
Gukesh-
means
That's fine.
direct.
Gukesh is sort of continuing to play poorly. I mean,
Knight
I feel
d6.
very harsh saying that, but I think it was important to actually get a pair of rooks off the board. I think it was stronger to take on d7 with the rook first.
After 95.
Bishop d7 is
Bishop
absolutely
d7.
forced, but in this position, I think you're kind of supposed to go rook d7, knight d7 to at least sort of limit the amount of material on the board. It was still bad.
Still
No
looks
argument.
Very bad, yeah.
But I mean, the one he has now, you might be just sort of collapsing by sort of move by move.
But the more I'm thinking, that's absolutely correct to trade an extra pair of rooks, because if you imagine the knight getting to d6, maybe you can deal with it somehow, but when the knight captures with a tempo,
I mean, that's
then
it.
it's just brutal. Then it's just really, really brutal.
Maybe he
So-
has this idea to play knight b6 here.
Okay.
So if you go knight d6,
There's knight a4, yeah.
yeah, that was
But knight c5.
instead of knight d6.
Yeah. It kind of does two things, right? It
Yes,
stops
that's
your
true, yeah.
desired knight a4, but also it
The only way not to lose immediately is maybe rook d1, knight d8, but it doesn't bear thinking about, honestly.
seriously?
Yeah.
So
Well,
ugly.
having gotten there,
Yeah.
you probably have to go rook d1, knight d8.
Can I play rook b8? It's also not a pretty move, but
Bishop f3. I mean, things continue hanging on every move here.
that bishop on a7, it's
Yeah.
so sad.
Again, you shift it to e7. It's
Maybe I've
even
allowed,
there, I
I've allowed
think-
knight c4. Maybe there's something cleaner. Maybe
you've
rook
allowed
c1
knight
first or
c4.
something. Rook c1 with the idea of both knight b7 and knight a6 seems to be very, very unpleasant. And if you move the knight away from c6, I have bishop b5. No, this
Yeah, I'm
feels
just
like it
losing
might
a
just
pawn.
collapse move by move. I don't know.
Although after rook c8.
You have rook
still-
c8, yeah. you have rook
Still,
c8.
still kicking, but the world champion Gukesh definitely on the back foot, and I'm seeing a big time difference too between these two, right?
Half an hour difference as well.
Yeah,
And it's still early in the game. This is move 17.
yeah. Another time difference is the MVL versus Alireza Firouzja, my pick. Alireza, and
He spent
look at this,
50.
Queen F3.
5-0, 50 minutes on his last move.
Ooh, a big indication that he's not a happy camper.
Now he has 14 minutes left for next 22 moves.
Yeah, this is...
It's not an easy position either.
No. He is still alive if he plays well, but he really put himself in a very, very tough situation here.
By the way, I really have to just this move. I mean, it's a hidden gem of a move. All your pieces are aligned against the d6 pawn, so you're absolutely looking at captures one way or another, and you're looking at captures. And it's this move, Queen F3, that is really a very star move. You're not you're not gaining
Keeping
back
both options open, protecting.
while protecting d5. And it's a stunningly beautiful move, and it's deceptive. It's really easy to miss. And once you see it and it's placed in front of you, you go, yeah, of course, yeah, Queen F3, yeah, that makes. And it's really, really strong. By the way, how much time does Alireza have at this exact moment?
13 minutes left.
Versus?
Hour and 7.
That's what I'm thinking. He's down an hour on the clock. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the video.
You thought
from the
1
playing
hour
model.
was missing.
Yeah,
Well,
like
this
something
clock-
like what's
yeah.
going on. And
I mean, if he manages to hold the position, then we know he's one of the fastest players in the world. So time trouble won't be the problem. It's the position right now.
that is the problem. Okay, where would you like to guide us?
Well, we've checked all 5 games. Let's take a little bit of a break before they reach any time troubles.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
As we go to break, Yasser, I don't know, who do you talk to?
Everybody. I couldn't get them out of the studio. They wouldn't leave me alone.
Take a look and we'll be back shortly.
Another story that I really love telling is the only way I could describe the story is old world manners. And you kind of think about today's society and manners and where they fit in and where they don't. In my view, much of the manners, the chivalry that we had accepted just a generation, 2 generations ago is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. And for me, David Bronstein, he just lived in his own world. He had what I would call old world manners. In the late 80s, early 90s, in The Hague in Holland, there used to be a tournament, the Aegon computer chess tournaments. And this was a remarkable annual event where chess amateurs, amateur computer programmers, as well as professional computer programmers would all descend on the tournament, and they'd bring their chess boards and sets, their computer sets, they're self-contained. People would bring their laptops, desktops, and many of the really top programs would have a lab back at, say, Bell Labs, where they were running supercomputers. And on the human side, we have the top grandmasters all the way down to amateurs. And it was a really fun event. So it was just one of those before the round type of moments. You're just kind of like 10 minutes early, waiting for everything to get settled down. And David comes to me and he said, "Yasser, could I ask you for a favor?" And I said, "Sure." He said, "Could you please sign this book?" I said, "With pleasure, David. And who's it for?" He says, "Well, I'm staying at a friend's home during this tournament, and this book is for my friend." And I said, "Okay, well, what's your friend's name?" And the next thing you know, I'm personalizing the book and, you know, dating and stamping and The Hague and everything like that. And I tried to give the book back. And David said, No. Please, could I ask you for another favor?" And I said, "Sure." He said, "Could you please come and give the book directly to my friend from your hands to his hands?" I said, "Sure." And I believe you're staying at the home of Tom Furstenberg. So I go over, say, "Tom, thank you for taking good care of my friend David. He wanted me to autograph you this book, and here I present it to you." "Thank you," said that man. We had some brief little chit chat, and away I went. That's the end of the story. It's not much of a story. It doesn't have a punchline or anything. But that story stayed with me for all of these years, as I think I still don't know if I understand the meaningfulness of from my hands directly to your hands and what it meant. But what I do know is it was old world manners.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame music series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the first round of the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the pairings to remind everyone who's playing whom.
Exactly.
We have
do it.
Sam Sevian against Wesley So, 2 Frenchmen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Alireza Firouzja, Nodirbek facing Levon Aronian, Prague against Gukesh, and Fabiano against Jan-Krzysztof.
My early impression is White's doing well in all of these positions.
Absolutely. White is having a very, very nice day so far. And I want to say you couldn't wish for the better first round, judging by what we have after the first couple of hours of play. We have 4 incredibly unbalanced positions, one somewhat level position in the game between Fabi and Jan-Krzysztof. But elsewhere, a couple of people are massively better, and there are also some very sharp positions where there's a lot of play ahead, but a lot of fun to watch.
Exactly, Peter.
Yeah, very, very good day so far.
Nazi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's start with Fabi and Duda.
The one quiet position.
Yes.
Nice pick.
Let's get it out of the way.
Okay, all right. When we have left it, we kind of saw it around these parts. We lauded the move knight f6 to d7, and we thought that through these trades, Jan was getting closer and closer to equality. His intention very clearly f7, f6. Maybe he even starts to consider the moves c4 and b5, driving White's pieces backwards. Queen e2, an indication that Fabi would like to keep his bishop on the diagonal. Yeah. Bishop to d6, rook to d1, f6, and we've caught up with the players. feels balanced.
Very balanced.
I'm
right?
ready to go back. I don't really know.
Very
what else
curious
is-
what Fabi is thinking about. The one surprise here for me is that a move has not been made yet, because
maybe he's
what
thinking
is the
about
choice?
Knight G4?
But doesn't H5? Oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't trap.
No, it doesn't.
Almost
But
traps.
Yeah, it almost traps.
Why would G4 be preferable to F3? Maybe
The thing I was
stopping
thinking...
bishop H5? or-
Yes, precisely. That's exactly it, Peter. That maybe you're provoking me to play a move G4. I'm not sure.
He's
He's
played
played Knight
Knight
F3,
F3,
by the
yeah.
way. I don't know if that's a thing or not. I mean, I do have takes.
Duda quickly took on H2.
If we really are afraid of bishop H5, we can take with the knight here, although it does look kind of weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
But
he's taken
He
with the
does
knight.
do it. Interesting.
And that was why maybe Knight G4 to sidestep Bishop H5. But anyway, we are in this position. And I like that idea, by the way, that you pointed out. C4, Bishop C2.
Followed by bishop G6, I guess.
And Bishop G6 and even B5 and getting... Because now White has only one.
And because of that, what about, let's start with C4 and then play F5. We kind of
There we
switch to
go.
the Dutch
Yeah.
Stonewall setup in a way.
I mean, whenever I see Black doing these types of things, or conversely, White doing them, you know, White playing C5 and F4, I'm always reminded of my dear friend Lawrence Day. He says, going for the big clamp. You just want to clamp down on the position. Here, if I'm really...
You're still going to try to play.
Yeah, I'm going to... I think they call it the brute force method. I want to get in E3, E4, I'll go F3.
Yeah, my knight should be on F6
Like
in this
Yeah.
position.
We're maybe a couple of tempi behind of what
Yeah.
we would like to happen.
Yeah. A classical player would have their knight on F6. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one, but so many interesting games. And for me, the Nodirbek versus Levon, I was reeling from some of the variations that Peter was sharing with us. But we do have F4, F5, and now we've come to this moment.
And Levon chose Queen D5, not taking the pawn on B2.
And he did it very quickly, too. And now, I mean, is it all about F6? Is it all about Queen H5, going
There's a lot
for
of
mate?
ideas.
You have to play Queen G4 in this position because the F5 pawn is hanging, and also you need to be concrete, you need to be creating threats on every move. Both F5 is hanging. Also, Rook takes E4 very simply was a massive threat. So you start by playing Queen G4. Black is more or less obliged to play Knight H7. Queen E5 doesn't lose by force, but I don't think playing Queen E5 is very logical because, I mean, Queen takes H4 is a sensible reply. Rook F4 is strong. But even simply, like, do you want to calculate Bishop F4? Do you want to spend additional time figuring out if you're blundering something and knight lands on F6?
Right.
So I think you do play Knight H7. White probably plays the choices between Rook D1 and the two bishop moves. My initial reaction is I just want it out of the way. I want to kind of not have to waste any energy calculating.
The rook is happy on the file.
And this is the position where I was mentioning this move G7, G6. Without it, it seems like Black is worse. If you do play G6, it appears that you're holding, but this is very scary because after Knight C3, you have to play Queen D6, Queen takes H4, and you kind of have to play Bishop F5. Bishop takes F5, GF5.
Thank you.
And if Rook takes F5, somehow you're actually completely fine after Queen G6 because there's, like, you can't get the Rook to the G file. G3 is covered and you can't put it on F4 and G4, which gives Black time to play Rook E6, Rook A8, and suddenly all of our pieces are in play. There's a lot of potential Rook trades coming on along the E file later. Honestly, if you look at this position for a while, you realize that, yes, this defensive structure with the knight now on C3 and not joining the attack and the bishop, like any movement of the bishop allows trades, and you cannot play Rook E-F1 because Rook takes E3 exists. But you have to get here. You have to convince yourself to play G6 with the intention of actually destroying your entire king side. If you don't do it, the second best move in this position, well, it's bad. Like, it goes Rook E5. And after Knight C3, Queen D6, Bishop D4, knight f6, bishop takes e5. You've lost material. You're not lost exactly because there is now some counterplay, bishop c5, bishop takes h2 ideas. But you are worse. Maybe you will save this, maybe you will not. And also, honestly, rook e5 is just not an easy move to consider. And those are the two moves which don't lose in this position. Right. My third best move in this position on my screen is rook takes e4, which I do not believe in at all, and also nobody makes it. It's just not a thing. Yeah. So, yeah, queen g4 already played, knight h7 already played, by the way. All of this is... And now there are choices. If you realize g6 exists, maybe you actually play rook d1, because now if black plays g6, we have bishop c4, which is very strong in this position. Let's say rook takes e4, we go bishop takes d5, rook takes g4, bishop takes f7. It's maybe a little bit sad that we have to now play a better endgame, but it is a much better endgame. It's a very large advantage for white.
Thank you, Peter. We have to go to Firouzja's game because he's down to his last 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
For next 20 moves.
Did somebody tell him he's playing a classical event?
Let's see what were the last moves.
Okay, so when we left it, there was a very, very beautiful hidden gem of a move, queen d3, which was found by Maxime. That put a lot of pressure on the position as well as his clock. Queen d7, knight takes d6, a6, a5, and rook c8.
I want to say queen d7 is a very natural-looking move, but I think black is really struggling because a pair of rooks has not come off. I think the difference between rook e8 and queen d7 in the position you have on your screen, Yasser, is quite pronounced.
Yeah. For those of you joining us late, we're witnessing a big clash between France's two top players, Maxime and Firouzja. Firouzja, on the black side, he surprised Maxime early in the opening with knight a5. A few minutes, Maxime took a few minutes, said, let me remember my files, played the main line, and shockingly enough, came out of the opening with a considerable advantage, which became a huge advantage on the clock. And right now, after the move rook c1, what I said about this knight being an octopus, right? Again, the Garry Kasparov, Karpov game from Moscow.
Yeah, and
this is only move 20, and they still have 20 moves to make with Alireza on 2 minutes
on a very poor position. And a5 rook a6, which is what Alireza has chosen, is a very understandable idea precisely because of what Yasser was just talking about. You can't really, it feels like you can't tolerate the knight on d6 for much longer. But the engine dislikes rook a6 quite a bit. It says instead of rook a6, rook a d7, rook a d8, still feeling that like you need the rooks on the back rank was stronger. You're still not equal, not even remotely equal, but you're maybe slightly more alive. After rook a6, white should take on b7. There's nothing stronger. You can play rook c7 here or on the next move. Black cannot stop it anyway. Black probably plays queen a8. And then the engine just likes playing h2, h3. I was also reaching for g4.
Yes.
But I think the engine says, not unreasonably, preserving the option of just playing d6 and gf. We might need it.
Yeah.
Why remove protection from the queen on f3?
Yeah.
Because our plan here is not actually g4, g5. I think the way it goes rook e1, rook c6. And once you put the second one on c6, then you really are in complete control over everything on the board.
And we do have a pass pawn.
Exactly
far more
1
relevant.
hour down on the clock, by the way, after 20 moves.
Exactly an hour.
Yeah, who would have predicted that? And it was him, Alireza, who surprised MVL in the opening.
Exactly, and in turn, got a position where, well, he's not a happy camper at the moment. Just everything about the position. I like the immediate rook c6 as well as rook c7. I like h2, h3 as well.
One thing, though, I've noticed, MVL is playing really fast. Do you think that's a good strategy right now to keep putting more pressure on the clock? Or because his position's already better, he should focus on just making the best moves?
I think in his particular case, he feels that he makes the best moves quickly. So he has the best of both worlds. You know, like, this is the correct move, why don't I play it? And I think for him, he weaponizes the chess clock. He uses it as a way to rattle his opponent. And I know Vachier-Lagrave in his youth would play the whole game in 15 minutes. And it really threw the opponents off balance because you
Even
get
feels
this rhythm.
a little disrespectful.
I
your
take
opponent's
10
playing so
minutes to
fast.
think. You're supposed to take 10 minutes to think. We kind of pass the ball naturally back and forth. But someone keeps throwing the ball at you.
It's frustrating.
It's off-putting. And in this particular case, it feels to me like MVL has made the right strategy and has put his countrymen on the back foot. Rook C7 with the tempo, really, really, really hard to resist.
The way to resist it is to understand it cannot be stopped anyway. So you can start by H3. And playing against somebody on 2.5 minutes, there's actually some value to starting with H3 because you are suddenly presenting your opponent with, there might be some false hope that, you can stop Rook C7 somehow from happening, but you can't.
If I was to be brutal, and I hate being brutal, I like being crafty, and just said, okay, I don't need H3, I'm going to play D6, I'm going to establish my pawn, maybe on D7, and...
Takes Rook D8, and D8. We're still better, but we're not winning by force, and if we're not winning by force, I think we're not very interested in this, because once again, I come back to Alireza being in desperate time trouble. You don't want to simplify his life.
I'm being brutal.
Is it King F8 or what's
Rook
the
E6
difference?
only move.
Okay.
Rook E6.
Rook E6
only move. Okay.
But I'm sure, Yasser, you will agree with me. As somebody who have probably found yourself over your career in this spot, what you badly need is something concrete to calculate.
Yeah.
Right? Because it gives you a chance to, maybe actually calculate your way out of your troubles, to solve it by force, so to speak, as opposed to having to choose between like 3 roughly equal looking moves, neither of which looks particularly attractive, which is why I mean, if this wins, of course, play it.
Of course.
But if it doesn't win, and it appears like it doesn't,
but
I am very much against it because it makes Alireza's task just so much more straightforward.
Exactly. Rook C1, King F8. I'm imagining that if we can get our king to E7.
Rook E1, G5 first even, and
G5
it starts liking black.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because now after G5, Rook E7 is a threat. You might lose your passer.
Yeah.
Might end up being worse.
Yeah.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, it was all about trying to play Rook E8 or Rook C8.
So I would be sort of against it even against somebody on an hour, but against somebody on 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make as unexpected a move as possible and also as non-forcing a move as possible until the moment where my forcing moves start winning games.
Exactly.
Which is why I think I'm playing, starting with H3, because Black still is supposed to play something like H6 allowing Rook C7, there's nothing you can do. If you play Rook C8, you've basically instantly lost to D6 because your back rank issues are...
And if a Rook D8, for example.
Yeah, and if Rook D8, well, you're still not...
Same thing, Rook C7.
You're still not taking on D5, right? So I can go, Rook C5 is strong. Bishop C7 is something we can consider. You're just never hanging.
Right.
You need your luft. So H3 kind of needs to be responded to with H6.
Makes sense.
And now it goes Rook C7, Rook E1, tries to put the second one on C6, and then we will start doing our thing.
Yep.
And the choices for Black are very, very unattractive. Probably from a practical viewpoint, you want the bishops off
Maxime
the board.
has played Rook C7 right away.
Rook C7, Queen A8 on the board.
This is on the board. And now, I would like for him to make some kind of a quiet waiting move.
H3 or something like that.
Something
and again,
along those lines.
Just exactly how Peter described it, and I think that's very crucial to understand. Grandmasters, when you've got less than you used an hour, I've got an hour more. I'm going to let you enjoy your time trouble. Oftentimes when you are in time trouble, you start calculating and seeing ghosts. So you start responding to threats that are vapors, and when you're down on the clock, you're in time trouble. It makes fools of everybody, as Maurice Ashley likes to say. Time trouble is terrible. Alireza, 2 minutes on his clock, an extra hour.
Almost 3 now, because he is gaining half a minute with every move. And
so far it's been forcing moves.
Yeah,
Queen A8.
Queen takes B7 and Queen A8 were not difficult moves. So he's up to 3, which is untold riches. 50% more than he started with 2 moves ago.
I'm gonna walk away from this game for just a moment to take a look at the game of Nodirbek and Levon, because yes, Queen G4, yes, Knight H7, and Bishop B1, all rather expected moves, but all very, very good moves. And Levon, he's not enjoying this. He's a pawn up, but he's definitely...
this is still a mess. Anything can happen.
Well, he's under attack.
Yeah, for sure.
And
and this is the position where he has to play g6.
Yeah.
The good thing for him is that he has 40 minutes. And also, I wanted to return to this a little bit because we kind of we were looking at something else and we kind of missed the moment where this appeared on the board. Right. And what I really like from Levon is just picking a lane here. He played queen d5 in about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he did not. I mean, I suspect having played a5, he realized e4 exists, and he spent most of his time calculating e4. But still, you can burn through so much time here choosing between queen d5 and queen b2. They're roughly the same, like in terms of evaluations, they're roughly the same strength. But you need that time because you will have a lot of very difficult decisions further down the road. And by just picking one and sticking with it, he has now given himself a chance. Now that he's here, he has 40 minutes instead of, let's say, 15.
Right.
And he can burn 20 of them, figuring out what's going on, because he really needs to find g6.
Yeah.
Everything else is weaker, and like rook e5 is a difficult move to make, considering the fact that it's basically an exchange sacrifice. Knight e3, bishop d4 is not very difficult to spot. So, from a practical standpoint, a very experienced player showing he understands how to play dynamic positions where you can't really trust yourself to calculate everything to the end. So you have to take decisions based on experience, based on your kind of the feel for the position, because you will need the time later.
After g6, Peter, and you got to that position where your queen landed on g6. Was it queen takes h4? Yeah,
we include this and we do this.
And then you took on g5, on f5.
There's also rook takes f5, by the way.
This looks so scary from afar, even up close. But
right. I mean, I'm thinking as white that I've achieved...
But there's counterplay.
Yeah, greatness.
Our battery on this diagonal is actually not worth nothing. White has all these checks. Like
by the way, he's played g6. He found it.
Levon is... The summer of Levon continues. Yeah, he sort of played himself into trouble, but he is now calculating his way out of it very, very impressively.
Wow. I mean, that's not an easy move to do because, again, I'm sitting there looking at this line that you had showed us from afar, Peter. Takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. And you're pawn down. And if I got to this position as white, I would say, yes, I'm not winning immediately. I'm not playing rook to f4 to g4 or rook to f3 to g3. Yes, I'm not winning immediately, but I'm a pawn down. I've compromised your king. Of course. I mean, on the king side, the pawn shield is black as myth. Of course, I should be better. And
yeah, it is a bit shocking you're not better at all.
At all.
Yeah, like I think most of us would accept not winning but being a bit better with white.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But weirdly, you're not better at all. This, I think, the realization that there is nothing will be a shock.
Yeah.
But I think you quite happily go for it if you see it, yeah.
Right.
And then you start looking for something that feels satisfactory and you fail to spot it, and the more time you spend, the more frustrated you become. We've all been there.
Yeah, all been there. Now, see, we've talked about Levon making his decisions quickly. And what about Nodirbek? Where does he stand on the clock?
He has 20 minutes, so he's not in time trouble, but he feels like he should...
20 minutes, half.
Half, yeah.
Half
I'm sure
of
he feels
time.
like he should be much better.
Right.
And then he's struggling to find where exactly is he better.
Exactly. Yeah, where does it go? If you show me this position for the first time and I'm thinking like a puzzle rush champion, I start looking at rook E1, F1, thinking, okay, takes. You can't play queen takes, but wait a minute, I'm a piece down, and why did I do this after bishop E5? So I have to say no. Yeah. I have to say that didn't work.
That knight on h7 just defending everything on the king side.
So, then I very reluctantly start looking at positions where I retreat with the rook, like, okay, got to come back. Well, that's okay. I'll reload in a moment. I'll play bishop to d4 next. And,
I think it goes rook e6 in most cases. Rook e6, rook a,
doubles
e8.
on e and trades rooks. And
yeah.
tells you don't have enough pieces to checkmate me.
Wow.
He made a move.
Okay, let me just refresh my board.
Has he?
He wrote something down. Or maybe he just wrote down G6.
Okay.
Yeah, because move appears not to have been made yet, yeah. But he definitely did something on the score sheet.
It's one of those things, when I grew up, there was a book, Think Like a Grandmaster by Kotov, where he said, write down your move before you play it, then look.
It is currently illegal.
And now it's illegal to write down your move before you play it. So yes, was he from the school of Kotov, writing down your move?
I'm sure he knows the current rules.
Yeah,
no,
like G7, G6.
I think maybe he doesn't write down the opponent's move before deciding on something from the other side. Because maybe he just wrote down G7, G6 now and not when it was made. I've seen people
do that delayed.
Should we jump back to
Please.
MVL Alireza just because of time trouble in that game?
And also there were changes. There were definitely changes. I want to talk to this a little bit.
Queen A8, Queen D3, takes, D6. Jump in, Peter.
Yeah, Queen D3 is not a move that machine likes, precisely because of what Alireza is doing. Alireza is defending really, really well. It's not like he has very many moves, to be honest,
right.
but he is finding consistently the best ones. And apparently one of the reasons why it liked H3 so much is this is a very important source of counterplay for black, because this rook on A6 was doing nothing. And now maybe we get to swap a pair. But without the rook on A6, this endgame is suddenly very, very bad for black. Apparently just lost, because you are no longer in time to meet the 7 rook C8 threats with rook A6, A6. And G5 only move, but then after bishop D2, your position apparently begins to collapse, because there's also threats of B3 takes before, but also just D7, rook E8, rook C8. You're just not in time.
Okay.
Whereas after Queen D3, A4, BA, rook takes A4. MVL played D6 here and instantly rook A1.
Yeah.
This is still very dangerous, but you do get
is
to...
on H2 still.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is the board position, because H3 hasn't been played. But now you either have to trade some pieces, which you don't particularly want to do, and you are trading one of your very, very nice rooks for the one on A6, which was kind of stalemated, had no future. Or you have to make a move bishop f4 c1, which is maybe the best move in the position, but also not an easy choice, because it was such a gorgeous piece supporting all of your
Action,
progress.
yeah.
And now after Queen G8, like you have to go through some really weird contortions not to lose all of your trumps. Like this is no longer as controlled as it was a moment ago. Like rook E8, the engine goes rook F1.
You have some first rank issues too.
Honestly, you start wondering if you're worse here. Like, you blunder bishop E5 in some kind of a favorable circumstance, you will lose the D6 pawn.
Like that's not
Queen D3 was not the way to go, precisely because of what's happening in the game. And after rook A1, I mean, Alireza might actually get away with it. I'm very impressed by how cool under pressure he is playing.
D6, A4.
Yes, sir. Would you play bishop C1 here, or just
Very
drop back
difficult.
with the rook?
I really don't like bishop C1. I would probably drop back with the rook myself. Rook on C7 to C1.
Rook C1, black takes, plays Queen D5.
Exactly. And I kind of reluctantly have to agree that, well, I should have been playing H3 a moment ago. Yeah. I'll play it now.
Yeah, black should never have had access to the D5 square for the queen.
Agreed. A big miss, but maybe a narrow escape for Alireza. If you don't mind, I'm just going to check on some games we haven't seen for a while. Sam Sevian, our only wild card in the tournament. All 9 tour participants are in this event. Okay, I see a blockading knight. I see 2 bishops.
The queen is back on A4.
Queen is back on A4.
Yeah, but also the structure change. We have to explain how we got here in terms of the structure.
When we left it, we kind of saw
we
knight
saw F6 last move, yeah.
Takes. Yeah. And
go back a second, Yasser, because there was an important turning point a bit earlier. After knight f3, Wesley played knight d6. As you remember, we were playing rook e8 instead. Well, my board was playing rook e8. Knight d6, white has the option after knight d6 of playing bishop a3.
Right.
Which wins material. And it's interesting that Sam just decided that he is not at all interested in winning this exchange in any circumstance. And in this particular way, I think the engine was saying this is not that easily equal, because I guess I play rook ac1 and I play knight g2 next move. And I get a lot of pieces off the board. Bishop d5, I am in time to play knight g2. Yeah, maybe he didn't think he is going to win this.
bishop.
But yeah,
it's
maybe it is holdable. But it's notable that he chose not to do it.
Not to play bishop a3.
Yeah, he played d5 instead. And,
he's not materialistic.
Yeah. d5, he takes d5, she takes d5, rook e8, bishop d3 is correct. Wesley, I think, very sensibly decided I cannot play with a knight on a5. I need to, relocate it somewhere. And we have the position that we have right now, where that is a beautiful knight on d6. But White has the two bishops. White has by far the safest king.
Yeah, the way the f7
Wesley just had to play rook c8, a8, because a7 was hanging and there was no particularly comfortable way of protecting it that he liked, which abandons the c file to the rook on c1.
Well,
this is still not easy to play with black, I would say.
Absolutely. No, I think Sam is the one pushing the action. Bishop takes d5, bishop takes h7, check.
That would be
it's definitely not a trade that you want. Now your blockading knight is actually vulnerable to getting the boot. So no bishop takes d5, but I'm
What would you even
play
play here, Yasser?
Ugh. That is not nice.
That's a technical term, by the way, for our viewers.
Yeah, it basically means I'm not a happy camper. I start thinking
we've heard
about
Yasser's answer. Nazi, your move here?
E4.
Are you endorsing the U?
I'm 100% endorsing your
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm.
Play this with
black. Do I just hold the position?
That's my answer. I'm incredibly unhappy with it.
Right.
Because queen g4, for instance, and now I have to deal with some bishop g5 idea. Do I play h6 and further weaken my king side? Like, what am I doing here?
I guess bishop g5 is just such a huge threat. I have to stop it.
Yeah.
But
On the other hand, it's not after rook e7 in particular. It's not immediately obvious to me how White makes progress. I keep on coming back to the idea of wanting to play rook c6, but I don't think
Wesley
it's
played
great.
queen f7.
He played queen f7 instead.
Okay, that protects rook c7. It intimates, look, I mean, I don't know about you, but I may take the pawn and you may get nervous. You were about to suggest, Peter, that you look at rook c6 seriously.
In every single position here, my eye is very drawn to the idea of playing rook c6, but I don't know if it's any good. After queen f7, my eye is also very drawn to the idea of playing queen h4.
Yes.
Because this has been made available to me. But maybe e4, followed by knight f5.
Yeah, that kind of does.
Generally speaking, e4 is a move you desperately want to avoid making with black because it gives a lot of squares for the white pieces. But if not queen h4, what else?
Just maybe
bishop e2, g4, e6 of some sort.
Maybe asking a question.
Are we sure bishop takes d5 loses?
At some point.
No. I'm not sure that bishop takes d5 loses.
I wouldn't even consider that, but it could be working.
I mean, it's ugly, but if we can take it and survive, I would much rather not have it on the board, to be honest, as black.
At least suffer for a pawn, right?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
I don't see how it loses, but I also, if black plays bishop takes d5, I have no idea what black's next move is.
Probably just getting off the d. Oh,
yeah, but then rook d5, bishop c4. Yeah, this is my point.
Oh no!
I have no idea what my next move is. Okay, d8 maybe, but
I've got a free move as white to do something special.
So Sam's enjoying his advantage.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I think Pragg is also playing a fantastic game and has a very nice advantage against Gukesh.
Ooh, look at this!
We did see knight b6, knight c5.
Look at this. We got the same position that our analysis. By the way, I just have to point out, I really like this move, knight c5. I mean, it's like,
stop your knight.
You know, I want to play knight d6. Yes, I know you do. Therefore, I will play knight b6 so I can play knight a4. Did I tell you I wanted to go after your b7 pawn? Instead of knight d6, I have another way. I go knight c5. And, you know, I love carrying out my own threats. And then this is simultaneously blocking my opponents. So take 6. Right? Oh, it's a dream. it's like developing with tempo. It's like all of these good things.
Can he just take the pawn right away with bishop e5?
I think rook a8 might be required, precisely because of what you're trying to do there. I've been calculating this exact thing.
Rook a8.
Because rook c8, knight b7 appears to be working. I can't see any refutation of it.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh my goodness.
Rook a8, I thought that was illegal.
Nobody blames you. I think it should be, but I don't think it is.
So I get 2 pawns, but deal with this. Deal with this. This is really serious.
I think this wins on the spot, which is why I think we need to play bishop b5, rook a8.
Oh, but that looks so bad.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
but
let me enjoy the moment. So the immediate bishop here, you go
knight d5 and bishop takes c5, and maybe this is an improvement, yeah.
Bishop f3, maybe that allows knight c4?
Or knight d5, I thought.
Yeah. Still knight d5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think at this point as black, if we put that positioning on the board again after bishop b5, please, Yasser. Bishop b5, rook a8, knight f3, knight d4, bishop f3, knight d5.
Yep.
I wanted to say, as black, by this point, if what happens is bishop d5, e d5, rook d1, and I lose that d5 pawn, but I take on c5 and I have that beautiful c6 square for the knight, I take it as a win,
Yes.
This is like maybe the absolute maximum of what I can hope for, like rook d5, rook d8 here.
Yes.
And maybe we hold, maybe even objectively, maybe we hold this.
Yeah. 4 versus 3 on the king side, and you swap everything. And
it's like a dream by this point.
Exactly. From the current position, what I would say is to my opponent, look, I don't know if you're enjoying the position or not, but I'm going to just improve my position. Rook c1, bishop f3, just make these. You can't play knight c6. That's always knight b7.
Rook c1, knight d5 maybe, or rook c8.
Yeah, knight d5, and now, hold on. Okay, a combination of knight d7 and e4?
You can start with e4, yeah.
Or e4?
Knight f4.
Okay. Now, somehow I'm still there, right? Like if you go knight c6, I'm
bishop
thinking
a6 probably.
Bishop a6, knight e5. I was thinking, I've got the 2 bishops. I've got this really beautiful open c file. Rook on a8. Yeah, I feel a little bit sad that I've given your bishop life, but okay, it's not a queen takes f2 mate on g1 coming up. Clock times, I know, have been favorable for Prague. How favorable are they?
27 minutes against 12.
Okay, good. And then another game that has slipped by us, Fabi.
Fabi is now a bit better.
He managed to squeeze an advantage.
I did not like Duda including cd4, ed4. I couldn't really figure out why this was in any way required.
Right?
Yes,
Not
that was
C60.
c4. It was on our list.
And now suddenly, Yasser, I think, to my eyes, this is like the
Carlsbad.
Yeah, the reverse Caro, or in this particular case, maybe specifically the exchange Caro, where I guess his plan is just to chase that bishop around, because if the bishops come off, maybe it's not that bad. I think bishop b5, he probably goes bishop e8.
Bishop b5, bishop e8.
If that doesn't lose by force, like if we don't blunder some kind of knight f5 or some other chicanery, but it seems like everything is under control, yeah.
So bishop, I mean, for the moment, I think we're okay.
Queen b5, rook has to go to a8, maybe, but we are not that unhappy about it, I
Knight
guess.
f5, where's the queen going?
D7.
d7, c6, I don't know.
Yeah. And now with my pawn on g3, the convenient rook lift,
It's not available anymore.
rook to d3 to g3. What? I mean, there's a glitch. There's a glitch. Okay, bishop. And you're saying hunt the bishop down?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Hunt the bishop down.
Should we try just h4, h5?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Always
just gaining some
Always
space
good.
on the king side is never a mistake in these types of positions.
And
Also
we can't
denying
move
maybe the
the
knight
queen.
on the square on g6
Yeah.
could be useful for the future.
It just feels like this pawn has actually gone a little bit too far, and for the moment, there is no way in the near future that e6, e5 is ever going to be played. So, yeah, go ahead, play h4, h5.
You know, another player who's now in time trouble, it's Nodirbek. After Levon's G6 move, he's been thinking and is down to his less than 4 minutes now for next 15 moves.
Wow.
In that mess of a position.
Big mess.
Maybe stick with this for a bit because he will have to start making moves soon. Yeah,
We
down
have
to
been
3.5.
we have been focusing our attention on the move knight c3.
There is a way to
Attacking
simplify instantly. Instead of knight c3, there is a very cute tactic. You can go queen h4, bishop takes f5, queen takes h7. But that is just equality. I mean, it's cute, but it doesn't really give white anything at all. Knight f6, king g7, knight d5, cd5. You're not going to be better. I think it's just a way to kind of get the game off the board.
Pause, because bishop check. Where are we going?
Maybe f6 even.
F6 even.
Yeah. Because in order to take on f5, you'll have to give up the e file. I will have bishop e5.
Doesn't look like enough.
Wait a minute. So these are actually pretty intriguing positions.
And we're actually heading towards that. Yeah, I guess Nodirbek decided that knight c3 is such a mess.
He's taken on h4.
Yeah, more controlled environment is preferable. He's played queen h4. I mean, he can probably still play knight c3, but if you wanted to play knight c3, I think it stood to reason to start with it.
So g6, queen
h4, bishop
Yeah,
takes
we're
f5
not
played.
getting the moves, but I saw.
Right,
on
I
the
see
live
queen
cam that he played
h4.
on h4.
Yeah,
Bishop
f5.
f5 is on the board. Yeah, I was wondering why it
Yeah,
wasn't
it's not
updated.
updated for us, yeah.
Okay. So are we going to get that same position after knight c3?
Well, either queen takes h7, which, whoa,
Ooh, knight
okay,
d5.
very interesting. Just a completely new direction.
Okay, that got Peter out of it. He jumped up when he saw knight g5. Well, I don't think there's too much else.
This is bad. This is bad for white.
Knight takes g5.
Maybe rook f5? Not now?
Knight takes g5. Rook f5, probably the intention, because bishop takes g5 doesn't actually get you much of anywhere. I think he probably wants rook f5, which would have been okay, but it is bad because of queen b3.
Okay, so rook takes f5. Okay, what do we do? We got to
Queen
take
b3.
the rook.
Yes.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This will be a
That's
very,
a shock.
very tough test for Levon to calculate, but it's very strong. Queen g5, rook e3.
Rook e3.
Because specifically queen b3 to have bishop b6 against anything.
Bishop b6 against anything. Rook back.
Queen d1, I guess queen d1, b1 is now very strong simply.
Queen d1.
In this particular position, maybe I can throw in rook e8 as well.
Yeah, I'm not. Sorry, I had dreams of bishop takes g6 where floating in my
counterplay comes incredibly quickly now.
Bishop pause.
But I do want to apologize to Nodirbek because for a second there I was suggesting he might play queen h4 takes h7.
That's not his style.
He just never does that.
No,
Yeah, it's just not something he ever does.
Yeah.
And yeah,
By the way,
Levon played knight takes g5, but he was helped by the
Rook
fact that he had
f5
no
play?
choice. Rook f5 on the board, and now
queen b3 is a star defensive move.
queen d6 also playable, and also, by the way, shockingly, gf doesn't lose. gf is a draw.
What?
gf, queen g5, king f8, you have nothing stronger than a perpetual anyway. Which feels so unfair.
Yeah.
Which feels so unbelievably unfair. But you have to take the perpetual, actually.
Words.
You just take.
I'm defied.
If I threaten bishop h6, you just take rook e3.
Yeah, I always have rook takes e3 as a source of counterplay. So, like queen h6 is a perpetual, you can play queen h5. But, okay, bishop e5 holds, but the simplest is just to take on e3. And even after, I mean,
recapturing the
you
check.
can do all that, but after king d7, the eventual counterplay with like queen d1 and bishop b6 everywhere is enough. Like queen takes a8, it goes queen d1 check, it goes queen d2 check, and says it's a very, very comfortable perpetual because rook e2 you still haven't lost, but you're also not won anything.
No.
No prizes for this.
No.
Or actually there are some prizes for this.
That's innate.
Yeah, because I just wanted to show this particular construction. It's just
that's pretty.
It's a picture.
That is a pretty.
It's a picture. So Levon now has a pretty wide choice. GF is a draw. Queen d6, machine says black is slightly better. And queen b3, black is much better.
Queen d6, black is slightly better.
Slightly better, yeah.
B3, black is much better.
We're seeing Gukesh on the screen. So.
Oh, sorry. and capturing the rook is a draw. You know, when 100%, when Nodirbek played knight g5 and rook f5, you know, he's feeling the mojo. He's thinking,
I've got this.
I got this.
Yeah, I'm
cold shower, queen b3.
Really, the cold shower is queen b3 and rook takes e3, dropping a whole rook, but bishop b6. The line we've been looking at is here. Queen takes
g5, rook takes e3, a bit of a cold shower there.
Yeah, rook takes e3, bishop b6.
Bishop b6, yeah.
And now, besides the threat of just bishop takes, you're reaching for the f pawn. It's like, you know, and if you play, for example, a move like rook
e5,
here,
now I think I have to play queen d1, queen b1, but I'm not that unhappy about it.
Well, not at all, because at the end of the day,
You're up a pawn.
Bingo.
Up a pawn, b2 is hanging, and the attack has fizzled.
And by the way, that rook is not moving anytime soon.
Nope.
Yeah.
And I think Nodirbek is actually
the body language.
realizing.
I don't think so. Nodirbek looks quite happy with his position.
Levon looks...
And he once again writes something down on the score sheet way past the time he made a move on the board. So I think it's just a habit he's developed.
One of the things I'd like to do for my score sheet was include the clock times. Sometimes I make the move.
He might be doing that. Yeah.
And then I looked at the clock and said, oh my gosh, my opponent spent 20 minutes on that move. And then I'd write that, the clock time on my score sheet.
Levon still has 33 minutes to work out what's going on.
Critical moment. He's going to take a deep think. Let's go back to MVL and Alireza, because I saw Alireza reached 1 minute, but he has equalized position-wise.
It's just fine.
Wow.
Actually.
Amazing
and the
defense.
important, let's take a look how they got there.
And he did play, he brought his rook back, rook takes, queen d5, and as Peter was explaining to us,
queen c4
he is
very understandable. But
saving
now,
the game.
Yeah. And very importantly, now he goes d3. And at first I thought, why is there zeros? b3, white is a pawn up. Rook takes d6.
Oh.
Nice.
That's cheating.
Hello there. And even your rook c8, bishop f8 tactics don't give you a square you can use on the g file.
Right.
You still cannot stop that pawn.
That's crazy.
So now a lot of, yeah.
You can't use it.
How are we stopping the Peshki?
No.
Well, we're not playing b3, I don't think. I think we're playing something like king f1.
Okay.
But then black will take on b2, and why is black worse?
Exactly.
Because I also have bishop b5 ideas. I think black is just safe, honestly. Amazing save there by the reigning champ.
Yeah. No, I mean, and this feels like a victory if you save such a bad position. Yeah. And I think I'm looking at MVL and is seeing like disappointment, let's just say. Like,
sure, he feels it, yeah.
What just happened? Yeah. And an extra hour, right?
It was an hour only 38 minutes now.
It was an extra hour, yeah.
But now time isn't really the issue. The moves are easy to make for black now.
Exactly.
I mean, compared to the position he had.
As long as you see b3 rook take d6, which I'm pretty sure he does see.
But that is actually a beautiful find too, right? Because you, in your mind's eye, you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm a pawn up. I've got king f1 on my agenda. My pawn is sheltered. Pretty good stuff, right? Rook takes d6, bishop takes d6, b. It's like.
I think black wins, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, we've lost actually.
Yeah, that is just crazy.
We have lost.
Yeah.
Things are heating up on all 5 boards, actually. Well, here it's slowing down because it's reached into a more drawish position.
Right.
Where do you want to go? Pick a.
I'll pick Prague, and because the position we were leaving, we thought Gukesh was really suffering.
And it remains true. And Prague chose one of the top lines of the engine. The engine did like playing e3, e4, even prior to black playing 95, just to deny black that square. It still feels, I don't know, if I had this with white, my biggest problem would be to convince myself I don't have a forced win. Wow. Because it really feels like that position should have a solution which wins material. Every single white piece is better than every single black piece. We have the bishop pair. We have bishop e5 with the tempo, driving the rook back to its starting square. Why are we not winning?
Exactly.
But we're sort of not yet. We are massively, massively better, but we're not winning just yet.
I like this e4 move stopping knight d5 altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to make moves for black. Remains very difficult to make moves. You can play something like rook c8. White will probably put the rook on an open file. This is one of the advantages of having played d4. You never have to worry about any kind of jumps of this knight.
Right.
You can get a pawn off the board, but even if you achieve that, the engine still says this is really, really bad, because let's say knight c6, we go bishop c3, you have to go back to d8. You just don't have squares. And while there is no immediate decisive blow, we can just continue improving. And black really cannot move anything.
Yeah.
You're completely stuck. Like the engine goes knight a8 as a move of preference in this position. You know, like one of the top choices is putting this one here.
Nice.
Still, you will need to find a way in.
Right.
You can't win on points. You have to actually win this position by taking something off the board. And Gukesh is a very, very resourceful defender. And as I mentioned, they do have a bit of that dynamic where Prague, in particular with the white pieces, has had a lot of very, very good positions against Gukesh, which were not converted in particular.
But Gukesh also has 4 minutes for next 19 moves.
19.
That's a serious time trouble.
That is playing slowly. So he's played, less than 20 moves. 90 minutes? Wow. And they weren't very good moves, by the way. The bishop b8. Well, again, Gukesh is not going to win any style points.
No, he's trying to get at least some pieces out of the corner with bishop b8, but the problem is, even bishop takes b8 followed by rook d1, you're kind of stalemated.
I don't think I would consider taking the bishop.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make that move, and you don't have to. You can play something like bishop d4, to which apparently the best reply is bishop a7. Welcome. Welcome to the world of Gukesh today.
Yeah, that's been a bad day.
Yeah, or knight c8, which is frankly not much more attractive.
Beautiful.
Yeah. No, choices are very pleasant for white. It's just that there are choices on every single move, and you have to pick. And Pragg has almost, not really, Gukesh is on 4 minutes, but Pragg is also down to 22, so all of the decisions have come at a price on the clock, because you have to pick between, 5 extremely attractive options, which is sometimes a bit of a curse in disguise.
Right, it's nice when your path is very narrow to a single advantage. Here it looks like white just has a plethora of good possible moves. But I wouldn't find myself attracted to bishop b8 at all.
No.
So bishop to d4,
bishop
knight
d4.
to c8,
And then rook somewhere, or bishop e3.
f4, rook c1, rook d1.
Look at all those black pieces on the last rank.
I mean, it's like a Fischer random position from a Queen's Gambit accepted, where your bishop's not on e7. If you've got such an unattractive position with the bishop on e7, I kind of understand how you got here. You got you got mistempoed somewhere.
Mistempoed.
But this looks like a disaster.
It's so funny that rook has loved a8. He just had to go back.
All the way back. Not a good game for our world champion. He's doing his best to save it. I'm going to go back quickly to Fabi. All the games are, well...
Oh, by the way, let's check this first.
Fabi's
we should go to Levon after this, because he did make a move.
Nodirbek, Levon?
Yeah, it was not queen b3. He didn't find that move.
Yeah, it's interesting that he decided to play on, because I'm pretty sure he probably realized g takes f as a draw. So he chose to play on, but he didn't play queen b3. He played queen d6. Now, the only move that doesn't lose is queen takes g5. Unsurprisingly, you do have to take some material at some point.
Okay.
Black plays, well, in some order. You can start with bishop b6, you can start with rook e3. It's very similar. If you start with bishop b6, probably the only move is rook f3. Once again, probably not a shock, because rook takes e3, rook e8 is coming, and you want to protect this square. It's not a bishop. There's not going to be a bishop there in a moment.
Right.
You have to protect it as hard as possible, but black still takes.
Yeah.
You have to take with this rook, by the way. Rook f3, rook e8, you are lost.
Lost?
Lost, because you will end up in that queen ending, which is bad. Like your best case scenario here is this position where black simply takes on e3, takes on b1, and this is one of those queen endings where the engine suggests you will not hold it. I'm not sure why it's that bad, because normally, like, very often you see a position like this and the evaluation is like 0.70. And here it's 2.5. I don't quite know why, but I can report report what's in front of my eyes here. So you have to take with the other rook. Actually you have to take with the other rook.
In the opinion
and
of
now
Grandmaster
the
Peter
point is,
Svidler.
exactly, the point is, with the rook on f3 still alive and in play on the board, white has bishop a2. And this provides just enough counterplay. In fact, Levon will have to find rook e5. If they get to this position, Levon will have to find rook e5 or he is worse. Again. And this is a draw. This is also the only move for white. This is just absurd. The whole line is absurd. Rook f7, only move for white.
Right.
And now there are two draws available. You can take on e3 and then you're slightly worse, or you can take on g5 and then nobody is slightly worse. And king, frankly, anywhere.
But Peter, I'm curious, since Levon played queen d6, maybe he wants to just take on h2 after queen g5?
Yeah. That was what I was thinking his intention was.
Let's discuss, but then
But he's
king
a piece
f2,
down and bishop a2 is an issue.
The only move is bishop d8. Now the only move for white is rook f6. This position is fantastic.
Absurd.
Yeah. And now you can play it in a different way. You can take and play rook e6, or you can start with rook e6 using this pin to try and win material. Now, the only move is bishop d4, but you will also not make any other move.
Yeah,
it's the only move you can make. And now bishop f6, you take on e1, king takes e1. You give this check.
There's no mate?
But b2 is protected, d8 is protected. So if you take on b1, both queen h6 and queen h4 make a draw. It's not winning for white, because black can still throw the rook away in order to pick up some material on the queen side.
Oh my goodness.
I'm really enjoying showing you all these lines, but yeah, it's maybe less enjoyable.
He's made a move, Levon took on e3.
Yeah, Levon, I think, figured most of this out. So hang on. And
he took with the queen.
Nodirbek decided that rook takes e3 loses, I guess, and he took with the queen. And now he's a bit worse after gf5. Not much worse, but a bit worse.
You don't play queen h2
No, we're not including queen h2. If you play queen h2, then after king f1, g takes f, queen g5 check, there's queen e7 check, so it's an immediate draw. If you want to play for a win, you have to start with g takes f, because in this position, the checks run out. Yeah, the checks run out. But you probably don't lose the position after g2, g3, or alternatively, maybe queen h5. You should probably make a draw here with white, although you're not pushing. Queen d4 check, king h1, and the engine suggests there's plenty of time for even a move like rook d8, because it's just one check on h6. Yeah, a bit of a narrow escape, I think, for both. I think Levon would have been much worse at some point, and then Nodirbek was, I think, very much on the verge of being massively worse.
But you know, again, when Nodirbek played the move knight g5, and he's knight g5, rook f5, go, it's like he probably felt like he was the one doing the pushing. He's the one aggressing, if you will. And now it's like he's struggling to make a draw. Like, what?
Well,
just
without
happened?
the engine, if I looked at this position after g takes f, queen g5, I wouldn't think white is worse at all.
Well, the king on g1 is also not very safe.
Yeah, I would be thinking...
That's why white is not better, because my king is bad on g1.
Right. Well, my thought process would be, look, we're in a bishops of opposite color position. Whose king is weaker?
They're both weak.
And they're both kind of they're both kind of weak, actually, strangely enough, right? H2 is...
I feel betrayed, Yasser.
He played GF.
I wanted to say, like, you started, my thought process would be, and I thought your immediate next words out of your mouth would be, I'm a pawn up.
And I'm a pawn up. That came later. We just never got to the later stages. By the way,
G3 immediately played by Nodirbek.
Okay,
just still okay, although you might have to defend an annoying endgame after a 5 of 4.
Right? That's kind of weakening. I liked your idea of queen g5 check.
And then g3, yeah.
Or queen h5. Yeah. I thought defending h2 made a lot of sense. But
a 4 is seemingly much stronger than anything else, but it's also, I think, the move you want to make. I think it's very natural to play a 4 here.
Kind of breaking up the team.
And interestingly, if you show the line f4, queen takes f4.
Yes.
Queen takes f4, g takes f4. The engine actually starts with king f8.
Fair. Stop.
Because it says, if you want to play f5 and give me rook d8, d2, please be my guest. That position might legitimately be very unpleasant to play with white, I think, because of how much more active the black pieces are. You
Yeah.
probably still hold, but you're really, really not enjoying yourself there.
This is definitely, and
so the engine actually doesn't protect the 4 at all. It plays something along the lines of king g2, bishop takes, instead of f5 there. Okay.
yeah, no, sorry,
F4, bishop, queen takes f, no, the other way around, right?
Sorry, yeah.
Start with queen
takes.
Yeah,
Peter,
so
I'll
f4,
toss it
queen
to you.
takes gf.
King f8.
Bishop takes f4 is not a mistake, but I thought it was curious that it began with king f8. And f5 is nowhere on my screen at all. If you play f5 and you allow rook d8, yeah, it's significantly weaker than the other options. So it goes king g2, bishop takes f4, it goes rook f1, bishop e5, bishop g6, provokes f6, plays b3 and says, I should hold this. But
you're not going to enjoy the rest of the evening.
Another technical sound, which means maybe yes, maybe no,
yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a grovel. But wow, quite a nice defense by Levon, holding his ground.
Oh, he went g takes f4.
Again, this is Nodirbek, right? He doesn't want to get closer to a draw. He wants to keep fighting.
And as we mentioned, queen takes f4 is not a mistake, but if you want to finesse the things a little bit, queen h6 is decent, king f8 is decent.
Queen h6.
Queen h6 with the idea of taking with the bishop, yeah.
Nice. Rook d8. I like those positions that you were achieving. I can get rook d8. I don't think you want to play f5.
No.
You just shut down your own, well, h2 actually, I just blunders h2. But yeah, rook d8, and okay, I like Levon's position, but I just want to make sure.
Well, champion is down to 2 minutes.
Ooh. Yeah, and has all of those beautiful pieces on.
And by the way, no trading on b8. Prague played bishop to d4.
Knight c8, rook d1, and this is the current position, yeah.
I really like what Prague is doing. He's playing a fantastic.
What are some quick moves now Gukesh can make? 97, bring that knight to c6.
97 may be the one thing that doesn't lose material immediately, but it's horrific.
97.
Just horrific. White can play bishop e3 for the time being.
Rook's going to d7.
Yeah, introduce the idea of rook d7 among other things.
If I'm,
it's absolutely
I'm thinking happy moves for white. I'm thinking bishop e3, f4. I would really love it.
E5, bishop f3, yeah.
Yeah, f4, e5, bishop f3. Sign my score sheet. That's just strategic overkill.
Unless when you play e5, black manages to get in knight d5.
Yeah, or knight c6 somehow, getting a tempo against it.
But I mean, rook going to d7, that looks like
that's
the end.
That normally ends the game, if that happens.
So what we're saying is that Prague wants to play rook to d7. He'll drop back with his bishop to e3.
Machine goes knight somewhere, a7 or e7, bishop e3, knight a c6.
He needs to commit to one of those moves. 40 seconds for next 17 moves.
Yeah. But now anything, honestly. A3, A4 is unbelievably strong, just with a very simple idea.
He's played bishop D6.
He's gone bishop D6. This should now probably just lose.
I mean, that blocks the D file, stops the rook from going to D7.
If we want to play E5 now would be a good time, just E5 followed by
E5 and
bishop
F4.
F3. Bishop E3 is plus 2.5.
It's all tempo now.
Now, if I can get E5. You know, you were saying, Peter, ages ago, why isn't the bishop on e7? Why isn't the bishop on a7?
It finally will be on the correct square, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, we think it was far too late. But e5, bishop e7, f4 is what we've been dreaming about, because the bishop comes to f3.
But also in the current position, if we go back, I think a way to really kind of showcase how few moves black has is just to play bishop d4, e3 anyway.
Okay.
And ask black, okay, what's your next?
Yeah. For those who are joining us late, a very cagey opening between the two great Indian players, Prague and Gukesh. And it was actually Prague outplaying Gukesh, getting the two bishops, gaining more and more space in the center, getting the more active pieces. And it's also been a tale of the clock. Frankly, Gukesh got down to just a minute.
1 minute,
1 minute With how many moves to go?
Still 18 moves to go.
And his position is suffering. His pieces are cramped, and Prague has been in control literally from the start.
Really,
yeah.
The only problem you see here for Prague is narrowing down what you like the most.
Yeah.
And I would suggest just finding a good move you like and not looking for anything better is maybe the way to go, because you don't want to get down to a minute versus minute. You also would like to preserve your advantage on the clock. So find something you feel is correct, which is probably either bishop e3 or e5, and just go with it.
Exactly. Again, if you don't mind e5, I'm assuming you're not taking...
Bishop, no, but then bishop c5 loses by 4, so bishop e7.
So
f4 or even bishop f3, honestly. We can already start looking at moves which win material by force, right?
Bishop f3. Yeah. We're eyeballing.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, but then maybe knight d7, rook a8, rook c1. Nothing will ever move.
No moves.
I guess just.
I don't even have king f8 or knight 6, nothing.
I don't know. Looks truly horrible.
Yeah, we're not enjoying ourselves at all. It's like, as Michael Marin famously said, one side is doing, the other side is watching. And white is doing,
like that.
e5, bishop f3. Everything is very, very good.
Peter, have they had games where Prague was this much better and then still managed to not?
Yeah, I think maybe even in this particular tournament, it was a very long game and it wasn't as dominant as this, but he missed a +5 position last year, here specifically in the Sinquefield Cup. Over the entirety of 2024, I think, with white, I think almost every single game went somewhat like this, and Gukesh, I think, escaped with, every single one. So
just looking at your your position, Peter, it's like a Fischer random position with all the pieces still on the first rank for Gukesh. I wanted to ask for a check with the French MVL, Alireza.
They're playing this rook and bishop endgame. MVL is up a pawn.
But d6 is not going to survive.
Yes.
And d6 is
Pawn's
not
going to get picked up soon.
King f5. King e6 attacking the d6 pawn.
Now Alireza is only 2 moves away from time control. He made it.
It will be a great relief.
The one try, I guess, is h takes, g4.
Yep.
But I guess black plays king e6 anyway, and you cannot really force me to take f takes g, even though that probably is also a draw, frankly.
Hoping that you would get your opponent to put his pawns on dark squares and maybe in a bishop ending. But I love the move king e6, just keeping everything intact.
Yeah, there's not much left in this position.
No.
It's very equal.
Sam Sevian, Wesley So?
Sam is better, but Wesley is still somehow holding on grimly.
Whoa.
Very grimly, though.
This looks nice, doesn't it?
It looks great for white. Bishop f5?
Bishop f5?
Yeah, bishop f5
Let's replace the queen
strong.
with the bishop on e6.
Yeah, bishop c8 only move that doesn't lose on the spot.
Bishop c8.
Well, you need to stop the bishop from appearing on e6.
You missing bishop c8 today. There's another game where there's only move bishop c8 in Levon's game, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so bishop c8.
Bishop c8, white will have to take on f6, which is at least a bit of a relief for black because
because I was just thinking, look, if I get my rook to c7, it's game over. Bishop c8, as
takes,
saying.
and now you can throw in bishop g6 if you wanted. Maybe transfer it over to h5.
Bishop e6, you take and play knight
g5.
g5.
I think that might be a relief for black.
Takes,
hold
rook
on,
d7.
let me just see it, just so that I can put it away.
e7.
E7. We're
still very dangerous, right?
Isn't it?
Still very, very dangerous. I mean, the e7 will fall, but we might lose the entirety of our queen side for it.
I was going to say knight e6, but no, you can play knight e6 and
because
king
you were,
e7.
you were rook d8. Some
rook takes d8, yeah.
Knight e6.
I thought rook d7, but then king f7, right?
King f7, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
king
it's
f7,
not that far.
bishop tukas.
King e8.
And you probably...
Knight c5, knight e6, right?
Knight c5, yeah, you just get...
I will eventually pick up on e7, and then I'm not doing that poorly.
No, exactly.
Probably saving the game.
Wow, very, very close call there for Wesley. Where else would you just like to tell us about what other games? MVL, Nodirbek, Levon?
There are some moves.
Okay, Levon is...
And by the way, to update our audience, Firouzja has made time control, so you don't have to worry about him flagging anymore.
Okay, but look at this. Levon, after f4 takes, queen h6 variation.
King h1 correct, bishop takes f4, and then the engine was giving me something which I was like staring at my screen thinking, what the hell is this? Queen g1 check.
King f8? Oh, queen c5, sorry.
Queen g1 check, king f8.
Yeah.
He hasn't played bishop h7 here. I just wanted to show you the move bishop h7.
Now?
Oh, and then queen okay.
Yeah, and then queen c5 and rook g1 check. And, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Bishop.
I saw this on my screen and I thought this is hilarious.
So
I want to show it
take.
to everybody.
And queen g8 is coming. Do you play queen g7?
Queen g5
No, queen g7
maybe.
mates in one.
Yeah.
And shockingly enough,
and
the
this is
tables
why we
are
did
turned
this. Yeah.
After rook g1. You don't have time for queen h2 mate.
No.
Yeah. Oof.
But none of this happened. He played queen e2, and queen e2 I don't think is a machine-approved idea. I think he might genuinely be worse now, quite a bit.
Something like
rook d8 simply.
Rook d8 simply.
Yeah, queen h4, but rook d8 is by far the most natural move in the position.
Sure.
Just.
It was a big threat.
Yeah.
But I can go maybe bishop a2 so that I can
Bishop
play
a2
queen
only
e8.
move, everything else pretty much loses.
Oops.
And then after bishop a2, there's a number of moves which are very strong. If you get here,
later.
the engine suggests, it very much likes the idea of playing king g7 in many of these positions, kind of provoking a check and then putting it on f8, because we would like to play king f8 now, but regrettably for us it allows queen e7. So it puts it on g7, waits for white to give any of these checks, and then puts it on a safe square on f8 and feels like it's in control.
And if we take on f7, then you have rook d2.
Yeah, now I guess rook d2 just wins on the spot. Yeah. Queen g4 we can take on f7, and we have enough control over the checking squares to not have to worry about anything.
Nice.
So this is going to be very difficult for Nodirbek to hold. This is move 34, which is a bit of a relief for him because he's only 6 moves away from time control, but he is on 5 minutes, 3.5 minutes actually, not 5.
Not good.
And he is actually much worse now because he did not find that queen g1, king f8. Anyway, but like who sees bishop h7?
I mean, if he had time, he would have found it, but he's also playing with such little time.
Who sees this?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And queen g4, you can still continue with queen g5 because I thought queen takes g5 and rook g1 was winning material, but you're still, I mean, you probably save this rook ending, but it's not that enjoyable.
Right.
But yeah, but the point is, if you don't see bishop h7, this is not better than queen e2. It's about just as bad as queen
Right,
e2.
you have to follow it up with...
so the only way you make the move queen g1 check, really, is if you see this resource. And it's difficult on 3 minutes.
True.
So queen e2, Levon is still thinking. Levon is on 15 minutes. Levon is...
We're expecting rook d8. And advantage
comfortably in control here.
Advantage for Levon.
No, I think we should watch Pragg and Gukesh either until Gukesh reaches time control, or Pragg might win before that happens, because right now he can already take material.
So when we left it, bishop to d6. No, this is a new move. Rook d1.
Yeah, bishop e6. He played bishop e5, which is a very concrete attempt to win material by force. But honestly, the other ones were kind of more controllable. Knight b7 is playable here because after rook a7, you play bishop f4.
And then if you take on
and
b7,
black suddenly realizes bishop b7, bishop takes a6 costs you material. But still, let's say
e5 here.
e5 probably bishop b. Good question.
It's something. e5.
Intermezzo.
Because now I have rook b7,
knight
rook
a5, knight a5, bishop b3.
Knight a5. Oh.
Knight a.
Wait, we have a different move. G5 has been played.
He's gone bishop knight b7 g5. No, that cannot be right.
Knight b7. What? Knight b7 g5.
No, but now you can do anything. Knight a5 is winning. Knight d8 is winning.
Like
the computer also says king f1 is winning, but okay, king f1 we will ignore.
We extracted a huge pawn, so a pawn on b7.
Why is knight a5 not plus $1 million?
Right.
I think it is.
Okay, this is the idea.
Knight takes. Pardon me. Knight takes. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes 96. Actually, b takes a5 is plus 3.5. Just keeping the knight on c8 is what wins the game on the spot. b8 is much stronger than bishop takes.
Yeah, you can't allow rook d8.
Because you keep those pieces on those horrible squares and you win very, very comfortably.
Exactly. And the rook can't go too far from the a6 pawn.
Just a reminder, head-to-head between these two, they've made a lot of draws, 9 draws, 3 wins for Gukesh, 2 for Pragg. But it looks like Prag's about to even the score.
Yeah.
Very, very close to doing the needful. Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of excitement almost everywhere.
Yeah,
because
the first round starting off with a bang. Knight A5.
Knight D8 is also very strong. If you want to do something else, you absolutely can play Knight D8. You're also completely
So I think Gukesh's only chance now is that Pragg takes too much time deciding how to win and enters time trouble and then hoping for a mistake.
Exactly. By the way, now that Peter has mentioned it, Knight D8 really has
so
my
good.
attention. Because I understand I'm winning after Knight A5, BA5, but I have this gnawing sense that, wait a minute, I've done an injustice to my pawn structure. Whereas Knight D8 keeps my pawn structure intact. And I have no downsides.
Knight 8 to A7.
Knight
Then
8
you just trade pair of knights.
to A7, take.
Yeah, trade, take, and in this position we can really do pretty much whatever we want. King of, I would probably even maybe throw in King f1. I don't really understand what Black's next move is that I need to be worried about.
Yeah.
H6, I don't have any.
Yeah, but then...
That's all you got.
Yeah. Eventually we will find progress, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, 5 minutes against 2, so...
Things are evening up a bit.
On the clock, yes.
On the clock.
On the clock, yeah.
On the board, not so much.
Sorry, they've been moving really slowly. Are we going to see time
Are we going to see what?
issues?
Yeah, we will, because they still have 14 moves to go
That's
until
a lot of
move
moves.
40.
Yeah.
I mean, the game should be kind of decided.
Yeah,
in
we should
14
stick
moves.
until... I think we see what Pragg chooses here, figure out if it's a mistake or not. But like breaking news, Wesley is now busted.
Busted.
Just really, really poorly, doing really poorly. And not even in any kind of a difficult fashion either, I don't think. So kind of a shocking decision there by him.
Let's see Pragg's next move, and then we can check Sam's position.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
knight
down to
takes
5
A7,
minutes, and yeah, you should
G5.
probably pick something by this
So
point.
knight A5. you
Or
think
knight
is
D8.
Or simply King F1 as the
Yeah.
engine suggested.
Yeah, the thing is, Rook A7 can also be met by Rook C1. He's
Bishop
gone Bishop
F1.
Bishop F1.
Bishop F1. My goodness. Of a wide range of choices.
That's proof that his position is so good. He can
still
play
extremely
anything.
strong, yeah. And also has the advantage of not being something Gukesh would have considered for 3 seconds even.
Of course.
So you have to like Rook C1 here.
Rook
I think the point is you always have Rook C1.
There's no more Knight D4.
Yeah, and we've actually removed the bishop from E2 so that Knight D4 is not a tempo, and we immediately win by Bishop E5.
King F1 probably had the same idea.
Yeah,
that he
I
originally
think so.
defended it.
I think so, yeah.
So that's beautiful. If the bishop had been on E2, knight takes E2 would have win for black. This wins for white.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sam Sevian against Wesley.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. And this game, Sevian playing the white pieces against Wesley and showing a very interesting new idea in a very, very old-fashioned Nimzo. His move on move around move 10, he introduced an idea in a position which has been played for decades, which is more or less unheard of. And after a mistake by Wesley in a couple of moves ago, in this position, he should have played Bishop C8. He played Rook D6 instead, Queen takes F6, GF6. And now Sam needs to realize just how good his position is after Rook C7, Bishop takes D5, and specifically he needs to see Bishop G6. Otherwise, Black maybe is surviving. But after Bishop G6, you suddenly find yourself in a situation where none of your pieces move. A simple threat is either Bishop takes F7 or Rook takes D5. The only thing that doesn't lose material immediately is the move Rook F8. And then we can throw in, let's say, H2, H4. And suddenly Black realizes there is nothing you can move. Whereas for White, we will start picking stuff up on the queen side eventually. Yeah, and the engine starts panicking, and not without reason, because you're absolutely stuck. It starts doing things like this, where after Rook A1, yes, you get to trade some pieces, but like to illustrate just how lost all of this is a 3 against 3 endgame with 3 pieces on the board, and equal material for now, plus 2.5 or thereabouts. It will be once we let it think for a bit.
Yeah.
So I think the secret here is just to realize how strong Bishop G6 is. Because if you play something autopilot here, like Bishop...
Which is what you want to do.
Yeah, but then after Rook A8, you suddenly realize that after Rook takes C7, Black has both Rook E6 and Bishop D5. Neither of those two moves loses. In fact, probably both of them actually hold.
Right.
And I think you get there by exclusion. You get there by thinking through your options, realizing bishop e6 it looks attractive but doesn't actually do very much. And of course you consider rook c7.
Yeah.
If you don't take on d5, you resign, like rook takes d5, rook, well, anywhere.
Rook c1.
I wanted rook dc1, but it says rook f1 or rook e1 are strong. I don't know why. maybe to prevent rook a8 from happening.
And rook d1.
Yeah. So the only move you need to consider is bishop takes d5. And here, yes, if you give black a tempo to play something like rook c6 or bishop b3, let's say after a3, it plays bishop b3 and unpins itself. But once you spot once you
g6.
spot the idea of playing bishop g6 and you realize just how completely hamstrung black is here, I think you go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sam, honestly, it's his first tournament of this caliber, and he is about to start it by beating one of the absolute powerhouses of the Grand Chess Tour if he finds this sequence. Very nicely done by him.
Wesley, winner of the Grand Chess Tour, Wesley has played in every edition of the Grand Chess Tour. For Sam, the wild card playing the Sinquefield Cup, that's great. He gets a chance to show his stuff, and well, if he were to win the first game.
Oof, that would be amazing. He is down to 2 minutes and has to find the next two correct moves, rook c7 and bishop g6. If he does that, I think he'll convert the rest of the game.
In the game of Pragg and Gukesh, after the bishop, ooh, that was not the move.
That's a miss, yeah.
That was the miss. In the game of Pragg and Gukesh, by the way, after bishop f1, Gukesh played the move g4. I'm going to bring up Sam's game because we were thinking rook c7. We didn't like this move because after the move rook to d8, the very desirable rook c7 runs into, whoops, rook takes e6.
Even bishop takes d5 is playable.
Also
and of course,
not
Wesley
bad.
is not going to miss that because everything else loses on the spot.
Exactly.
He had no choice, but
and for
now he is more or less fine.
And for Wesley, the threat of bishop takes d5, just in time. I mean, you know,
he survives.
You know, I don't get to play bishop h6 and measuring you from a distance, rook c7. But yeah, oh, what a miss. Because you wanted rook c7 and then bishop to e6, but rook c7 and bishop g6, as Peter's been showing us, that was the way to success. This one.
Yeah, now it looks like Wesley will survive this.
Yep.
You still could torture black a little bit. Let's say you play rook c7.
Bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5, we take with the rook,
okay.
Importantly. Then we take on d8, then we take on a7. We still have the more active pieces. h6 is hanging, b6 is a bit weak. You can still imagine black misplaying this and somehow losing it. But of course, it's a massive improvement over the positions we were discussing earlier if white found the correct way.
You know, I'm looking at this. I would like to play this as white. So did I do right the previous time and taking on e6 with the bishop with the rook first?
Rook b7. It's similar, right?
Position.
It's going to be a very similar position. Rook d6. I will take on a7. Maybe you prefer the knight on f7 in here, yeah?
Yes.
Let's say I take, I play maybe g4 to try and fix those pawns on
but then the good news for me is
you get to play b6, b5.
Precisely. And okay, I'm fighting. I want to go back to the Gukesh game if you don't mind, because
yes, we should. Both of them are in time trouble, but Pragg has absolutely winning endgame. He's already up a pawn, and his position is fantastic.
Yeah.
You had me.
And you can continue pushing the black pieces away. Like bishop e5 is very strong.
Bishop e5 has my attention. Yeah, get rid of that knight. Yeah. You can retreat. Go back as far as you'd like to go.
Where am I going? b5?
b5 a7. You're not going anywhere else. Like all the other squares are even worse. But
yeah, on b3 I'll get
b5,
trapped.
a4, knight a7, and we can even play b4, b5, and lock everything down.
Sad position for black on the queen side.
So that is
one of the uglier positions we have seen in a while. Yeah.
Pragg reaching.
He started with a4.
Yeah, also pretty solid. I
Can
think.
black take?
Whoa.
I can take on b4, just rook c4.
Yeah. You actually can.
That's a nice.
You actually can, and this is maybe if Gukesh spots this, it's maybe a little bit because bishop b7 here on Yasser's board. Okay, rook takes d4, rook a7.
By the way, Gukesh down to 22 seconds.
He has to take on b4, and he's got a trick. You take on b4, rook c4.
Why does this work now if
Bishop
it wasn't
e7.
working before?
And if
Ooh,
you don't see it, the game I don't think can be recovered.
And now we've got.
He wants to secure the knight on d4 with e5, so should we play e5?
Yeah, very good.
Oh.
e5 is very good. Not the only thing that works, but e5 is good on so many levels.
e5.
Minute 14 for Prague, but
Yeah,
e5 is not a difficult move to
No.
find.
And just continue breaking stuff down. It also introduces a threat of knight d6 if the
Oh,
pawn is not
that's
dealt
even,
with.
That's also a nice benefit. But 1 minute on Gukesh's clock for.
And a minute for Prague as well, yeah. He goes
Oh,
Found it, best move.
nicely spotted.
E5. They have still 10 moves to go until time control, but we might see the end before that.
Yeah,
By the way,
that
it's
probably.
it's a minute for Prague too, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they're both in time control.
Nerves. Nerves. I mean, don't.
Knight a7.
Knight a. Why, my goodness, that might be the most aggressive move of the game. No, I'm being facetious. Sorry, I shouldn't have been. Knight
Every move for
a7.
White should be winning here, right? Rook c4 looks good. Let's not forget, g4 is also hanging.
G4 is also hanging. A6 is also
Everything
hanging.
is hanging, yeah.
I like the move rook
horrible.
c4.
And if you play knight c6, I have b5.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was aiming for. Rook c4, maybe even knight c6, knight a5 too. Ooh, too many good moves suddenly for white.
Yeah, remains the only problem Prague has. Just the width of choice, yeah.
Exactly.
Bishop d6, I think, would have been my choice here.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6 and just queen the d-pawn. We currently don't have a d-pawn, but we might have it in a moment.
and making use of the knight, the virtue of the knight on b7.
That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, that's exactly what he opted for. And yeah, this is just collapsing. The rook is also landing on c7
Do
in
we
a
go
moment.
back knight c8? I mean,
Rook c7.
Yeah.
You can play knight c6, but then you don't have any answer to b5.
Exactly. I learned the power of the bishop on f1 when I had a pass pawn on a6. The bishop on f1 was protecting my king, and the pawn on a6 was untouchable. Bishop on f1 supporting b5 in a number of positions, really very, very nicely.
Yeah, you have to play knight
seconds,
c6. Nothing
knight
else.
c6 played.
Nothing else is even
Simply
remotely
B.
close.
We have 6 is hanging. We can take on e7 and f6, but
Yeah.
b5 is too tempting, right?
b5 is too tempting.
I think it's winning a full piece.
Because if we force bishop takes d6, he takes d6.
And then how do you stop the d-pawn, right?
Yeah.
It feels a bit sad to actually give the rook on a8 some squares. The only reason not to play b5 is to try and leave black with absolutely zero counterplay for any of their pieces. But it's winning by force, so maybe those considerations are less relevant.
Chess is a sadistic game, yes.
It can be.
Wow.
20 seconds for Prague to make a move. b5.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's very clearly winning by force. So
how do you resist playing? And like you say, the one drawback is
you take on d6, e6, and you play probably knight e5. I think this is what is going to happen. Bishop takes e6, he takes e6, knight e5. Probably plays rook d1 there. I feel.
Not rook c7, but rook
I don't want to even think about rook a1, knight e2. my problem is I really do not want to even give black a,
Yeah, after rook d1,
rook d1 and
zero
d7.
counterplay.
Yeah, rook
Give
d1
me the
and
knight.
d7 is good. Yeah.
And give me this.
And if you want to play rook a4 here, I have knight c5 as an additional bit of.
And if black knight could go to c6 and d8 right now, the game would go on. But that pawn on b5 is just perfectly placed.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
This just ends the game.
Again, backed up by the bishop. I agree. That 92 move I have missed.
Rook c7, rook a1. Your heart rate spikes, and you start thinking, what have I done? And
Right. Why did I do that?
Yeah.
But here we go.
Can he play knight d8 right now in the current position?
Maybe that's the best move.
But
Because
then
knight
takes
e5
b6. I mean, one of those two will be a queen.
Sorry, I did it the wrong way. Knight d8 in the current position.
Yeah.
We trade, and
B6,
you think you're winning
B6,
this
B7,
pawn, and maybe you are. But b6, b7, followed by rook c8, and Prague wins.
No, you try knight e5. If you try anything, you try knight e5.
He's done knight e5, and now the big moment.
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
I guess rook b8 is the only move.
You know, it's funny.
Let's see.
I didn't see any moves, and then you find rook d8. I was like, wow.
The only move that doesn't resign right away, but after knight c5.
After knight c5, it probably still does, yeah.
Yeah, again,
Knight takes b5,
D6.
I'm probably even playing rook b1, I don't know.
There's something to be said for bishop takes at d7.
Or the immediate d7.
Or the immediate.
All of those things are pretty good, yeah.
Everything's coming up roses for Prague. By the way, I mean, I must say, he's played a really marvelously controlled game.
Yeah.
I mean, Gukesh really wasn't given any window of opportunity. Normally, you always get that one chance that your opponent makes a slip.
Depends who you play, you know.
We'll stick with this because we're expecting this to end, but some breaking news elsewhere. Levon is now completely winning. Nodirbek missed a chance to equalize. There was a bit of a fluky equality a couple moves ago, but now there is not going to be any equality.
So we're already expecting 2 decisive results.
Yeah.
And there we've seen it. The key move, rook d1, was played by Prague.
Yeah, and the
He made it on
he's unstoppable.
about 20 seconds, but yeah, that's plenty in this position by now. There really isn't very much in the way of counterplay, and we are just very simply collecting material.
Yeah.
Hard to see.
You know, it was funny. This knight was on b7 for like 5-6 moves. And I was trying to get it back in the game. I was trying to play knight a5. I was trying to play knight d8, you know, and somehow it ended up on the perfect square.
To help your d-pawn, yes.
To help the d-pawn.
It is where it was always supposed to be. Yeah.
But now
you go
maybe it's
knight
time
c5.
to move it back.
Now it's time. Knight c5.
Yeah.
Black Gukesh's knight on d4 has got to move, and it's not pretty. d7 will win a piece.
Yeah, I think what you try is knight b5, d7, maybe. What was I playing there?
Knight b5, d7.
Not
knight c6 or knight f7 or something. But I can take on b5 and take on e6.
Simply up a piece.
Yeah, but you don't even have a pawn for it because I will take on e6 along the way, and then I will take on g8 with the knight, and the knight will escape eventually. This is 3 against 3, and I have more pieces.
And the g4 pawn's weak. Yeah, no. This is easy. This is easy. I'm thinking there's resigns.
Yeah, I think Gukesh knows it too. He doesn't have any tricks left. Nothing. Bad start
There you go.
for the world champion.
There
he
it is.
resigns.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. I mean, just beautiful play and tip of the hat for Prague. Where are we going, Nessie?
I think Peter can update us on the game between Nodirbek and Levon.
Yeah, in that game after bishop a2, if we take a look as we watch them discuss the game, but there's really not very much to talk about. It just went off the rails very quickly for Gukesh. We were playing king g7 or rook d7 here. Instead, Levon played queen h4, which is a very solid move. White played rook f1, good move from Nodirbek here. b7, b5, Levon playing kind of quietly. And this is, once again, Nodirbek trying to perhaps defend actively, because you had to grit your teeth and play queen f2.
Clear.
And you are worse. This is nowhere near equality. So not rook d5, of course.
Rook d4.
I apologize,
Yeah.
The rook goes to d4. Black is about to perhaps play a5, a4 and fix the weaknesses on the king side. You lose this some percentage of the time. But instead he played a4, and now after king f8, he is in dire straits because rook d2 is threatened. And you also created a weakness for yourself on the queen side, as we will see. Queen c2. And in this position, Levon actually made an uncharacteristic mistake because he's been playing very cleanly, apart from not spotting that beautiful queen b3 idea. He needed to throw in rook d2, rook d6. The queen still has to go back to c2 because this endgame now, you would be excused to think a3, a4 is an improvement, but actually no. This is a much worse endgame than the other one because now black is much closer to creating a passer on the queen side. The engine says this actually is completely lost, whereas the other one was maybe salvageable. But instead, Levon took on a4 immediately. And here, Nodirbek missed the chance to play bishop takes f7, which I think was saving the game as far as I can tell.
C4
because rook d2, we still have queen c5 check. And after king takes f7, we have either queen c4 or queen f5. Those are very equal. And shockingly, this rook ending, I mean, once again, with the king on h1 and down a pawn, you would be very excused to think this is lost. But apparently, it's just a draw.
Wow.
Because if rook b5, the king starts running towards the queen side, and perhaps even without the h-pawn, eventually this is like the famous a and c or f and h endgame that you're supposed to hold. Instead, he played queen c5 check. He probably did not have any time at all on the clock, frankly. And then after rook d6, he realized queen f2, black is just winning after takes rook d4. He went back to c2. And bishop takes h2 was winning by force here, apparently. But I don't think on move 40, if you're not required to, whoever would do that.
Right.
Levon, very understandably, has played rook f6 instead. And now the problem is, let's say you play bishop c4, which is a logical move, trying to connect some things. But even this is completely lost. Very simply, because this is a much safer king.
Yeah,
and black is also 2 up.
Yeah.
Very, very prosaically. You're 2 up and the b2 is about to fall.
Yeah.
So you're not saving this, I don't think. I mean, people have saved force positions, but in general, this is just very, very bad for Nodirbek now.
Thank you, Peter. Tell us about the results so far from this round 1.
Right, we already have one result, and it's a big one. Praggnanandhaa managed to defeat world champion Gukesh in a very nice game as well.
Exactly, and thanks to that victory, it's actually Prague who has leveled their lifetime score with one another at 3 draws, three wins apiece.
Is a sole leader.
And is the sole leader. Sam had the better against Wesley, but that now looks balanced. And MVL and Alireza also racing to a draw. But we have a very special guest in studio, Prague. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
What happened today?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just felt like he was off today.
Mm-hmm.
I got really good position out of the opening.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you're supposed to take bishop c5 directly and not queen d1. This is like slightly pleasant for. Yeah, this is like a main line. There are games and it's fine, but yeah, there is still lot to play.
We were critical of his decision to play bishop a7 as well, we thought.
Wait, I'm supposed to see that screen or this one?
Take a choice.
Yeah, bishop a7 was surprising. I thought he has to go bishop e7.
Yes, that was our.
I have actually played this position with black, but with knight on b1. So I got a
extra tempo.
Yeah, because he went bishop b4, bishop e7, bishop c5.
Right.
And yeah, I thought this should be really good for me.
And in fact, it was. In fact, it just kept getting better and better.
I thought he should go b5 instead of rook d8.
Exactly.
It's not easy. Like there were like so many options for me, and all of them were. I mean, some a4 was also there, like direct try, and it was not clear.
We liked seriously. We liked all your decisions, and at this exact moment, we just felt it was a play on one goal. If you have the 2 bishops, but you have to play it accurately. Right?
Yeah, I was not sure if I played it accurately. Like I spent a lot of time here, and then I came up with this takes knight d8, bishop e5, and e4, basically to stop knight d5. And if I started with e4, it looks strange, but I couldn't find a way after knight a8. I'm sure there is something, but it's just so annoying because bishop e5, rook c8, knight b7. I thought first this works, but then takes and bishop a6, bishop b8 holds.
Oh, that's
I
nice.
mean, I was even sure that this should be somehow better, yeah, but like why to do all this?
Wow.
I couldn't see a forced win, and then, yeah, and then I had to force this rook to 8.
And
e4 was the engine's top move after.
Yeah, I thought it was important to stop knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then after bishop b8, I was not sure. I can also trade the bishop, I guess. Yeah, that also looked quite good.
Yeah.
But I felt like keeping the bishop, puts more pressure, especially when he has no time.
And that was the other thing, because of his clock time, keeping the pieces too. We thought that was a very nice decision.
Yeah, also that was strange how he managed his time. He spent almost like 20 minutes in a known position, which is surprising.
Yeah.
Peter kept saying that only problem he had in this game was that he had too many good options.
Yeah, that was a serious problem actually. I thought I might mess it up because we were getting low on time, but it's such a good position to mess it up. Take some effort.
The funny part was just about these parts. I was thinking somehow the knight on b7 and the bishop on c7 were a little bit too far. I was trying to rescue the knight with either knight a5 or knight d8, and the way the game continued, the knight on b7 ended up being on the perfect square, escorting the d pawn to promotion. And it was,
yeah, I was also considering all that, but I think that's how you start to mess these positions. Yeah, you somehow get these pieces out for him, and then slowly like starts to get tricky. Like knight d8, knight a7, knight c6, knight c6. Suddenly one of his pieces is out, and then like, I mean, of course it's winning, but you know,
something. In there was last moment. We'll let you go after this moment.
Bishop b4, no?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought he had to take. Although I didn't really see a proper way here, I thought it should be completely winning. Rook c4, bishop e7.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw this and I thought takes rook a7.
Yes.
I was not sure about this, but maybe instead of rook d4, I also had some knight a5.
Knight a5.
Yeah, I think he's forced to go e5 here.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong. And okay, at least this should also be winning.
Yeah, exactly. But there was it was less practical chance, I wanted to say.
Yeah, also bishop b4, I thought some bishop e5 could also work. I mean, there were just so many options, I felt that something should work here.
Right, bishop e5. Congratulations, very, very nice start for you. You even your lifetime result, 3 wins, a couple of draws, according to our...
We're just talking about classical games.
Classical games.
I think 2 were from when we were kids, so that doesn't really count. So
this one really counts.
Yeah,
a lot.
I've been having some tough results lately against him.
Right.
Last year I messed up 3 winning positions, and last 2 years I haven't really scored a single win against him, and even in Rapids it has been bad. So it's good to finally get a win.
Congratulations.
Great start and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. We have more results in this round 1, and a very favorable one for Levon.
Right, as we were interviewing Prague, Levon won his game against Nodirbek. We liked his position.
Very, very much, because essentially with the bishops of opposite colors, I mean, Levon basically said, look, your king is weaker than my king, and my dark square bishop is going to overwhelm your king. And speaking of speaking of Levon himself, welcome.
Thank you.
It's continuing. The life is good after Rapid and Blitz.
Of course.
You don't give the guys a break?
I think I was playing very dubiously today.
What happened? Yeah. Tell us. Where was things going good? Where was things going bad?
96, the whole idea maybe is too optimistic. I was just thinking, I'll just quickly play. But then I actually, from distance, I blundered this knight b5 ideas. Because knight g5.
Knight b5. Ah. Yeah. This is where you wanted...
All this bishop b4 stuff is coming at some point.
Is that why you played a5?
No, actually, I was thinking a5 is safe for me. Because the c4 I didn't believe in, but during the game I was scared. No, but
I think with good reason.
This knight b5 idea I saw in other places, but not here. But here actually, instead of a5, if knight g5, knight b5 is bad for me, Yeah, takes bishop b4,
That is actually a pretty amazing
Even knight d5
sequence.
is available.
It goes knight h3 check here and says you're sort of alive, but
Oof.
Yeah, oof is a proper response.
But I thought, I blundered queen g4. I thought a5 takes everything. I was actually thinking he's going for a draw after queen d5. I thought knight c3, queen d6, knight d4 is the plan. And then when he played f5, I realized, oh my god, queen g4 is there.
Quick question. You chose rather quickly to get on the queen d5, keeping your queen centralized. You understood the pawn on b2 was dangerous, but did you consider queen takes b2? Because there was two main choices. I didn't even
consider it, honestly. I thought queen b2 is such desperation that...
You didn't want to go too deeply. No. You managed
and when he went queen g4, I was thinking, okay, knight h7 only move.
Yep.
And then, this is already kind of my zone of calculation. I like to calculate. I like to do tricky stuff.
Right.
So I knew that my position is very dangerous, but I was still kind of happy.
How hard was it to find g6, the only move in the position?
Not very hard, because it really is the only move. It's much harder to find when you have a big choice of moves.
Right.
Yeah. But I was actually thinking instead of bishop b1, rook d1 as the most challenging. It was actually,
Yes, that was, one of the top moves of the
I was a bit
engine.
worried about this. I wasn't sure. Maybe G6 is still is the move.
Maybe include Queen e5 also, but G6 looks good as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks very risky.
G6 bishop c4 is what we had on the screen.
Yeah, there's some
it might be
crazy
a draw
lines
in the
here.
end, but it's very, very dangerous.
Rook, oh, sorry.
Yeah. I
Rook
was worried
D1,
about this stuff.
Rook D1, G6.
So instead of
bishop.
G6, I should go Queen e5, yeah? That's so hard to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we thought that the game was ultra
And then
sharp.
bishop b1, G6. Yeah, I actually saw this idea from distance, and I saw that he might try to do like knight c3, but I still will take on f5 with the bishop and then go bishop b6.
And then you
like queen d6 here.
Yes.
Rook f5 or rook e3.
Yes. And bishop f5 takes your intention.
Bishop f5 also rook e3, I think.
Rook e3
works.
here. Does
No,
it
I
work
mean
here?
before one move before.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Rook e3
And bishop b6.
and bishop b6.
I sort of thought that this is working.
Wow, our main move was gf, rook f5, queen g6, crazily enough. The rook takes e3.
Oh, there is knight d1. I missed knight d1. Oof.
You can continue with rook e8. You still have this
But
position.
just g takes f5 here? I guess king h1,
Yeah.
It starts getting
I
a bit
missed this
unpleasant.
knight d1 idea. Wow.
But we have seen, crazy enough, Levon,
Yeah.
that you can take queen
But
g6.
why is this crazy? I have a very healthy position.
Yeah, strange.
My knight is there.
Protecting g5,
Yeah.
the bishop is
Yeah.
protecting g3.
No, this I also saw. I
Yeah.
thought this is kind of, I mean, not the end of the world.
And then, okay, this crazy position, you get a situation where you're bishops of opposite color now.
I was very surprised with g3. I thought g3 is such a risky move. I thought, I was thinking like queen h3 maybe is available for him.
I
or
think
king
our
f1.
main line was queen g5 and queen h5.
Yeah.
And we
Well,
thought...
queen g5 and then g3 is actually stronger than the immediate g3 for some reason.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
didn't.
because the queen is...
But we loved your move f4. Now you started taking...
Yeah, it's clear because
something
now
is
he has
going-
I create a weakness for him.
Yeah.
Are you expecting queen takes f4 here?
No, I thought queen f4 is unpleasant, just takes king f8.
Yes, that's exactly
Then the
right.
rook is coming to the... It's an
Exactly
unpleasant
so.
position.
There was one shocking moment, and then we'll let you go.
Oh yeah, the queen. We should show him this line.
Turns out I blundered something, huh?
No.
It was way earlier.
Bishop
was-
f7. I saw bishop f7.
No, after bishop f4,
Yes.
if he plays queen g1 check instead of queen e2.
Oh, yeah, that's the one we wanted
Yeah,
to
that's
show.
the one I'm
yeah.
talking about. Go
Yeah.
back, Yasser.
Yes,
Couple more moves. Here, after bishop f4, check.
Queen g1 check.
Yes, I saw bishop h7 he wants.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, I saw
That's
that.
nice,
You
right?
saw that?
Yeah. No, I was thinking king h8.
King h8. Excuse me.
King h8, there is some other issue. I think maybe queen d4 check, and then after you've provoked f6, maybe rook e2 or something.
Ah, okay.
Or,
Rook g8?
or immediately bishop a2 is also good.
Ah.
Rook g8, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's okay, yeah. He should have definitely tried that, yeah?
Yeah. the
I guess
bishop
he didn't see
h7.
bishop h7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And- but but it is a very from the crypt. Yeah, this bishop is in some kind of buried in some coffin. It goes.
Yeah,
all
but
the way to
I mean,
H7.
I've solved enough puzzles to
to understand.
Yeah, to understand that such moves can exist.
Levon, a very wonderful start for you in the Sinquefield Cup. I know it's all been going very, very good. Share your enthusiasm for the moment.
I came here to fight.
Yeah.
I like to play in very strong events like this one.
Yes.
And it's a chance to learn something.
And are you thinking about how many points you need from this tournament to qualify for Brazil?
As many as I can get.
Yeah, but I think I love this quote of from it's a Sondheim quote, about expectations, and Now I forgot. But generally, it's like if you have no expectations, you have no disappointments. Yes, that's the quote.
There you go.
So no expectations.
Very Buddhistic.
Yeah, I like it.
Levon, thank you so very much.
Congrats on your first win.
We have 2 results and big results in this day one. Decisive. Look at this.
Starting with 2 wins, Praggnanandhaa defeated Gukesh with the white pieces and Levon taking down Nodirbek with the black pieces.
And it was Maxime MVL earlier who had a big advantage against Alireza. It was Sam having a big advantage as well. So we could have almost had a lot of decisive games.
I think we're gonna go on break.
Are we? Okay.
And when we come back, we're gonna check in on the other 3 games.
All right.
Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
We'll save the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Another story that I really love telling is the only way I could describe the story is old world manners. And you kind of think about today's society and manners and where they fit in and where they don't. In my view, much of the manners, the chivalry that we had accepted just a generation or 2 generations.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country. And I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us. And make sure you get your tickets because by next year, it may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Genie Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Make new memories, make new friends, and make something amazing at Crafts and Cocktails, hosted monthly at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy delicious complimentary snacks and fine cocktails and mocktails as you explore your creativity through unique and fun projects. You can craft at your own pace or ask an artistic instructor to help guide you through the process. Need some inspiration? Check out the dazzling art on show in our galleries while you're here. It's a fun and affordable way to get together with friends, meet new people, and nurture your own creativity. Whether you're a beginner or expert, you're welcome at Crafts and Cocktails at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
On September 18th, the World Chess Hall of Fame is going to host its newest exhibit, Reading Between the Lines, Chess and Literature. This exhibition includes fun artworks and artifacts like rare books and beautiful illustrations related to stories that include chess themes. When you visit, you'll get to see how authors from different time periods and across the world have incorporated chess into their storytelling, from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass to Walter Tevis's The Queen's Gambit. There's going to be a lot of really wonderful artifacts for you to see. We hope to see you at the exhibition opening on September 18th, and you can learn more about this event at worldchesshof.org.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back, everyone. There are still 3 games going on, but let's take a look at the current results so far. We already had 2 decisive results. Nodirbek lost to Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa defeated Gukesh. 2 very important wins.
And Prague played incredibly well. We might have seen even more decisive games. Sam Sevian had big advantage. MVL had a big advantage. Those games look like they're now heading towards draws. Fabi, Duda, another big fight. Peter, bring us up to date on the current positions.
Let's take a look through the positions on the boards. Sure. In the game between Sevian and Wesley, they actually showed this entire line that we were discussing. Wesley chose rook takes e6 over the bishop takes d5 line, and then they went through this whole line, including g4 and b5, as we were describing. White went king g2, king g7, h4. And I think very understandably, in fact, the engine says it's by far the best move. Wesley decided to free himself here at the cost of a pawn. Gf5, king takes f6. Black wants to play h5 and then knight d6 takes f5. That would be the dream scenario, which is why Sam decided to fix the pawn on h6 at least. But many things here are fine. In fact, most things here are fine. Rook to any square, like d8, d3, d1. I think the point the engine is trying to make here is that Black doesn't really have a threat. You don't particularly want to play knight d6 and leave the pawn on h6 on pre. Right. But what is White supposed to be doing? This is, you know, we got here.
Yeah.
How are we making any progress?
As opposed to playing passively, can Wesley play e4 and rook takes f5?
I would be a bit reluctant to do it because you might start get pushed back. Let's say, I don't know, king e7, king h4. You should still save this. But I think, honestly, the moment you realize White has no plan whatsoever,
no way of breaking
like if, once again, just to bring this on the board again, if you play king e4, we go knight d6 and back to f7, or even knight takes f5, it doesn't really matter. If you attack the pawn on b7, I can start giving knight g5 check, I can play rook a1. I think importantly, we're also completely happy with this.
Okay.
Because then we can really start simplifying on the other side of the board. Right. So I think for Wesley, yes, you attempted to find an immediate draw, but because e4 is not an immediate draw, yes, you take the f5 pawn off the board, but you put your e pawn in the worst square, your king probably gets pushed back to the 7th. Some issues with the f7 pawn, perhaps. Although, Machine says this is also a draw.
Also a draw.
Yeah, but there are choices, and Wesley is now just going to choose the most comfortable one. This is move 41. Sam spent 20 plus minutes on the move h4, h5.
Okay.
It still doesn't give Black any hopes for a win, so Wesley will not really be very interested in, you know, trying to quote-unquote exploit that. But it's notable that Sam spent more or less the entirety of his clock looking for something better, because I thought h5 was by far the most obvious try. But it's still, frankly, a draw with almost any approach. Passive approach works, more active approach also works. Elsewhere, let's go through the ones which we think are about to conclude. This is the position in the game between MVL and Alireza Firouzja. After g3, White went king f1, bishop takes b2, and as expected, I think we saw even this position, where yes, White currently has this extra pawn on d6, and you have to make sure that if you want to recapture it, you don't want to liquidate into some kind of a lost pawn ending. Yeah.
Right.
So we got to here, and as we were describing, Black plays king e6 and just shuffles. And interestingly, MVL did some kind of a weird triangulation here.
Which provoked.
And instead of playing bishop f4 anyway, which honestly I don't know why it's a problem, Wesley said, sorry, not Wesley, Alireza said, okay, I will now try to make a draw by force. The threat is rook h4 check and pick up the bishop on b4. And it's not very easy to imagine how you progress from here. If you take on g5, there is an immediate draw with bishop f6 check, because if you drop back, you still lose that bishop. And if you go forward, I can play rook g7, rook g4, and start giving perpetuals on the g4, h4 squares. It really does feel like Black is sort of entirely untroubled here. I find it very hard to even imagine how you create problems. You can play rook h3. Black still cannot take on d6 here, but you can do something like this. Even this, if you want,
wow,
is a draw. Because,
no kidding.
Because we're threatening king f4 and g4. Right? Even like we
be sure, yeah.
Yeah, we appear to have blundered a piece, but even this holds.
Wow.
Which is, you know, an illustration of the extent to which this is completely harmless. But obviously something else is stronger. Like you probably play rook f7 here, attacking the pawn on f2, and now we are
ready
kind
to
of
collect.
Ready to pick up some things. So those two we expect to be a draw, and we do have one full-blooded fight on our hands. In the game between Fabi with the white pieces against Duda. We left it, I think, somewhere around here where the structure changed a little bit. As we mentioned, black took on d4, allowing this kind of a reverse Carlsbad. Black also pushed b5, so now there is some counterplay against the white pawn on b2. Fabi very understandably aimed his knight at the g3 square. So by move 40 we got here, where white seems to have a little bit of a pull. The pawn on a4, actually, like we're creating some kind of an idea of pushing a4, a3, but also you have to make sure you don't blunder that pawn and it doesn't fall off the board. Fabi played rook a1, and interestingly, in this position, if you don't play e6, e5, you're much worse, because your counterplay kind of fizzled on the queen side. Maybe you would like to play knight c6, but unfortunately for you, after knight c5, rook b2 takes, and rook b1, you lost a piece, which is
unfortunate.
Yeah, not great. And apart from e6, e5, you don't have much play, whereas for white, I'm ready to maybe start playing on the king side with h4, h5. But e5 is very strong.
Okay.
Fabi could have maybe tried d5, knight e5, knight f4. But the engine says this very clever move d5, d4, using the fact that you cannot take with the pawn because of knight f3 check.
Oops.
Should equalize because, yeah, your a4 pawn is probably gone, but there's a lot of counterplay now. And this knight on e5 with this glaring weakness of the f3
This is
square.
starting to look scary for white.
Yeah, you could I can very easily understand why Fabi was not particularly interested in that. He played queen e2. Now knight b6 is a strong move. Fabi played knight c5, queens came off. He played rook a3. Black very understandably played king f7. I think this is actually now fizzling as well, because Fabi took on a4, e takes d4, rook takes e7, king takes e7, and we are about to enter a very, very equal rook ending. In fact, while I was describing the very drawn positions on the other two boards, this one also, everything will get removed. If you take c takes d4, we will take on a4, and on b2, rook a7, king f8. Yes, you lose the d-pawn, but in some position like this, I will play king e6, king e7 forever. If the king comes to e3, those, as we well know, have been lost by very strong players, including Magnus to Vachier, and Jan to somebody here, right? To maybe Wesley, I want to say.
I think he had the same ending on the worst and best.
But the king is on g1, so white doesn't get this.
Like 2 days in a row, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I remember.
And he was cracking up.
That was funny to most people apart from Jan.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, not for nothing, but if you had given up the g7 pawn and played king e6 to f5, back a ways. Yeah, there you go. Also
completely fine. Yeah,
because
don't mind this at all. Yeah, because we even have this counterplay. Yeah, black is now completely safe. Yeah, and they are very quickly progressing towards something like this.
They've got it on the board. Here we go. King f8 or king e6. And
I think it's probably king f8.
I think so too.
Yeah, there is no particular reason to even be a pawn down for longer than a move.
Yeah, and the whole point is yes. You do capture this pawn, but no, you don't get a chance to enjoy.
Not for very long,
King, as Peter was saying, if the king were on e3, it'd be a different story. But
you played rook b4. It achieves the same
It's the same, and in fact, I think it's a bit cleaner because you don't have to think about king f1, king e1 anymore.
That's a good point. You're absolutely right. And king e7.
We can stay with this.
Yeah, this is a handshake very soon.
Very, very shortly. King e6. The rook will be forced to play to d8, king e7, and
repeat.
Rook g8 and repeat. Yes.
Yeah.
Rinse, repeat. A good game.
A very solid first round game. I think Fabi tried something quirky in the opening, got maybe a little bit of a bite, but not much of a bite, frankly. And Duda,
C3 A5.
Yeah, C3 A5 bishop f4 and then knight h4 is about as weird as we've seen.
Well, I don't mind the weirdness. It was just that the weirdness came like a la tempo, as if.
Yeah, they were.
It looked like prep for a blitz game.
Right.
Maybe it was, for all we know. Maybe it was just something they've looked at for a blitz, for a day of blitz at some point. Yeah, this one is about to be finished. Alireza has a forced draw in the current position, so I'm expecting that one not to last very long as well.
This looks like
This
3.
was already 3 move. Yes, now Jan can claim it.
Calling for the arbiter.
Gonna write down king e6 and stop the clock. Do you think Fabio will be disappointed?
I don't think so. No. I'm very happy to tip my hat if I feel my opponents played a really good game, defended very, very well, and it had a game of content. I hate, draws with nothing.
We did see a small head shake there by Fabi. It looks like maybe he feels that maybe he missed a bit of a chance, but
I didn't really see it. Let's jump over to the game between MVL and Firouzja, because that too is
I see Alireza shaking his head, but I'm pretty sure he has a forced draw.
I think in more than one way as well. I think rook d4, for instance, here is also a draw, but yeah,
rook
I think
d4.
Play that.
Yeah.
I think you give a perpetual instead.
The bishop f6 check.
You'd much rather give a perpetual.
Only move, king g6 check. Now, if you want to play for a win as white, you
have to
play
play
bishop h6
here. Yeah.
If you want to play for a loss as white, okay, that would be suicidal. If you want to make a draw, we can make a draw instantly. But what about that bishop h6 business?
Bishop g5 though is just such a comfortable draw for. Hang on, there's king g6 there. This is what he just. This is why he is unhappy.
Bishop h6.
Bishop g5, king g6.
King g6.
Oh, we didn't see that.
That's
Yeah, I think we were looking at d7 first.
Yeah, I think he will go rook g4 check. MVL will play king h7, and he will go rook d4 there.
Can you go rook g7 check and then come back? Wouldn't that be a draw?
Well, the players are accelerating
well, that gives white a
themselves.
tempo to do something, right? Because I can do the same triangulation again.
But in this particular moment, because the king is so bad,
Yeah, now we go rook d4 and we make a very comfortable draw.
Rook d4, and both pawns are hanging. F2.
Although you still
d6.
have to, I mean, it's a draw, but you worry. Do you worry? Takes, f4, king takes d6, f5. I mean, it's a draw. You probably don't worry a great deal.
Yeah, I was about to say that
With the king on f7, you don't worry. With the king not on f7, you worry a little bit, question mark?
Should be a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're confident it's a draw. It's just a question of whether you can make it absolutely with your eyes closed, or do you have to think about decisions?
So moment of truth for Maxime. King h7.
He has to try it.
Rook h4 check. Bishop. So king h7, rook h4 check. Can I do this? It's so weird. Can I do this better somehow?
You can play maybe king f7 here.
Yeah.
Rook f3, though.
Thank you. So I have dreams
Rook
of
f3, rook
checkmate.
d4.
How about this one?
Rook takes f6. That is one thing you shouldn't do.
Oops. Oops. I got tricked.
Ouch. Ouch. That's a nice skewer. That's the cold shower. Oh my
Move
goodness.
that makes you want to quit playing chess.
Yeah. The howler. The howler. So
Well-
rook g4 check on the board. Time clock's a issue.
Maxime
for-
has 29 minutes. Alireza
29.
is back in time trouble, 2.5 minutes, but
Wow.
very easy to play this, so he doesn't need much time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's kind of an indication that you're not playing.
You're not too
confident-
happy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That things are not joyful and triumphant
But
here.
Maxime is considering it.
Yeah.
He has to try king h7, right?
He has to try king h7. He's 2 pawns up. He shouldn't be risking
I don't think he will
anything.
force a 3-move repetition now, but in a
Exactly.
couple of moves.
But we're going to pause our analysis because we have a very special guest in studio. Duda, welcome. Nice to see you.
Hello. Nice
What
to see
happened
you.
today?
Yeah, I think it was quite an okay-ish game. Like, I have no idea what was going on, to be honest.
Were you surprised by his third move, c3?
Yes, of course, I was surprised a bit. I mean, the idea is, you know, to get, I mean, sort of London, but with some queen b3 and c4 on the line, probably. I mean, I knew a5, you know, to be one of the best moves, according to engines, but I also didn't remember anything.
So you were aware that a5, so for us it was a very humorous moment, right? He plays, okay, in this position we probably have 200,000 games in our database. After c3 we have like 1,000. And then after a5 we have like 3. But a5, so you knew about the move and you played it so quickly, we were kind of, we had hardly gotten past c3 and we were trying to understand why the move c3. And you played a5 and then we just really couldn't understand anything. Please explain.
Yes, it's a bit weird. No, I think the idea is that you want to play bishop f5 as black, but if you do it like straight away, then queen b3 and c4 could be unpleasant. And I think a5 is just, you know, here queen b3, yeah, like, yeah, and c4 and c4 and c4 in some moments. And yeah, it can be unpleasant. And a5 is just, I think, prophylaxis, just to have rook a7, in, you know,
in some positions
to defend the pawn, and also a4. Yeah,
so after c3, a5, bishop f4, you're in bishop f5. In case of queen b3, your intention was rook a7.
Yeah.
So that's the idea of a5.
There we go. Defending the pawn on a7. And then, of course, the weirdness for us, at least, continues with knight h4. You don't want to play bishop g6, so you played bishop to d7.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I was freestyling, of course, after knight h4. But okay, here, having this extra move, bishop d7, I mean, must be okay.
Yeah, one question.
black.
Did you consider playing a4 yourself?
Yes, I did, but I wasn't sure, to be honest, like, even on time. Of course, because it's like strategically desirable move, it's for sure, but I was, you know, afraid that somehow maybe, I mean, you know, will be undeveloped. So, I mean, this is also very solid for black.
Right.
I think, like.
Was there any particular moment where you felt some chances existed for either yourself or for Fabi?
No, I think it was just very
like
solid.
A very well-played game at the end.
Yeah, here it got a bit unpleasant, I think. Maybe he could have played. Like, I mean, I'm not sure if it's objectively the case, but like, I kind of didn't know what to do. And he can, you know, like improve with these small moves, g3, h4, and yeah, but I hope it's, yeah, it's good enough what I did.
Yeah. There was a moment, how was it, where Peter was showing us a4.
Here,
yes,
E5 was
that
important,
it was
right?
necessary for you to play e5, that if white is allowed rook a2 or knight c1 or something, you could, but e5 was a crucial move. And away you go. Sinquefield Cup 2025. Your thoughts about the Grand Chess Tour and playing in Duda?
Yes,
like
it's nice to be here. You know, I've been playing here once, but basically only one round because I got no health issues and had to withdraw.
Right.
So this time, you know, I'm hoping to play more.
You don't want to leave us too soon. That would be nice.
Yeah, I'm quite content with the game, I would say. And overall, I mean, so far so good.
Yeah.
Like,
do you like the system where we have the playoffs, the extra tournament at the end? I mean, the 4 players playoff, as opposed to in the past we just stopped after the Sinquefield Cup was the final.
Well, I don't even know if I have any chance to qualify, to be honest.
No, that's a different matter.
But so, you know, there is no difference for me, I guess, if I don't qualify. But I mean, it's interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Also the destination, I mean, localization, Brazil is very interesting, actually.
Right. Have you ever played in South America?
Yes, I played some World Junior Championship, I think,
Okay.
in 2011 or something in Brazil.
Lovely. Thank you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And again, for those of you joining us late, we have some results, and big results, actually.
Yes, let's take a
Nazi.
look. We already have 3 results. 2 of them were decisive. Levon Aronian won his game against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Praggnanandhaa defeated Gukesh. And recently,
A
very solid draw.
well-played game between Fabi and Jan-Krzysztof, as he was just explaining.
He's very happy.
Yeah, there were some moments that were
his
pretty
play.
nice, but freestyle.
Yeah,
I like
but
that.
I like that he knew A5.
He knew A5. Of course, that was one of the best engine moves. We're looking at the game between MVL and Alireza, and they have reached that bishop ending. And now what you have to do, if you can do it, is you want to bring the bishop all the way to G7 so that you can try
That's
to...
the winning idea, right?
Well, that's
you can,
yeah.
you can try, yes.
But that's the thing. Even if you get your bishop to G7 and you get the bishop to F8, I think it's a draw.
It's still a draw, but you can't even get it without allowing, I think, the black king to G8. Like, it takes you forever to do any of that. And even if you do get it, it's still a draw. Yeah. Now you play king F8.
King
F8 very,
F8?
very comfortably.
So
bishop G5, king G8, bishop F6. I play something like bishop A5.
Okay, so we're playing king F8.
I think so. I would much rather have it on G8, to be honest.
Okay, so we're...
King G8.
Yeah.
Bishop F6, bishop A5.
Bishop
and then I either put it back on C3 or I put it on D8.
I see.
You're not playing F6. Like, if you play F6 here, I might actually start becoming worried, but you're not playing F6 here.
And then the problem is if I try to bridge it with bishop G5, then you're happy to go into a king and pawn.
Yeah, then we can take on. Then we can take on
And
G5,
that's it.
yeah.
And he did, Alireza, that is to say, did play the defensive move king F8, which we think is the right move.
Yeah, next we expect king G8.
Yeah, king G8, and we have nothing better than bishop F6. And just as Peter is saying, we're either ready to defend against the advanced pawn by bishop to D8 or
back to
bishop to
C3.
C3, depending on where you go. If you ever allow king F7, forget about it.
Yeah,
That's
basically the bishop can be removed from the board, more or less.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So we cannot allow that.
Yeah. And Wesley is almost there. He is one final precise move away from being completely equal. So it looks like things are wrapping up.
Yes. We do expect.
Okay.
MVL doesn't even go bishop F6. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. And that's a
handshake.
handshake. Well,
We were just in time.
missed opportunity for MVL. He
Yes.
had an advantage earlier in the game.
Very, very significant advantage. And Alireza trying to trick Maxime out of the opening with the knight A5 variation of the Rui. He ends up on the back foot. That was an opening that really boomeranged badly.
Really well with very little time on the clock. So.
To save that position, you just have to congratulate him. We're going to go over to the game of Sam,
Only game
Sevian
left.
and Wesley So, as it's the remaining game.
And interestingly, if you go 3 moves
Backwards?
back, after A2, A3, not that shocking, but interestingly, knight E5 check here is the only thing that equalizes.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, I mean, you do want your pieces on good squares. Getting the knight from F7 to C4 makes perfect sense. But it's interesting that the engine actually says if you don't do it, you're not lost, but you're actually significantly worse. Then you will have to work for it. Now you don't have to work for it at all. I think Sam will take on H6. Wesley will take twice on H6 and on A3, and the game is also pretty much wrapped up. There's really nothing much left to discuss. You can play bishop D4 here and claim that your bishop is stronger than the knight, but
We don't have enough pawns.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's a particularly convincing claim in this position.
And the cry could be heard all over the kingdom. We don't have enough pawns. We need more pawns.
More pawns for the pawn god. Also, he's on a minute, so just how interested he is in continuing this.
That makes the decision a
unclear,
lot more certain.
Yeah, just rook H6 and get rid of all the pieces
Exactly.
left on the board.
One of the things that really surprises me about these top players is that even with just 30 seconds on the clock, they're more than happy to play a complicated position
Yeah,
for a
especially
win.
the
if
younger
they,
players.
I
they
was like,
always do.
what? Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
is always surprising, but at this by now we've learned.
Yeah, they take it very, very. And finally, Sam said, "Okay, I've had enough with this game. Rook takes h6. We're expecting rook h6, and knight takes a3 in a handshake very shortly. We're going to interrupt our analysis.
We have a special guest in the studio. Welcome, Alireza.
Welcome.
How was your game today?
It was I played knight a5. I was too optimistic. Yeah, I just wanted to get sharp position, but whole game I was playing for draw.
Yes, exactly. we thought it was a boomerang. You surprised him with knight a5, but in 10 moves, you were on the back foot.
No, he's such an expert in Ruy Lopez. He's playing his whole life, so.
Rook e1, a special move?
Yeah. I knew this move, but it's top engine move. But I couldn't remember just after. I think until here it was all preparation, but knight h4, castle, knight f5. Before I played, huh?
Because already
He told me after the game, I played correct until bishop f6.
We were expecting rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then the line that really shocked us was that.
Yeah, bishop h6. Sorry to interrupt. This game did end in a draw as expected.
Right. This idea, what was it? We were supposed to play king h8.
No, we're looking at, there's also bishop h6, but there's bishop c8, remember?
Ah.
Because we thought after bishop f6, bishop h6 should be winning.
Right.
Yeah, here bishop c8.
Yeah.
Yes.
But rook takes e8, bishop g5 is not winning.
No. There was a problem with that one too. Rook e8, queen e8, bishop g5.
Do you remember what it was?
Was it a queen f? Queen d8?
Wow.
Yeah.
And on knight h6 check?
King f8.
King f8.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
And then there's
knight h6, king f8, queen f5.
Whoa. You went even further than we
Queen
did.
f5, yeah? Queen f5.
Yeah.
Queen f... sorry. Not queen h5.
Or even h5.
Queen f5.
Yeah, this is mate, right? Bishop c8, queen h7.
And then
Can I take on
queen
h6?
g8.
Queen h6, and then I win the endgame.
Yes, yeah.
Wow. Something confusing us.
Okay, rook e8.
But that
Queen
was what
g4.
we had expected, rook e8.
Yeah, I think there is some bishop takes d4 somewhere, maybe it holds.
But for us, this was a gem of a move, queen f3.
Yeah.
But we suspect that you had seen this from afar,
Yeah,
and
and
now you begin to realize, uh-oh,
No, I
something
couldn't see.
seriously wrong.
I saw queen f3, and that's why I was thinking 1 hour. My problem was here bishop d6 instead of knight d6. I didn't know what to do.
Bishop d6. Rook e8, I suppose.
Queen g4.
And we have to get off the diagonal.
Bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah, takes
Or
queen
even
d5.
rook e7,
We had this
right?
on screen actually. Rook
Okay.
e7, rook e7, queen d5.
But
And
this is bad, right? Rook e1.
Was somehow
It was less than
working out.
+1.
I think this was working out somehow. Yeah,
It's equal here.
I think so, but it doesn't look equal. I understand why you're worried.
Maybe bishop c6.
Or just h6 even, and like there's no mate or.
Yeah, but
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
no, it's just a very bad line. I mean, probably I have this in my analysis, probably, but it's just
A very okay. You were in deep trouble. Tell us when you felt like something it was really.
yeah. I still knew here that material is equal, so I have always chances. But yeah.
We were thinking he was going to play h3 and d6. We were just thinking that it was very difficult for you.
Yeah, any move, right? Any move, probably.
Yeah.
Even queen d3 should be good, right?
Well, Queen D3 allowed you, and it was your only opportunity. You seized it. A4 was a very good move. And now somehow, crazy, you're fighting your way into the game.
Yeah, it's very easy to underestimate counterplay if you're playing white.
Yeah. And now Queen D5, and did you have the feeling the worst was behind you?
No, still here I was very worried because my pawn before is in dark square. And he could slowly play like something like B3 or something. I was scared. But okay, it doesn't work. Bishop B5 probably.
Yeah, the dark square, something could go wrong, yeah?
Bishop G3 is critical, right? I didn't know what happens.
After G5?
Yeah.
How did you expect that the game would continue?
I don't know. D3.
D3?
D3, King F1.
Yes.
It was just, I was scared when I was low on time.
Maybe Rook A8?
Yeah, King E1.
King is coming towards the pawn.
Rook A8, King E1.
Rook A8, King E1.
Bishop B2, King D2.
Oh dear. But now this pawn is very scary. And like you said, you had very less time on the clock. Yeah. In fact, Alireza, that was a very serious issue for you. You were down to maybe 1 minute after you had 1 minute for 20 moves or something.
Yeah. No, I didn't like my position at the end. I just gave up and just wanted to make a few moves. But still, I'm not down material, so I had chances. But if he was a bit more precise, I would be punished for sure.
Absolutely. So a nice save for you. How do you like? Welcome back to St. Louis.
Yes.
It's been St. Louis has been a good city for you.
I made mistake to not choose St. Louis.
It's for the rapid and blitz. Yes.
But okay. I wanted something new.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you're a frequent guest for us. Not to put pressure on you, but seriously, I chose you to win the tournament. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, let's take a look at our results for a very eventful round one. Nazi, check it out.
All the games have finished, so we have actually standings already. There are two co-leaders, Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa. They have perfect score. Then we had a lot of draws. Fabi drew, Alireza, Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof, and MBL and Sam all drew their games. And bad start for Nodirbek and Gukesh.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad tidings, but Var and I were discussing the situation of Gukesh, and we think from the GCT perspective, Ben Underwood's going to tell us statistically, we think that might have knocked him out of the playoffs. It's been that bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a big loss.
I think that shouldn't be how that works, to be honest, because he still needs to win the tournament.
Yeah.
He still needs to win the tournament outright, and yes, him winning the tournament outright has become less probable, but it's not impossible.
Well, these are the numbers. This is what we're talking about. We're saying you need something like 13 points if you're Gukesh, meaning clear first. You started with a loss.
No, Gukesh often starts with a loss and then he starts winning games in a row.
It is
he likes the challenge. Is that what you're saying?
It is absolutely not what he wanted, but I think it can't be zero now. His percentage was, 15. I think, maybe 15 or something. Yeah, and honestly, that seemed high because I think there are 10 players in this field. They all have roughly the same chance of winning the tournament, so it should be 10, not 15. But yeah, it's slower now, but it cannot be zero after one round.
Right.
Just one more question. We had two decisive games. If you had to pick the game of the day today, which one would it be?
No question. For me, Prague. Whenever you defeat the world champion, you defeat the world champion in a way where you've had control from start to finish. I mean, just applause.
Honestly, I would pick the other one because I think Gukesh played such an uncharacteristically poor game. I think he would agree with it if we asked him. Yeah, Nodirbek also made mistakes, but it was content-wise, I think there was a lot more in Levon's victory than in Prague's victory. I understand what you're talking about. Beating the world champion in such a fashion is always very pleasant, but as a game, it was
one-sided.
It wasn't great. Yeah. For best game of the round, you generally want something which featured a fight.
Absolutely. Peter, Nazi, thank you so much. It was always a pleasure to be with
Great
you
stuff.
both. Thank you all for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Join us tomorrow for Sinquefield Cup Round 2.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.